Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Panda Big White. Washington, Smithsonian Zoo. The Smithsonian Zoo is renowned as the most famous zoo in the United States, celebrated for its outdoor giant panda habitat. In addition, it boasts ape houses, invertebrate exhibition halls, and reptile research centers. Typically, zoos operate at a loss and often depend on state funding. However, with the introduction of pandas, the zoo transformed its financial losses into profits. The daily influx of tourists, mainly drawn to the giant pandas, filled the zoo to capacity. Recently, an astonishing event in the zoo's panda house has drawn even more visitors, skyrocketing its popularity. It was noon, and the fence around the Smithsonian Zoo's panda house was packed with tourists. People continued to crowd in from behind, many holding up their phones to capture the scene, while the lively chatter resembled a swarm of buzzing bees. The Smithsonian Zoo houses 3 pandas, including a pair of 2-year-old twins and a 9-month-old male panda named Big White. The recent surprise in the panda house revolved around this very panda. In the outdoor activity area, spanning about 50,000 square feet, new rocks, trees, and a large sandpit create an expansive playground. Within the sandpit, 2 adorable giant pandas were playfully frolicking. However, what truly captured the attention of many tourists was the platform built with wooden stakes. "Hey, man, look at this panda. It's dismantling things every day. The staff has to rebuild this wooden platform every day. I saw it. When the previous keeper came in to feed him, he tore the keeper's clothes. Too bad he was too chubby. It's hilarious." The zoo staff has been busy dealing with the damage caused by Big White lately. The situation inside the zoo is quite entertaining. Recently, Twitter is flooded with videos of this panda causing havoc. "Look, the wooden frame is about to collapse." With an excited shout, a sturdy panda in the activity area, resembling a fluffy black and white ball, broke the wooden stake supporting a corner of the platform. Crash! Crash! The wooden stakes on the battered wooden platform began to tumble down one by one. The sudden noise startled the 2 pandas playing in the sandpit nearby. Their ears perked up as they looked over. "The keeper is coming in. Ha ha ha, he's going to start lecturing again. I heard that this panda is a gentleman. He only teases male keepers and leaves female keepers alone. So, they switched his keeper to a female one." The tourists laughed in anticipation of what would happen next. "Big White! Look at what you've done again. You dismantled it yesterday, and after we rebuilt it today, you tore it down again." A young woman approached with a stern expression, pointing at the pile of wooden debris. The keeper, likely in her 20s, wore a hat with a few strands of hair peeking out, dressed in work clothes with a panda emblem on her chest indicating her responsibility area. Her glasses framed a face now filled with exasperation. Because the previous male keeper had his clothes torn, someone snapped a photo, posted it online, and it went viral overnight. The zoo's publicity department even did a live broadcast. As a newcomer, she was assigned to care for Big White. Big White, pleased with his handiwork, felt a voice in his mind finally speak. "Destruction points plus 10. Accumulated 100 destruction points. You can get limb evolution, pasta skills, thick skin, and flesh. Please choose. Choose limb evolution." He had been eagerly awaiting this moment and promptly confirmed the choice. Previously, he had acquired the talent of a foodie, enabling him to eat human food in addition to bamboo shoots. Confirmed. After the voice in his mind faded, Big White felt a tingling sensation in his round limbs, akin to an electric current coursing through them. "Big White, are you listening? We agreed yesterday that if you keep destroying things, you won't get any more food." The keeper rubbed her head in frustration at the unresponsive Big White. "I am a panda, and I'm not afraid of you." Big White, with his newly strengthened limbs, stood up, placed his hands on his hips, and gazed at his keeper with disdainful eyes, letting out a defiant whine. Becoming a panda, complete with a system, he felt empowered. If he didn't show a little arrogance, he wouldn't be worthy of his current identity. A few months ago, he traveled through time and space, becoming a panda, and simultaneously awakened an evolutionary template system. The first evolution template was the Dragon Warrior from Kung Fu Panda. To evolve, he needed destruction points and kindness points, meaning he had to cause destruction and perform good deeds. However, as a panda in a zoo, there were plenty of opportunities for destruction but few chances to do good deeds. So far, his only success in gaining both destruction and kindness points occurred when he managed to get a female keeper assigned to him. This incident opened a new world of possibilities for Big White. Looking at the defiant Big White, the keeper widened her eyes in surprise. "What? What do you mean? Do you think I'm joking?" She spread her hands in shock, not expecting to be ridiculed by a panda just days into her job. "You think I'm kidding?" Big White maintained his arrogant demeanor, unmoved by the keeper's threats. Though Big White didn't speak, his actions and calls conveyed a strong sense of arrogance and mockery, leaving the keeper feeling flabbergasted. "My God, why was I given such a panda? Can't I catch a break?" During the day, he dismantles the platform, the guardrail, and digs up the lawn. At night, he sneaks out and eats our dinner. "All I ask for is a day off." She looked devastated. Due to this panda's boundless energy, he often sneaked out when she wasn't watching, wreaking havoc throughout the zoo, even sneaking into their dining area and devouring their meals. God knows what their expressions were when they returned to find their dinner plates empty, and the giant panda lying nearby with a mouthful of leftovers. Especially some time ago, this panda figured out how to open door handles, sneaking out to the monitoring room, biting off wires, and paralyzing the zoo's security system for a time. She was reprimanded by her supervisor. "Dad," the panda stood up, "and it seems to disdain the keeper," said Gwen, standing with her family in the crowd, laughing at the situation. "Ha ha ha, it seems we made the right choice coming here. What an entertaining scene." George Stacy, the police chief of New York, had taken the day off to accompany his family to the Smithsonian Zoo at his wife and daughter's request to see the giant pandas. Seeing the defiant Big White standing up to the keeper, he couldn't help but laugh despite his usually serious demeanor. "Dad, can we keep a panda?" his young son, perched on his shoulders, asked, pointing at Big White. "That's not possible. Pandas are protected animals, and only one country in the world has pandas. The pandas here are just on loan, and they have to return when the lease expires," Gwen explained with a smile. "If it were possible, everyone would want a panda as a pet. Pandas are a symbol of peace and diplomacy. Their fur is a mix of black and white, they're Asian animals, they're bears but also vegetarians, and they belong to a minority group. They symbolize peace more than white doves." Apart from the Stacy family, the surrounding tourists couldn't help but laugh at the scene and quickly took out their phones to capture the moment. Big White stood for a while, feeling a bit uncomfortable, then got back on all fours, ignoring the keeper, and began searching for something else to dismantle. The outer fence had been damaged once before, causing a commotion. It was replaced from wood to iron, making it harder to destroy. If not for the panda's living environment, the zoo would have replaced everything with iron. However, Big White's antics brought in many tourists, so management chose not to isolate him but instead treated him like a VIP. A little destruction was a small price to pay for revenue. After wandering around and finding nothing to dismantle, Big White found a wooden stake, lay on it out of boredom, and began feeling drowsy. "It looks like we have to leave." Big White no longer cared about the tourists' stares. Holding a bamboo leaf in his mouth, he closed his eyes lazily and began contemplating his escape plan for the night. With his limbs evolved and his natural talent for eating, except for not being able to speak, Big White's basic template was established. Moreover, the opportunities for gaining destruction points in the zoo were becoming limited, let alone kindness points. While pandas enjoy comfort and good food daily, being in a country like the United States means that if they threaten local interests, their treatment may not be abusive but will certainly decline. After all, no matter how symbolic pandas are, in the face of vested interests, they are like drifting duckweed. As for escaping the zoo, the risks are minimal, mostly tranquilizer guns. However, once outside, there are more dangers but also more opportunities. Yet, where to escape to remains a dilemma, as he is too conspicuous and would be quickly captured if discovered. Chapter 2 Prison Break. As Big White lay lazily on the wooden stake, the time for feeding arrived unnoticed. 2 keepers entered, carrying 3 pots of food and a bunch of fresh bamboo shoots. As they walked in, Big White's ears perked up, and he quietly stood. "Isn't it early to get it at 2?" one keeper asked. "It's tough for pandas to conceive, and they use energy fast." "It's a shame for the pregnant giant panda," the other replied. "The cub must be left behind before sending it away," they continued. "It's nice here, but over in Memphis, it's troublesome. I don't know if it's the environment or the food, but the panda there is sick. I've seen the photos, it's in bad shape. The environment there is probably the worst among all panda houses. I heard the contract was renewed. There's nothing we can do about this. Diplomacy between countries is complicated. God will punish them." "Okay, God won't punish pandas. We just need to take care of our pandas here. Big White is very popular online lately. If anything goes wrong, the whole zoo suffers. Big White seems to be sleeping with a bamboo leaf in his mouth, like a naughty panda. Pokemon? A little bit. It would be nice if he were smaller. Big White, come eat." The keepers called out. The pandas, hearing their familiar Sichuan phrases, responded eagerly. Big White slowly got up, found a spot, and began eating bamboo shoots. Initially uncomfortable, he soon adjusted and ate happily. Even during meals, tourists eagerly snapped pictures, especially as the twin pandas playfully fought over bamboo, causing laughter among the crowd. Big White, typically noisy and troublesome, was unusually calm, making the keeper wonder if her words had worked. After lunch, Big White returned to his wooden stake, closed his eyes, and appeared to sleep the entire afternoon, not moving an inch. Tourists who came to see him were disappointed. "Hey, Big White, don't sleep. Stand up and roll over," a man shouted, whistling. "He might be tired. A night of rest should do him good," a middle-aged man said. "Please, I came to see him perform." "Do I need to buy another ticket tomorrow?" the man complained, tossing a bottle into the enclosure to disturb Big White. The noisy man annoyed others, causing them to move away. Staff soon intervened, and the man was escorted out. Big White didn't even lift his head, ignoring the commotion as he contemplated his escape plan. At 6 o'clock, the zoo neared closing time, and tourists left, leaving the zoo quiet and sparse. As the pandas disappeared from the outdoor area, Gwen's family reluctantly departed. On the way, George, after a phone call, shrugged apologetically at his family. "Sorry, we need to drive back to New York tonight. There's a situation at the police station," he explained. "So soon?" "We plan to stay another day," his family replied, disappointed. "I can't help it. I need to lead the team. If you haven't had enough fun, I'll go back, and you can stay," George suggested. "No, but let's eat first. Little John is hungry," his wife smiled, picking up their son. After a day at the zoo, the adults were fine, but the children were tired. "No problem," George agreed, hugging his considerate wife. Gwen rolled her eyes playfully. Despite disappointment, the family adjusted and headed to a nearby restaurant happily. Meanwhile, in the panda house, Big White and the twins followed the keeper to the examination room. To ensure panda health, experts conducted daily check-ups. Each panda had a dedicated team for their environment, diet, and health. Additionally, researchers studied panda habits and growth, sharing findings with the lessor. After various tests, Big White and the twins returned to their glass cage to rest. Though smaller than the outdoor area, it was spacious at 100 square meters, with rockery and bamboo for a pleasant environment. Experts analyzed data, ensuring the twins' condition was suitable for certain procedures. Medicines might be necessary, and safety was paramount. "Hey, Hilda, take a look at this," a middle-aged man named Mark exclaimed, examining data on the computer screen. Hilda, a seasoned researcher in her 50s, familiar with every panda's anatomy, approached. "What's up? Check out these numbers. Big White's limb density has changed significantly," Mark explained, comparing the latest data to previous records. Hilda squinted, recognizing the anomaly couldn't result from normal development. "Is the instrument malfunctioning?" Hilda questioned. "No, the twins' data is normal. Pull up Big White's recent surveillance footage. See if there's any unusual behavior," Hilda instructed, concerned about potential illness. "Okay," Mark nodded, reviewing the twins' data. "They're stable. Then let's focus on Big White's issue." Mark called the keeper and monitoring room, notifying them of Big White's situation. Meanwhile, in the panda house, two keepers entered, announcing feeding time in a distinct Sichuan dialect. The panda's eyes lit up. The twins heard food, while Big White saw opportunity. In the feeding area, basins of milk, bamboo shoots, fruits, and diced meat awaited. "Miranda, which panda should we take?" one keeper asked, watching the pandas eat. "Any twin. Big White's too young. I'll lure one away, leaving this area to you." "No problem." One keeper led a twin away, leaving the other keeper with the remaining pandas. The crunch of bamboo echoed as the keeper, distracted by her phone, didn't notice Big White's movements. Seizing the moment, Big White offered his bamboo to the drinking panda, who accepted it eagerly. The keeper, seeing Big White's generosity, filmed it for promotional material. While she edited the video, Big White climbed the rockery, then quietly approached the door. The first door, success. Outside, Big White exhaled deeply. Familiar with the route from his monitoring room observations, he headed left toward the exit. In the monitoring room, staff focused on retrieving Big White's recent footage, neglecting the panda house's current situation. Unaware of potential escape, monitoring mainly ensured pandas and staff safety, not considering a panda's breakout. By 7 o'clock, most staff had left, leaving few in the panda house. Big White followed his plan, reaching the locker room. Standing on his hind legs, about the height of a 7-year-old, he pulled the door handle, entering the locker room. Dim light from the corridor illuminated the space, revealing panda costumes drying on a rack. Big White found a dry suit but struggled to wear it, as it was designed for adult humans. "There's always a way," he mused, eyeing the tall costume. "Attention, attention, Big White is in the first floor's locker room. Keepers, bring a tranquilizer gun immediately," an announcement called, as the keeper noticed Big White's absence and alerted the monitoring room. Chapter 3, The Great Escape. "Forget it, let's just run for it." Big White gritted his teeth and placed the oversized panda headgear from the shelf onto his head. A panda with a big head and little body appeared in the locker room, resembling a cartoonish character with a special effect. Thankfully, his evolved limbs allowed him to run upright. Through the headgear's mouth opening, Big White sprinted out with his short legs. The locker room wasn't far from the panda house exit, as the person wearing the panda headgear needed easy access for quick changes. Flower, a security guard at the Smithsonian Zoo, was responsible for monitoring the panda house. With over 20 years of service, he'd seen all kinds of animals. But today, as he prepared to change shifts, a loud noise erupted from the panda house exit, followed by a round figure darting out. "Panda," he muttered, stunned by the sight of a panda head bursting through the door. The panda headed straight for him, prompting Flower to grab his tranquilizer gun and block its path. "Stop, who are you?" As he approached, he saw a small figure wearing a giant panda head. Initially, he thought it was a child dressed in a panda costume, perhaps trying to sneak out with stolen items, a not uncommon occurrence. Perhaps the child couldn't bear to leave the pandas and decided to take a panda headgear as a souvenir. This scenario reminded Flower of his own son, so he relaxed, holstered the tranquilizer gun, and extended a hand to stop the child. "Hey, stop, kid, it's dangerous," he called gently, trying to halt the figure. However, the figure didn't stop, charging forward with the big panda head. Hey, stop, stop." Flower took a step back, bracing himself to catch the child. Bang! But upon contact, he was taken aback by unexpected strength, and he found himself on the ground, holding the panda mask. "You're really strong," he remarked, setting the mask aside and looking ahead. But instead of a child, Flower saw Big White, running on all fours, disappearing into the distance. "Oh, shit! How could it be a panda?" Flower's eyes widened in shock as he realized the truth. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, then stared again. Despite the dim dusk light, he could clearly see it was Big White, the recent internet sensation. My God, how did the panda get out? Quickly recovering, he pulled out his tranquilizer gun and aimed at Big White's fleeing form. Bang! The tranquilizer dart shot out, but Big White had already slipped into the roadside greenery, vanishing from view. A group of people, including the keeper and other staff, rushed out of the panda house. Upon seeing Flower with the tranquilizer gun, they hurried over. "Flower, did you see Big White?" "He ran out with a doll headgear," one team leader asked anxiously. "I did. It went toward the elephant house," Flower replied. "What? Why didn't you stop it?" the team leader yelled, grabbing Flower's collar. "Relax, it's been tranquilized and can't go far. We just need to follow the tracks. Besides, it's your negligence that let it escape," Flower retorted, brushing off the leader's grip. Flower was puzzled himself, wondering how the panda managed to escape with a doll headgear like a human. He initially thought it was a child. "We need to hurry. If it reaches the elephant house and causes a disturbance, it could be dangerous," the keeper urged, anxious about her responsibility if anything went wrong. "Yes, let's move. Notify the entire zoo to start searching for Big White. We can't afford any problems. If anything happened to the panda at their zoo, it wouldn't just affect interests and reputation but could escalate to international diplomacy issues, not something easily resolved by resignations." Big White navigated through the greenery, feeling weak, his consciousness blurring. A tranquilizer dart still lodged in his rear, he pressed on, ignoring the discomfort. He was almost there. He just needed to cross the birdhouse, reach the elephant house, and finally scale the wall to the parking lot to escape the zoo. Growling, Big White pushed his weakened body forward. As he passed the birdhouse, he startled numerous exotic birds, including black-fronted weavers, Micronesian emerald owls, burrowing owls, and roseate spoonbills, who watched through the isolation glass. "Hurry, surveillance shows Big White is here," staff shouted from behind. The birdhouse erupted in chirps, drowning out human voices. With the bird calls as cover, Big White quickly moved through the birdhouse, finally reaching the elephant house. Unlike the caged birds, the elephant house was open and expansive, the zoo's largest area, surrounded by greenery. Besides giant pandas, elephants were among the zoo's most beloved animals. Faced with the fence, Big White hesitated but decided to climb into the elephant house. Originally, he planned to circle the perimeter and reach the parking lot wall. But with the tranquilizer's effects worsening, he lacked time for detours. "No, my God, get out! You'll be trampled by the elephants." A middle-aged man in a work suit with an elephant emblem ran over, shouting in fear. But Big White, his mind foggy, was driven by sheer determination, dragging his heavy body into the elephant enclosure. Moo! A baby elephant appeared, curiously eyeing the round panda. Big White charged forward, unfazed by the baby elephant. As they were about to collide, the baby elephant sidestepped, watching Big White continue running, then followed out of curiosity. The elephant keeper pursued them, desperate to catch up. Soon, Big White reached the wall of his destination. He stopped, staring at the towering obstacle. In his eyes, it seemed an insurmountable barrier, despair creeping in. The keeper finally caught up, relieved to see the panda halted by the wall. "Oh my God, you finally stopped!" But just as he thought it was over, two roars shattered the night. Roar! Moo! A bear and an elephant roared into the sky, then surged forward with unstoppable momentum, racing toward the wall. A meter from the wall, the baby elephant braked, while Big White used its body as a springboard, leaping over the towering barrier. The keeper stood in shock, the black and white figure arcing out of sight. Moo! The baby elephant trumpeted, as if bidding farewell. "Oh my God! What did I just witness? Am I dreaming?" The keeper, overwhelmed, danced excitedly, speaking incoherently like a moviegoer after a jaw-dropping scene. Dash! After vaulting the fence, Big White sprinted across a lawn, reaching the Smithsonian Zoo's parking lot. He weaved through rows of cars, his pace slowing. Without a timely escape, today's efforts would be in vain, and future attempts even harder. But luck was on his side. Just as he was about to collapse, he spotted a family preparing to leave. As the trunk slowly closed, Big White mustered his last strength to leap in. Thankfully, it's an automatic trunk, he thought before succumbing to sleep. George Stacy, settling into the driver's seat, felt the car dip slightly and glanced back. "Gwen, buckle John's seat belt." "Okay. Dad, when can we see the pandas again?" Little John asked as his sister secured his belt, not forgetting his question. "There'll be a chance. Mom and Gwen can bring you if they have time," George replied gently, starting the car. "I really want a cute panda. We could get a dog or a cat." "They're cute too," his wife suggested from the passenger seat. "Think carefully before you decide. Once it's home, it's part of the family," Gwen added, tousling her brother's hair. "Is that so?" The car slowly exited the parking lot, unaware that the panda John longed for was in their trunk. Chapter 4, The Surveillance Reveal. As night descended, the Smithsonian Zoo, which should have been calm, was bustling with activity. Bright beams of light crisscrossed over the animals, and the monitoring rooms were packed with concerned staff. The zoo director, a gray-haired old man with glasses, usually exuded strength and kindness, but tonight his face was etched with anxiety and worry. "How did Big White escape right under your noses?" he demanded, exasperated. It was Jenny. She was distracted by her phone during feeding, and Big White seized the opportunity to escape, accused the keeper who had taken one of the twin pandas. "I was tweeting about Big White to promote the zoo," Jenny, the keeper in charge that night, retorted, rolling her eyes at the accusation. "What were you doing in the monitoring room?" "Playing games," the director pressed further. "We were reviewing footage at Ms. Hilda's request. During today's checkup, she noted some anomalies in Big White's condition," explained the Panda House team leader. "Then why did all this happen today?" The director spread his hands in frustration, glaring at the room full of staff. Silence hung heavy in the room as no one dared to respond. Big White's escape seemed too coincidental to explain. Fortunately, someone soon broke the awkward silence. "Director, we've compiled the surveillance footage of Big White's escape. Honestly, you'll be shocked," said a round-faced, bald man entering with a USB drive, disbelief written all over his face. "If you were any later, you could be at home babysitting," the director snapped, snatching the USB drive and glaring at him. Usually a gentle man, the director was furious, knowing this incident involved not just zoo interests but international diplomacy. If Big White escaped, especially with unexpected consequences, it could severely impact panda rentals and stir up public outrage in both countries. The director inserted the USB into the computer, and everyone gathered to watch Big White's escape unfold on screen. The footage began with Big White eating in the panda house while the keeper was distracted by her phone. Big White played with the remaining twin before the keeper began filming and tweeting. Seizing the moment, Big White slipped from the rest house. This part seemed coincidental, but what followed astonished everyone. Big White, familiar with the layout, navigated to the locker room, donned a panda headgear, and walked upright out the door. The room's occupants widened their eyes in disbelief, with the director even removing his glasses to rub his eyes before looking again. The footage showed Big White, with the headgear, kicking open the door and escaping. Tranquilizer dart in tow, Big White dashed to the birdhouse, where a chorus of birds seemed to serenade his departure. Finally, at the elephant house, with the cooperation of a baby elephant, Big White leaped over the high wall, escaping the zoo. The surveillance ended with the parking lot scene, leaving no trace of Big White. Whether he boarded a car and which one remains a mystery. The room fell silent after the video ended, the air thick with disbelief. Images of Big White's daring escape filled everyone's minds: birds chirping, a baby elephant trumpeting, and a panda soaring over a wall. Without prior knowledge, one might mistake it for an animal sci-fi film. "Oh my god, does that panda know Kung Fu?" someone exclaimed. "This must be some mysterious Eastern power. I'm losing my mind. That panda is as smart as an adult, I'm sure of it." The room erupted into chaos, everyone expressing their shock in familiar words. Despite their amazement, one thing was clear: Big White had undergone some extraordinary transformation. A planned escape, communication with other animals, walking on 2 feet. Whatever happened, don't release this footage yet. First, we need to find and bring back Big White, the director commanded, recovering his composure. Also, notify Hilda to invite all relevant animal researchers to study this panda's behavior. Understood. Everyone nodded seriously, except one, who hesitated. "Ned, do you have something to add?" the director asked, noticing his expression. There's some bad news." The video was already uploaded by Chelsea, who was editing it. "It might be trending on Twitter now," Ned admitted sheepishly. The director took a deep breath, his anger boiling over as he slammed the table. "Damn it! Nothing good today. I don't think it's all bad. If the video goes viral, more people will know about Big White. If he's lost, netizens can help find him," Ned suggested cautiously. "Are you dense? If people notice anything unusual about the panda, don't you think they'll try to capture it for profit? Why does the zoo hire idiots like you?" the director fumed, feeling helpless amidst the chaos. "Check the video's status online. If it's not viral, delete it immediately." Chapter 5, The Stacy Family. In the age of the internet, especially with videos of the popular panda Big White, moments after the staff uploaded the escape footage, it went viral. It was after work hours, and most people were at home scrolling through their phones, causing the video's popularity to skyrocket. Within hours of Big White's escape, Twitter was ablaze with discussions about the Smithsonian Zoo and Big White. After a 4-hour drive, Gwen's family arrived back in Queens, Manhattan, New York. Roosevelt Road, Wall Apartments. George Stacy parked the car, and the family unbuckled their seatbelts and got out. Gwen, scrolling through her phone, was surprised by a friend's forwarded video. "Dad, look! One of the pandas we saw today escaped." "Oh? A panda escaped? Which one?" George asked, curious as he opened the trunk to retrieve their belongings. It's the one with its hands on its hips, acting all proud big white, Gwen replied, rushing over to show her dad. But as she approached, she noticed her father staring blankly into the trunk. Dad, what's wrong? George didn't respond immediately. He closed the trunk, opened it again, and peered inside for a closer look. After a moment, he looked at Gwen, eyebrows raised in surprise. You said a giant panda is missing from the Smithsonian Zoo? The one we saw today? Of course. If you don't believe me, look, everyone on Twitter is talking about it. Gwen, confused by her father's reaction, handed over her phone. No need, George said, waving his hand. He opened the trunk wide and pointed inside. I think, the missing panda followed us to New York. What? Gwen's eyes widened as she peered into the trunk. The whole family gathered quickly. In the cramped trunk, a soft and adorable creature with black and white fur lay peacefully on a mat. Its round form rose and fell with each breath, inviting affection. An anesthetic dart was still lodged in its rear. My God, when did it get in there? Their mother exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Dad, can we keep it? Little John asked, eyes gleaming as he looked at the sleeping big white. No, no, we must send it back, George replied, shaking his head. Raising a panda wasn't feasible, especially with the specialized bamboo diet required, sourced from specific regions. Can we send it back tomorrow? Little John pleaded. Well, okay, but it must be by morning. I'll notify the Smithsonian Zoo, George agreed, not wanting to miss the rare opportunity to be close to a panda. Besides, it was already late, time to rest. Great! Can I carry it upstairs? Little John asked excitedly, eager to bring Big White inside. He's at least 30 kilograms, you can't carry him, George chuckled, carefully lifting Big White from the trunk. It's a good thing he's anesthetized, or I'd be in trouble if he bit me, George said. Despite the panda's soft appearance, it belonged to the bear family, with a bite force stronger than tigers and lions. Dad, let me carry him, Gwen offered, touched by the panda's softness and wanting to hold it. It's heavy, are you sure? George asked, shaking the panda in his arms. Of course, no problem, Gwen insisted, taking Big White into her arms. All right, let's go. If you get tired, let me know, George said, locking the car and following his family into the apartment. The guard on duty saw Gwen with the panda and assumed it was a stuffed toy, not suspecting it was real. Dash! Oh my God, we're finally home. Despite the elevator, Gwen held on to Big White with John and their mom occasionally giving it affectionate rubs. Her arms were sore halfway up. Yet, holding a panda felt more rewarding than carrying any object. It felt like holding something more valuable than money. Put it on the sofa, and go to sleep. Get up early tomorrow, and maybe you'll see it awake, George instructed after hanging his coat, addressing his excited family gathered around the panda. Will the panda ever wake up? Little John asked, touching Big White's ear in wonder. Of course. It's just under the tranquilizer's effects. It was likely hit during its escape, so it won't wake up for a while, George explained, placing the removed dart on the table. His wife pulled Little John away from the panda. Let's shower and head to bed. Gwen, don't stay up too late, she added, glancing at her daughter still by the panda. Okay, I'll go after you, Gwen promised. Dash. Finally, after washing up, the family reluctantly headed to bed. In her room, Gwen pondered the video showing Big White's daring zoo escape. She had no idea when the panda had joined their ride, but its presence in New York felt like destiny. Soon, her thoughts shifted to the morning, eagerly anticipating Big White's awakening. Chapter 6, Awakening. At 6 o'clock in the morning, as dawn broke, Big White awoke on Gwen's living room sofa, driven by an overwhelming hunger. Rousing from his sleep, he dragged his round body off the sofa and headed straight for the refrigerator. The refrigerator, standing at about 180 centimeters tall and painted in a milky white hue, was adorned with a landscape oil painting on top. Realizing he wasn't tall enough, Big White fetched a stool from the living room, climbed it, and finally reached the refrigerator's fresh keeping layer. Pushing the door open, a rush of cold air greeted him, and the sight of piled-up food reflected in his round, dark eyes. Milk, ham slices, steak, tomatoes, cheese slices, pizza, orange juice. His eyes lit up at the sight of such a feast. With his broad bare claws, he devoured a piece of ham, followed quickly by steak, milk, and everything else in the refrigerator's cooler, except the tomatoes. Yet, he still felt a pang of hunger. Closing the refrigerator door, Big White hopped off the stool and wandered around, exploring his new surroundings. Around 7 o'clock, George woke up, glanced at his still sleeping wife and son, smiled gently, then slipped out of bed, donning his pajamas. Due to his police work, George had a habit of rising early. His first stop wasn't the bathroom but the kitchen, where he sought his wine stash. Opening the top cabinet, he reached for a bottle but found nothing. "Hey," he muttered, puzzled, sure he had another bottle left. Scratching his head, he wondered if he'd remembered wrong. Just as he was about to search another cabinet, a bare paw emerged from the upper cabinet, holding a wine bottle. "Oh, thank you," George said reflexively, taking the bottle, not realizing what had just happened. As he poured a glass, he paused, something felt off. Turning his head, he saw a panda in the cabinet, biscuit crumbs around its mouth, watching him curiously. "Oh shit," he exclaimed, spilling a bit of wine. But shock quickly gave way to curiosity. He put down the bottle and glass, staring at the panda perched in the cabinet. "How did you get up there?" Seeing the biscuit remnants, George opened another cupboard. "Oh no, you ate all my son's cookies," he lamented, finding only an empty cookie bag. Big White, observing the human's distressed expression, tossed the last cookie into his mouth and chewed contently. Crunch, crunch. George listened to the crunching sound, feeling his patience tested. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself, "Don't be impulsive. It's a panda." Despite its cute demeanor, fear lingered. Big White, finishing the cookies, clumsily climbed down from the cabinet, landing with a soft thud on the kitchen counter. George then recalled their original placement of the panda in the living room and the proximity of the refrigerator. No, I hope I'm wrong." He hurried from the kitchen to the living room. Seeing the stool by the refrigerator, he dreaded what he'd find inside. Sure enough, upon opening it with trembling hands, chaos greeted him. Only a row of bright red tomatoes remained untouched. At that moment, Gwen entered the living room in her pajamas, eyes filled with anticipation. But before spotting the panda, she noticed her father at the refrigerator, looking vexed. "Dad, what's wrong?" she asked, stepping closer and gasping at the fridge's state. "Oh my God, who did this?" "That did." George pointed at Big White, emerging from the kitchen, looking a bit sluggish. The morning's excitement left George feeling as if he were in a dream. "Oh, great, you're awake," Gwen brightened, ignoring the fridge, and hurried to Big White. "Hey, Gwen, be careful, it might be dangerous," George warned. But before he could finish, Gwen had reached Big White, crouching and gently extending her hand. Big White, feeling satiated, lay lazily on the living room floor. Seeing no threat in its demeanor, Gwen boldly patted Big White's head, stroking it. "It's okay, Dad, he won't hurt anyone." George approached, observing the panda's relaxed state, and mused, maybe it's just because it's full. Animals don't attack when they're full. "Don't you want to touch it?" "It's really well behaved," Gwen encouraged, hugging Big White. "No, I don't want to," George replied, yet the panda's cuteness drew him closer, tempting him to touch it. Big White, enjoying Gwen's gentle touch, shot George a disdainful look as if to say, "The young lady can touch me, but not you." "What? Gwen, did you see that? This panda seems to be mocking me," George said, halting in his tracks, surprised by Big White's gaze. Gwen chuckled, recalling something. "By the way, Dad, this panda is different from others. Did you see the video on Twitter?" "No, not yet. I've been in a state of shock since waking up," George admitted, rolling his eyes. Her words reminded him of Big White's unique traits. This panda ate more than just bamboo, challenging the stereotype. Curious, George retrieved his phone from the bedroom to search for the Smithsonian Zoo online, eager to learn more about their unexpected guest. Chapter 7, Panda Takeout. After watching the Smithsonian's surveillance video, George looked at the panda before him with a newfound complexity in his expression. "Dad, why don't you come and pet him?" Little John, full of excitement, circled Big White like a little monkey, inviting his father to join in. "No, I think he might not like grown men getting too close," George replied with a smile, now viewing Big White as much more than just an ordinary animal after seeing the video. "George, did you call the Smithsonian Zoo?" Mrs. Stacy asked while tidying up the mess in the refrigerator. "Yes, I did. They'll be here within 5 hours, and there's a generous reward," George replied. Big White, nestled lazily in Gwen's arms, perked up at this, his ears twitching. "What? They're coming to take me back? I just escaped. I can't go back," he thought, alarmed, and began plotting how to avoid capture. "Gwen, order us some takeout. This panda ate everything we had. After breakfast, I'll go buy some groceries," Mrs. Stacy said after cleaning up the fridge. "Sure, what should we get?" "Sandwiches and milk are fine. I want toast." "We still have some oatmeal at home, so skip the milk," Little John and George chimed in. "Okay, my phone's in the bedroom." "I'll change first," Gwen said, setting Big White down and heading to her room. "Hey, Big White, where are you going?" Little John called, seeing Big White follow Gwen happily, leaving him disappointed. "It seems he really likes me," Gwen said, glancing back at Big White and smiling, while Little John pouted. "All right, go wash up first. Your sister will come out with the panda soon," George said, ruffling his son's hair and leading him to the bathroom. Big White followed Gwen to her bedroom, taking in the surroundings. The walls were adorned with grey-brown stickers, and photo frames lined the doorways, capturing moments from family travels and activities. Bookshelves and a computer desk flanked the bed, while a clothes rack stood opposite. A window, with breathable curtains, let in beams of light through the vents. On a desk beneath the window were animal carvings and other knickknacks. A square desk lamp sat on the far right, with shelves beneath brimming with books. "I really don't want you to leave, but you're a panda, rented from Dragon Country, and I can't keep you," Gwen said, changing out of her pajamas and into clothes from the rack, speaking to Big White as if he understood. "You're so smart, you probably understand what I'm saying." Big White's attention wasn't on Gwen but on the window. He leaned against the desk to look outside. The window wasn't high, about an adult's waist height. Outside was a steep fire escape. They were on the 20th floor, and despite the guardrail, it looked precarious, like it was made of iron sheets. Yet, this was Big White's only escape route. "Big White, I'm ordering takeout. Do you want something to eat?" Gwen asked, recalling how he'd devoured everything in the house. She figured he was intelligent enough to respond. Hearing food, Big White scampered over to Gwen with his short legs. "Haha, still a glutton." Gwen laughed, seeing his enthusiasm. She placed her phone where Big White could see it. She opened a takeout app, displaying burgers, fruit salads, pasta, pizza, and more. Want anything? After ordering breakfast for her family, she turned to Big White. Big White shook his head, then tapped her phone with his paw. He navigated to the App Store, found the Panda Restaurant app, and began downloading it. Gwen, watching in awe, exclaimed, "Oh my god, you can use a phone and download apps. Are you sure you're not just someone in a panda suit?" she teased, tugging at Big White's fur to check. Big White swatted her hand away, rolling his eyes. "I'm definitely a real panda, not a fake. It's just that my soul is human," he thought. "If you weren't so nice, I'd teach you a few words in my hometown dialect." Once the Panda Takeout app downloaded, Big White pushed the phone back to Gwen, gesturing for her to register an account. "Wow, you really know a lot," Gwen said, raising an eyebrow as she registered an account and opened the ordering page for Big White. The Panda Takeout app specialized in delivering Chinese food. The menu featured buns, dumplings, Peking duck, mapo tofu, orange chicken, and more familiar to Big White. "Well, maybe not orange chicken." Big White eagerly tapped away with his paw, but as the shopping cart filled, Gwen intervened, worried about her budget. "Wait, that's enough. If we keep going, I'll run out of money for the month." Big White paused, eyeing her. "No money? So poor? I might need to find a richer family," he mused. "What's with that look? Are you judging me?" Gwen laughed, amused by his expression. "With your appetite, who could afford you?" Despite her concerns, Big White stopped and handed back the phone. Gwen sighed in relief. For a moment, she thought maybe it wouldn't be so bad for the panda to be taken away. Big White leaned over, watching intently as she finalized the order, ensuring she didn't reduce any items. "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you," Gwen promised, rolling her eyes before confirming the order. Chapter 8 Food. "Okay, let's head to the living room and wait for the food delivery," Gwen said, feeling a twinge of regret as she confirmed the payment. She called out to Big White and left the bedroom. After taking one last look at the fire escape outside the window, Big White followed her. By the time they reached the living room, George and the others had washed up and changed out of their pajamas. "It seems this guy really likes you, Gwen. He follows you everywhere. I wonder if he'll be willing to leave when the zoo staff arrives," George chuckled, noticing Big White trailing behind his daughter. Gwen rolled her eyes at her father's comment. "I just bought him a feast, and now I'm almost out of this month's allowance. If he stays longer, we might go bankrupt." "What's happened now?" George asked, intrigued. "He downloaded a Panda Takeout app on my phone and ordered a bunch of Chinese food, including Mom's favorite orange chicken. On his own? No way." Mrs. Stacy, holding Big White, thought her daughter was joking. "It's true. You'll see when the delivery arrives," Gwen replied, shaking her head. "Just try not to scream when you see it. How can a panda use a phone to download apps? Just because he's from Dragon Country doesn't mean he can order Chinese food," her mother remarked skeptically. Gwen shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. "I believe her. This panda is definitely something special," George said, studying the panda in his wife's arms. "I really don't understand what you're all talking about," Mrs. Stacy mused. Dash. Ding dong. "Hello, Mr. Stacy, I'm the panda delivery man with your order," came a slightly breathless voice from outside an hour later. "Okay, hold on." Gwen started to get up, but Big White was faster. Lying lazily on the floor moments ago, Big White now stood upright and trotted to the door, resembling a person. Under the astonished gaze of Gwen's family, Big White used his hefty paw to skillfully pull open the door handle. "Hello, Mr. Sta. Oh, shit. What is this?" The delivery man, busy checking the order list, was startled to see Big White opening the door. Unfazed by the reaction, Big White walked around him, approached the trailer, and pulled down the large takeout bag. "Sorry, you didn't see wrong, it really is a panda," Gwen said, slightly embarrassed as she caught up to Big White, turning to the shocked delivery man. "A panda?" The delivery man, seeing someone approach, snapped out of his shock and carefully scrutinized Big White. "You really have a panda?" Initially confused, he quickly turned to Gwen, his expression shifting to one of astonishment mixed with pleading. "Please, you must tell me how you adopted a panda." No, we didn't adopt him. He's an escapee from the Smithsonian Zoo. They'll be here soon to take him back," Gwen explained, waving her hand to dismiss the notion. "Is it the one that escaped last night? Oh my god, it's here! I'm so lucky!" The delivery man, realizing it was the famous Big White from the internet, danced with excitement. "Can I come in and sit for a bit? I'd love to see him up close." "It's so rare to be near a panda," he pleaded, noticing Big White dragging the food inside and reaching for his phone to snap pictures. "Sorry, it's not convenient now. Maybe you can wait an hour or two until the Smithsonian staff arrive," Gwen suggested, closing the door firmly. "Come on, just for a bit. You can't be so selfish." "It's a panda with mysterious Eastern powers," the delivery man protested, his voice muffled by the closing door. Dash. "What was that about?" George asked, hearing the rapid knocking. "Just someone enchanted by Big White. He'll leave soon," Gwen dismissed it with a wave, turning to Big White. "Need any help?" she asked, amused at Big White's struggle. "Humph!" Big White huffed, thinking of the buns, dumplings, roast duck. His foodie instincts kicked in, and energy surged through him. Under Gwen's surprised gaze, Big White, previously struggling, hoisted the hefty food bag onto his shoulder, marched briskly to the living room table, and set it down with a thud, revealing its weight. "Oh!" Everyone shared the same stunned expression, though George had grown somewhat accustomed, while Mrs. Stacy's reaction was the most pronounced. Once the food was on the table, Big White opened the bag and began unpacking the food boxes. To the amazement of Gwen's family, he picked up the provided chopsticks and adeptly ate the buns. "Oh my god! This is incredible!" Familiar exclamations filled the room. Except for John's wide-eyed curiosity, the others were speechless, as if witnessing an alien. "Can you imagine a panda using chopsticks to eat before you?" Now, the Stacy family could. "How did you learn to use chopsticks? Do all pandas know how?" John asked curiously. Big White, mouth full of buns, glanced at the child and slid a box of dumplings toward him. "Thanks," John said, grabbing the dumplings with his hands and eating them eagerly. After some time, Gwen and the others finally regained their composure. "It seems he really did order all this," Mrs. Stacy acknowledged, accepting the extraordinary reality. George and Gwen exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. "Dad, I think you should reimburse me for these," Gwen said, pursing her lips with a playful smile. Chapter 9, Escape Again. "Of course, you can send the bill to the Smithsonian's zoo staff later. They will compensate you." "Will everything be compensated?" "Yes, and there will be a substantial additional compensation. We just need to ensure it doesn't run off again." "Is that so? But will Big White still be at the zoo when it returns?" Gwen asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Why do you ask that?" "You know, it's very special. I fear it might be taken away for research, and we won't see it again." "Don't worry, it's on loan from China. It's tied to international diplomacy. No one would dare harm it," George reassured her, dispelling his daughter's worries. "That's good," Gwen sighed with relief. "Actually, as a kid, I always dreamed of having a panda. But as I grew up, I realized it was an unattainable luxury. Raising a panda would be nice, but it would be better if it didn't eat so much." George considered the amount of food Big White had consumed since the morning, amazed by its seemingly bottomless appetite. Watching Big White devour the roast duck, the entire family felt their mouths water. Fortunately, their sandwiches, toast, and other orders arrived soon after. Once everyone had eaten, only a bit of soup was left on the table. Big White lazily sprawled on the carpet, closing his eyes for a nap. Meanwhile, the internet buzzed with trending topics. White Panda appears in Manhattan. Panda orders takeout using Panda app. White Panda spotted at sheriff's house. These viral videos were uploaded by the delivery man. Despite the shaky footage, it clearly showed the escaped giant panda dragging a large bag of food into the house. In Queens, Manhattan, Sheriff George was well known. Many recognized him through the video, and soon, reporters and onlookers flocked to the apartment, stopped only by the doorman. However, as the crowd grew, the doorman had no choice but to call George. "What? A large number of reporters want to see me? Why?" George asked, puzzled. "They say you have a giant panda at home and want to interview you." "No, I'm not accepting interviews now. You can tell them that zoologists from the Smithsonian in Washington will be arriving soon." "Okay, sir." Hanging up, George felt a headache coming on as he glanced at Big White, who slept like a log. It was a delight but also quite a nuisance. "Dad, is it leaving soon?" Little John approached, looking up with big eyes full of reluctance. "Yes, we can't keep a panda here. We can't provide the necessary food or ensure its health. It must return to the zoo for professional care," George explained, gently rubbing his son's face. "But didn't it eat enough at our house?" George paused. True, this panda seemed to have no dietary limits, even enjoying human food, especially steamed buns. "This panda is a bit special," he concluded, acknowledging the challenge of caring for such a creature. After a couple more disappearances, George's phone rang again. "You've arrived? Okay, come up." "Panda? Oh, it's very healthy, just ate and is sleeping now." "What did you feed it?" "Chinese food. It ordered takeout." Soon, a team from the Smithsonian Zoo, clad in their uniforms, knocked on the door. "Where is Big White? Is he uninjured?" An elderly man rushed in as soon as the door opened. He was the director of the Smithsonian Zoo. Upon receiving George's call, he quickly assembled a team to come over. "Sorry, Mr. George, that's our director. He hasn't slept since the panda escaped, so he's a bit excited," the assistant explained, shaking George's hand apologetically. "It's okay. I understand the importance of giant pandas," George replied, slightly annoyed by their haste, but sympathetic to their urgency. "He's sleeping in the living room," George said, leading them inside. But upon arrival, the panda was gone. "Hey? The panda was just here. Gwen, did you see where it went?" "Ah? I was focused on you and didn't notice it disappearing," Gwen replied, puzzled. "John." George realized his son was also missing. His wife looked equally confused. In the blink of an eye, both the panda and John had vanished. Where did they go? George wondered aloud. They're probably in the apartment. They can't have gone far. Let's look for them. Meanwhile, Big White had made his way to Gwen's bedroom. "Where are you going? Take me with you, please." Little John followed excitedly. Ignoring him, Big White proceeded to the window, climbed onto the desk, unlocked the window, and slipped out to the fire escape. Seeing John trying to follow, Big White pulled the window down, blocking the exit. "Don't follow me!" He gestured with a broad paw, shaking a finger at John before turning to descend the steep fire escape. This was the 20th floor. The fire escape was like those found in factories, made of thick iron, rusted from exposure. It was unclear if it had ever been maintained. Big White carefully navigated the stairs, taking in the surrounding environment. This was his first view of a human city since arriving in this world. Tall buildings stretched as far as the eye could see, and cars flowed continuously below. However, contrary to the bright and clear environment he expected, the scene was dim, with the air thick with haze. Chapter 10, The Great Escape. At just about a year old, Big White, the panda, was not yet an adult. His size resembled that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. Though his limbs had evolved slightly, there was no significant change in his body size. Thus, walking on the fire escape ladder, he didn't appear bloated, nor did he worry about his weight collapsing the ladder. Supporting himself on the guardrail, Big White carefully descended, avoiding looking down. To be honest, 20 floors was quite high for him, and looking down made his heart race. Meanwhile, George led the Smithsonian Zoo team around the house, searching diligently, especially in the kitchen, but they found nothing. Eventually, they focused on the bedrooms. Soon, they reached Gwen's room. Opening the door, George found his son perched on his sister's desk, peering out the window with bright eyes. "Oh, little John, what are you looking at?" George asked, checking his son for any signs of distress and feeling relieved when he found none. "Big White." He went out, opened the window, and ran away. "I saw him. He longs for freedom," little John reported earnestly. "What?" "He went out the window." The director, following closely, was alarmed by this news. He quickly approached the window and opened it. Gwen suddenly realized why Big White had been so intrigued by the window earlier. He had planned his escape all along. So clever. "It's almost like he's human," she marveled. "Perhaps we can communicate with him." "From the surveillance footage you shared, this panda is unlike any other, showing remarkable intelligence," George suggested softly to the anxious director and his team. "Of course, we thought of that, but we can't leave him outside. It's too dangerous. If he gets caught in a gunfight, the world loses a treasure," the director insisted, stepping forward to climb through the window. "No, sir, it's too risky. This is the 20th floor. The fire escape is dangerous," his staff urged, pulling him back. "Don't stop me. In danger, Big White is also in danger. I must see him." The director shook them off and stepped onto the fire escape. Leaning on the fence and looking down, a breeze whipped past, and dizziness hit him. Swallowing hard, he steadied himself, scanning the rusty fire escape below. Soon, he spotted a plush black and white figure moving below. "There! I see him! He's safe! On, he exclaimed, unable to determine the exact floor but knowing they could intercept him at the bottom. Excitement replaced his fear of heights, and he hurried back inside. "Quick! Hurry downstairs! Big White is already descending. We must intercept him before he reaches the ground," he shouted, dashing from the room with surprising agility for his age. The others quickly followed. "Dad, should we chase him?" The Stacy family was still processing the situation. "Of course," George nodded, immediately following the rush. Little John wanted to join but was stopped by his mother. "Stay with me, don't run off. It's dangerous." "No problem, let's hurry." "I hope they don't catch Big White," Little John urged, hand in his mother's. "In New York, freedom isn't friendly to pandas," Mrs. Stacy said, shaking her head but following her son swiftly. The group crammed into the elevator, growing more anxious by the second. It was past 11, lunchtime, and many apartment residents were using the elevator to head to the mall. The elevator stopped frequently, and the director grew increasingly irritable, prompting wary looks from others. Finally, after what felt like forever, they reached the first floor. As the doors opened, the director shot out like an arrow. "Maybe he should take up sprinting," someone suggested, drawing attention. I hope the panda isn't on the first floor yet. I'm certain he timed this escape, another chimed in, the staff member responsible for the panda's surveillance footage. Outside, they turned the corner to the fire escape, finding the director sitting on the ladder, looking dejected. After their delay in the elevator, Big White had already made his escape. The director took a deep breath, regaining composure. Seeing George, he seemed to remember something. George Stacy, aren't you a sheriff responsible for Queen's security? Yes, but our officers are busy chasing a criminal in tights. We might not have enough personnel to help, George replied, eyebrows raised in exasperation, sensing the gravity of the situation. The director, taken aback, approached George, eyes wide, finger pointing at his chest. Do you realize what you're saying? A criminal in tights. Don't you know the importance of a panda over a criminal? If you won't help, I'll go to the mayor of New York. He'll call you soon after I hang up, chastise you, and then you'll mobilize all officers to find the panda. Okay, George conceded, sighing as he reached for his phone to call his team. He had returned early from vacation because of reports of a masked vigilante in New York. While the vigilante caught criminals, his actions disrupted police operations, complicating their plans. Chapter 11, The Encounter. After descending the fire escape, Big White managed to avoid the crowds. Luckily, the fire escape was at the back of the apartment building. Had it been in the front, with all the reporters and onlookers, he would have been spotted immediately. Now that he had escaped, he contemplated his next move. His current appearance would undoubtedly attract attention if he ventured out, leading to photos online that would quickly bring the police or animal organizations to take him back to the zoo. Currently, he was tucked away in an alley, surrounded by debris and mess. The graffiti-covered walls starkly contrasted with the clean streets. The pungent aroma attacking his sensitive nose made him long for the clean and tidy panda house. Hiding behind a wooden box, he watched people pass by outside, grateful that no one ventured into the alley. As he contemplated his situation, a somewhat cheeky voice broke his thoughts. Hey? Who left such a brand new panda doll here? The voice called out behind him. Startled, Big White turned to see a figure clad in a black sweater, a felt hat, a red striped mask, and sunglasses. Oh my God, it moved! The young man, Peter, jumped back in surprise. Once he regained his composure, he raised an eyebrow. Hey, kid, that's quite the prank, but it's dangerous here. Can you head to the street? He approached, his brows furrowing beneath his sunglasses, sensing something off about the kid in the panda suit. Seeing the masked figure sparked an idea in Big White's mind. He could walk upright like a human, so why not wear a coat to blend in? He pointed at Peter's coat and then at himself. You want my coat? Why aren't you speaking? Peter asked hesitantly, noticing the panda's gestures. Big White nodded eagerly, letting out a whimpering sound. Oh shit, you're a real panda! Peter exclaimed, finally piecing it together. It wasn't his fault. Who would expect a panda on the streets? He recalled news he'd seen earlier and removed his sunglasses for a closer look. Are you Big White, the panda that escaped from the Smithsonian Zoo? Big White nodded, pointing again at the black hoodie. Come on, just tell me if you'll give me the coat or not. Really? My God, why are you here? Hiding in an alley. Can I touch you? I've never touched a panda, only seen them on TV. Are you really a panda? Can you open your mouth and show your teeth? It's okay if you don't want to. Oh, sorry, am I talking too much? But you're a panda. I don't know why I'm so excited, but I just can't help it. Big White listened, feeling exasperated by the chatterbox before him. It was unfortunate to be unable to speak and stuck listening to endless chatter. Just then, a commotion erupted on the street outside. Peter paused his rambling. Stay here, I'll be back to take you to the police station. With that, Peter shot a web and swung out of the alley like a spider, leaving Big White in disbelief. So, I didn't get the coat. Sniffing the sour air, Big White spotted a pile of garbage with discarded clothes in the alley's shadows. After a moment of hesitation, he found a shabby cardboard box and donned it. He cut 2 holes in the front for visibility and, on all fours, ventured out of the alley with the box on his back. Remembering his mission, he hoped to find a chance to earn some goodwill points. A cardboard box began to move, dragging along the ground. Big White peered through the makeshift holes, slowly making his way to the street. At the street corner, a mother and her little girl watched the commotion ahead. The girl noticed a box against the wall that seemed out of place. As she pondered, the box moved forward a few steps, startling her. Rubbing her eyes, she checked again, but the box remained still. Perplexed, she concluded it was a trick of the eye until the box moved once more. "Mom, Mom, the box moved by itself," she exclaimed, pulling her mother's hand and pointing. "Hush, hush, be quiet," her mother said. At that moment, a man with dreadlocks, a plaid shirt, and bell-bottoms dashed down the street, knife in hand, pursued by a black police officer with a gun. "Stop! Stop, or I'll shoot," the officer yelled. The fleeing man panicked, scanning the area before fixing his gaze on the mother and daughter. In a flash, he lunged and seized the little girl. "Ah!" she screamed as he held her hostage. "Stop! Don't come any closer," he warned, pressing the knife to her neck. "No, no, calm down. Let her go," the officer pleaded, gun still aimed. "Drop the gun." "Drop it," the man demanded, his grip tightening. The little girl, terrified, cried silently. "Please, don't hurt my daughter. I'll give you whatever you want," her mother begged, having been shoved aside. The area cleared quickly as bystanders hurried away, leaving the tense scene behind. Chapter 12, Panda Kick. Okay, calm down. I'll put the gun down," the black officer said, trying to calm the situation. He slowly placed his weapon on the ground, keeping a close eye on the assailant. Seeing the officer disarmed, the dreadlocked thug relaxed slightly, holding the little girl hostage. He glanced around, noting the crowd of onlookers. Their faces reflected fear, worry, and disdain. "You should let the girl go. Originally, you were just facing robbery charges, but taking hostages will lead to a harsher sentence," the officer advised, raising his hands to show he was unarmed. "No way, kick the gun over." "Get me a car," the thug demanded after a moment's hesitation. "I can't go back to jail. It's hell. Many of my friends have disappeared in there. Going back means death." He and his crew often targeted Asians, finding it an easier and quicker job. But recently, many of their group had gone missing, never heard from again after being arrested. "I can ensure your safety, okay," the officer replied calmly, knowing the hostage's safety was paramount. But his words sparked discontent among the crowd. "Hey, what are you saying, officer? Just shoot him. Did I hear that right? You're protecting him. We don't need you to protect us. Why is he here? Did you bring him deliberately? If it were anyone else, he would have been shot by now." The crowd's grumbling grew, fueled by racial tensions. Turner, the officer, was Brazilian. Growing up in a challenging environment, he made his way to the US and became a police officer. In New York, being a black officer brought additional pressures, especially during law enforcement. His job was more demanding, often facing racial insults. Despite this, Turner loved his job and needed it, enduring the hardships. Over time, his colleagues began to accept him, recognizing his dedication. But on the streets, situations like today were inevitable. Frustrated by the crowd's misunderstanding and the ongoing hostage situation, Turner shouted, "Shut up!" His outburst silenced the crowd, momentarily stunned. Turner took a breath, focusing on the thug, who sneered back, mocking him. "See, they look down on you, and you're trying to please them," the thug taunted, tightening his grip on the knife, motioning for Turner to kick the gun over. "All right, but relax a bit. You're choking the kid," Turner said, kicking the gun away. As the thug relaxed, the girl's face flushed, and she coughed as she was finally able to breathe. "Dina!" her mother called out, worried. The thug, about to retrieve the gun, crouched down. "Is the sniper in position?" Turner whispered into his headset, seizing the opportunity. "Finding a spot. Sheriff George is here with backup." As the words echoed, sirens blared and police cars arrived. The thug, hearing the sirens, panicked, fumbling with the gun. Nearby, hidden in a box, Big White watched the dagger at the girl's neck. When the thug's attention wavered at the sound of sirens, the dagger transformed in Big White's mind into a tempting chicken wing. He burst from the box and leaped. "Ah!" The thug screamed as Big White's jaws clamped onto his wrist, making him drop the dagger. Holding the girl, Big White released his grip, jumped again, twisted, and delivered a powerful kick. "Ada!" George, exiting his car, along with the police and onlookers, stood stunned, witnessing an unforgettable sight. A giant panda, cradling a little girl, leaped and delivered a flawless kick to the thug's head. Bang! The blow was solid, and the thug collapsed silently. Kung Fu! China! A voice exclaimed excitedly, energizing the crowd. "Oh shit! What did I just see? Mom! I saw a panda doing Kung Fu! My god! It's Big White, the panda with mysterious Eastern powers, in New York. Didn't the Smithsonian take him away? This panda must be the reincarnation of a martial arts master." Once the initial shock wore off, the crowd and police buzzed with excitement, snapping photos of the heroic panda. "Thank you." The rescued girl looked up at Big White with wide eyes, her fear replaced by gratitude. "You're welcome," Big White replied, patting her head with his paw, leaving a fine layer of dust in her hair. Chapter 13, The Parker Family. "Sorry." Big White quickly retracted his paw, apologizing with a soft cry, the red inside his mouth appearing a bit intimidating. "Dina! Are you okay?" Her mother rushed over, holding Dina's face with concern before hugging her tightly, as if afraid to let go. "Good points +5, Big White's internal system chimed, acknowledging his good deed. Seeing the little girl safe, Big White prepared to leave. But as he turned, he noticed George and a team of officers quietly approaching. "Big White, come back with me, okay?" George called out awkwardly. Ignoring him, Big White sniffed the air, catching sight of a church nearby where a man with a red hood and sunglasses was perched. Peter had chased a criminal with long blonde hair on 19th Street but found no star-shaped tattoo on his wrist. Returning, he witnessed Big White's impressive kick. "Run!" As George approached cautiously, Big White bolted like a wild horse, heading straight for the man in the red hood. "No, no! Please! Big White! Don't run!" George shouted helplessly, chasing after him. Once a serious sheriff, he now found himself exasperated by this unpredictable panda. "Call the team with anesthetic darts, quickly," he ordered into his headset, sprinting after Big White. Peter, realizing the panda was pursuing him, shot a web and swung away, unsure why Big White was following. What unfolded was an extraordinary chase through the streets. Above the city, a mysterious man with sunglasses and a red hood swung gracefully. On the ground, the panda showcased parkour skills, leaping over cars, fences, and bridge piers, occasionally clinging to a car, glancing up at the mysterious figure above to take shortcuts. Behind them, a group of officers gave chase, with police cars clearing the way, tracking the panda's movements. Queens was abuzz. Every time Big White dashed through a new area, onlookers gasped in awe, followed by a huffing police pursuit. Meanwhile, online, Big White, whose fame had recently surged, was trending once more. Kung Fu Panda. A panda with mysterious Eastern powers. Big White appeared in Manhattan and saved a little girl from a gangster. The coolest flying kick. Passers-by screamed. The director of the Smithsonian Zoo stressed the need to ensure Big White's safety. It's a global treasure. Videos of Big White's street parkour flooded the internet, his agile and lucky maneuvers reminiscent of a kung fu superstar from his homeland. The video of Big White's heroic kick, rescuing the little girl, quickly became the most viewed. The term kung fu was again trending alongside his name. Even beyond the United States, Big White's escapades caught attention back home, as the panda was on loan from his native country. As night fell, New York City gleamed with lights, bustling with activity, more so in Queens than before. People roamed the streets, overpasses, parks, and even sewers. In the sky, helicopters hovered, searchlights scanning the streets. Everyone was searching for the elusive Big White. Following the panda's disappearance, the Smithsonian Zoo announced a $100,000 reward for his capture. Despite a lengthy pursuit, Big White vanished alongside the mysterious figure in the sky. Now, in addition to police and animal protection organizations, ordinary citizens, lured by the reward, scoured Queens for signs of the panda. Public facility repair crews were also busy, as Big White inadvertently damaged many structures during his escape. Meanwhile, in uptown Queens, a quieter, suburban area away from the city's center, May Parker stood outside her home, looking at her nephew and the panda beside him in surprise. "Hi, Aunt May," Peter said, removing his hood and sunglasses to reveal his curly hair and thin face, greeting her awkwardly. May Parker, in her 40s or 50s, was thin and pale, visibly worn from the recent loss of her husband, Ben, who was tragically shot not long ago. "What is this?" Her focus was on Big White. Startled by Peter's greeting, she hesitantly inquired. "As you can see, it's a panda. For certain reasons, I had to bring him home." "You can pet him," Peter explained, eyeing Big White with a playful threat, then lifting him for Aunt May to see. "Bing!" Big White chirped in a baby-like voice, trying to be endearing, hoping for dinner from the kind aunt. "Oh, he's adorable," Aunt May's heart melted, reaching to embrace Big White, momentarily setting aside her doubts. The trio, 2 humans and a panda, entered the house. Later, Peter played the role of waiter, shuttling between the kitchen and dining table. At the table, Big White sat alone on a chair, devouring the food Peter brought. In the kitchen, Aunt May happily cooked, her pallor replaced with a rosy glow, her once lifeless demeanor now vibrant. "Peter! Buy more steak, eggs, and some noodles," Aunt May called, checking the fridge, her voice carrying into the living room where Peter was washing plates. "Okay, will do," Peter replied, casting a glance at the panda still engrossed in the steak, feeling a strange heaviness in his chest. Finally, Peter finished washing the last plate, removed his apron, and stepped out of the kitchen. "He's like a little chubby elf," Aunt May cooed, happily petting the panda in the living room, her spirits lifted by their unexpected guest. Chapter 14, Peter's room. Peter sat down heavily next to Big White, causing a noise. Aunt May, startled, glanced at him with mild annoyance before returning her attention to Big White. Peter shrugged, feeling a bit helpless, but seeing Aunt May so happy, he decided not to disturb her. He even considered keeping the peculiar panda at home to keep her company. However, the thought of Big White's unique status and insatiable appetite quickly dispelled that notion. "This is a panda," not a pet. Pandas are only native to China, the country's national treasure. Other nations can only borrow them as symbols of peaceful diplomacy. With such a significant identity, any misstep could be disastrous. If not for Big White's persistence in following him, and the police close behind Peter wouldn't have brought him home. Big White had a monstrous appetite, having devoured everything in their house. Peter had even gone out to buy additional supplies. Seemingly full, Big White dozed off on the sofa. With a moment to herself, Aunt May turned to Peter. "Peter, I think you need to explain this." "Well, it's just a coincidence. As I was heading home, this panda suddenly jumped from a tree and latched onto me. It's the giant panda that went missing from the Smithsonian Zoo in Washington last night." Peter scratched his head, explaining vaguely, eyebrows raised. Big White. While engulfed in her own grief lately, Aunt May had heard about Big White's escapades on the news. His story was making waves in New York, broadcasted on every station. However, she hadn't expected Peter to bring him home. "Yes, I'll call the Smithsonian Zoo once he's asleep and have them come over," Peter assured her. "That's good, but it seems different from the rumors. Don't pandas eat fresh bamboo?" Recalling the steak, chicken, and noodles Big White devoured, she was puzzled. This panda is a bit special. You'll understand after checking the news online. He's all over the forums," Peter said, realizing Aunt May might not believe him otherwise. A panda capable of flying kicks defied conventional wisdom. "Well, you should rest. You have school tomorrow," Aunt May nodded, pulling out her phone. "Okay, good night." Peter hugged her, then grabbed his bag and headed upstairs. But just then, Big White, who had been dozing, suddenly hopped off the sofa and followed Peter upstairs. "Oh, come back!" Aunt May called, concerned about disturbing Peter's rest, especially since she needed to contact the zoo. "It's okay, Aunt May, he just likes me. He won't disrupt my school schedule," Peter reassured her with a smile. "I didn't know you liked animals so much. Maybe after he's gone, we can consider getting a pet. We'll see. Good night." Peter waved, heading to his room with Big White in tow. Bang! Once inside, Big White stopped pretending, standing upright and exploring the room. Soon, he discovered a small studio. "Elastic material," he muttered, inspecting a mold containing something like red glue. Nearby was a set of web shooters, with a strand of webbing connected to a target on the wall. Big White gave it a tug, testing its strength and elasticity. "Hey, what are you doing?" Peter, having set his backpack down, hurried over and removed Big White's paw from the webbing. "Forget it," Big White muttered, eyeing the drawings on the desk. His interest piqued, he climbed onto a chair, grabbed a drawing, and examined it. The drawing depicted a red and blue costume, head to toe, with spider web patterns and a thin spider emblem on the chest and back, complete with black eye sockets on the hood. "Please! Don't touch my drawings! Can you even understand them?" Peter hurried over, reclaiming the drawings. Big White glanced at him, pointing to the drawings, then at himself. "What? You want me to make you a suit too?" Peter asked, intrigued by Big White's gestures. Big White nodded, then shook his head. "Yes, or no?" Peter was puzzled. Big White pondered, then jumped from the chair, performing a shadow boxing starting pose. Peter was still at a loss. Sighing, Big White placed his hands together, one in front of his chest and the other behind the midline. "Fist combat! That's fist combat, I know it!" Peter exclaimed as Big White struck the pose. "Yeah!" Breathing a sigh of relief, Big White pointed to the drawings again, then to himself, and struck the fist combat pose once more. Peter furrowed his brow, contemplating. "You want me to design a martial arts costume for you?" Big White gazed at him, exasperated, pointing to his belly and soft fur. I'm so big, is a tight suit really suitable for me? Come on, I don't get it. And I'm sending you back soon. If you want a souvenir, how about a small spider toy? Peter sighed, feeling the futility of communicating through gestures alone. Roar! Big White growled indignantly, unhappy with the idea of being sent back. He had just escaped, and now they wanted to return him? Okay, I won't send you back, but we can't support you here. If you return, you'll have all sorts of delicious food, a nutritionist, and regular health checks. Outside, your diet won't be balanced, and you'll have no one to care for you if you fall ill. Isn't that right? Peter tried to reason with him. Ignoring him, Big White eyed the bed and leapt onto it, eager to see if he had enough points to unlock the ability to speak. Oh no! Get down! You're dirtying my bed. Aunt May will be upset, Peter fretted, rushing to remove Big White from the sheets now marked with paw prints. Chapter 15, Speaking. Please, come down quickly. Ah! Peter grappled with Big White, trying to pull him off the bed. But Big White's paws clung tightly to the sheet, threatening to tear it with any excessive force. Fortunately, Peter had recently become more familiar with his strength, otherwise, the sheets would have been shredded by now. 56 points of destruction, 6 points of goodness, Big White pondered in his mind, absorbed in the system's calculations. How many points are needed to evolve the language talent? The language talent evolution requires the exchange of specified good points. How many points? 5 points. Hey? It can evolve? Why wasn't there a prompt? Big White was taken aback. He hadn't expected it could be exchanged. Typically, the system would notify him once enough points were accumulated. Good points exchange belongs to skill attributes, not evolution, and the host needs to make a choice. Why didn't you say it earlier? Big White thought, reflecting on his earlier efforts to communicate through gestures. Peter, what are you doing? Aunt May's voice called from downstairs, noticing the commotion. It's okay. Just playing with the panda. It's a bit naughty. Okay, just be careful not to hurt it. Peter, still struggling to get Big White off the bed, was speechless. This is a panda. No matter how cute, it's still a bear. Shouldn't she be more concerned about him? Let go. Don't hold me, a deep, honest voice suddenly interrupted. Peter. Who's talking? He released Big White instantly and scanned the room, alert. It's me. I don't like being held by a man, the voice reiterated. Peter's gaze fixed on the panda on the bed. Is it, you talking? He stared at Big White, astonished. Of course, there are only 2 of us in this room unless someone tragically died here before, Big White replied, sitting up, savoring the moment. Oh my god! It's really you! A panda? Talking! I must be dreaming! A talking panda! Peter exclaimed, hands on his head, eyes wide with shock. You, a human who can spin silk and swing like Tarzan from buildings, are not so different, Big White remarked nonchalantly, spreading his paws. This is completely different. I was bitten by a genetically altered spider, and my DNA changed. And you're a panda. No one would experiment on you. Peter spluttered, gesticulating wildly. He had accepted his genetic changes after solving the decay rate algorithm and integrating it successfully. I evolved and learned to awaken on my own. This world is full of wonders, anything is possible, Big White said, tilting his head. Peter took a deep breath, calming himself. Given the panda's previous eccentric behavior, he quickly accepted the idea of a talking panda. Okay, since we can communicate now, please get off my bed. He pointed sternly at the bed. Then you have to make me a set of clothes, and by the way, your web shooter, and then send me back to Sheriff George's house, Big White proposed, considering ways to resolve the current predicament. His appetite was significant, and Peter's family couldn't sustain him. To eat well and manage his freedom, he needed to communicate with the Smithsonian Zoo. Returning to Gwen's house meant he could follow George, catch criminals, earn points, and have a steady location for food deliveries from the zoo. However, he needed a plan. As compensation, you can call on me if you need anything in the future. My identity might prove useful. Then can you help me wash the sheets? Peter asked, eyeing the claw marks on the sheets. If you're not afraid of them being shredded, I don't mind, Big White replied, flexing his sharp claws. Okay, I'll pass. Peter rolled his eyes and turned to his desk, switching on the lamp. You can get down now. It's dirty anyway. What's there to be afraid of? Big White muttered, hopping off the bed and heading to the desk. Well, I need a stool, he observed, eyeing the tabletop at his chin level. I only have a chair. Grab a box from over there, Peter suggested, pointing to some boxes. No, I'll just climb up. Big White grabbed the table's edge, attempting to climb, but his short legs made it difficult. Ha ha ha, Peter laughed, watching Big White's legs flail comically. Didn't you run so well before? Why can't you climb a table now? I was starving and saw you as a moving ham. Now I'm full and don't feel like moving, Big White quipped, giving up. Help me up. Okay, okay. Peter lifted Big White with a chuckle, placing him on the desk. Thankfully, the desk was spacious enough. Though cramped with Big White, it was stable. What kind of clothes do you want? Martial arts? Hero from Dragon Country. Peter recalled Big White's earlier moves and asked. No, I want the clothes of a Dragon Country hero, with a bamboo hat and a loose gown. Big White described the attire from the game Tai Chi Panda. Peter opened his computer, searching for martial arts costumes. You can buy these online. Why ask me to make them? Peter remarked, realizing Big White assumed all clothes were handmade. I want elastic material. I grow quickly and don't want frequent changes. And your web shooter should be installed on my arms, Big White replied. You're demanding. Peter raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, I'll repay you. If you need help, I can assist. My status might be useful. Help me? How? I can ask city friends. They know more than humans. Chapter 16, Code Design. Other partners. Peter was puzzled. It's mice, cats, dogs, raccoons, squirrels. Just tell me where the person disappeared, and I'll ask around, Big White explained, gesturing with his paw. When I escaped, I had help from a baby elephant companion. Otherwise, you'd have to drive to Washington to see me. Really? Peter was skeptical. You should gather some supplies. I can't ask for help empty-handed, Big White suggested, tapping the table and pointing to the computer. Order some cat food, dog food, and rat food online. That should cover it. Oh my god, you're just like a human, Peter remarked, surprised by Big White's behavior. It's not that animals lack awareness, they just aren't as smart as humans. A bit of human savvy goes a long way among animals, Big White said, urging him to order the food. Okay, but online shopping is slow. We can get it from the mall tomorrow, Peter replied, eager to track down the robber who killed his Uncle Ben but aware it was too late tonight. So, hurry up with the coat, or I'll roam the city and cause chaos, Big White warned. I get it, Peter replied, imagining the consequences of a giant panda on the loose, especially one as unique as Big White. Even the Eastern Land might intervene if necessary. Peter got to work on designing a coat for Big White, finding a sense of purpose in the task. His spirits lifted as he focused on the design. He took the task seriously, even adding features to the hat. The hat is fine, but the pants need to be strong. I don't want them tearing during a fight, Big White reminded. Being underage and furry, it wasn't noticeable now, but as he grew, the pants needed to be durable. I doubt anyone would dare hit you, Peter teased, pausing his drawing to look at Big White. This place is chaotic. There was a hijacking on my first day out. I might get caught in something, Big White replied, scratching an itch behind his ear. I'm going to follow Sheriff George to be a police officer, earn my keep, and face criminals. There will be fights, Big White continued. Even if I'm a precious panda, my safety isn't guaranteed, he added. Since you know it's dangerous, why are you running around? Peter asked, reaching out to pet him. I want to be a hero like the Eastern Knights. I can't be confined to a zoo, Big White replied, swatting Peter's hand away. Eastern Knights? Like in stories? Peter inquired. Just focus on my clothes and send me off, Big White insisted, pointing at the drawing. Once your coat is ready, I'll help you find someone, Peter promised, feeling inspired by a new idea. He began searching online for Eastern dragon and hero imagery. Wow, these dragon designs are amazing, Peter marveled, browsing images of 5-clawed golden dragons and mythical palaces. With Big White's input, they finalized a generous costume design. Wow, you're a talented artist, Big White praised, examining the design under the light. The drawing depicted a grey-gold outfit with a wide-brimmed hat featuring a dragon motif. The coat was grey with golden silk lines forming a dragon pattern. Grey-gold wrist guards replaced the web shooters on Big White's arms. The pants were grey with a grid pattern, durable and understated. The ensemble was elegant yet mysterious, with a touch of ancient charm. How's it look? Peter asked, proud of his work. Fantastic! I love it! Big White exclaimed, admiring the design and imagining wearing it. Can I pet you now? Peter asked with a grin. No. Big White refused, reluctantly handing the drawing back. I hope it turns out as good as it looks on paper. Come on, I just want to feel your fur. I worked hard on this, Peter protested. Not a chance. I'm not a pet, Big White declared, hopping off the desk and heading to the window. Let's go. We might find you a girlfriend, he joked, opening the window with a paw. The windows in American homes tended to slide up, and Peter's was no exception. Peter grabbed his red hood and sunglasses, placing an empty backpack on the ground. Earlier, you didn't mind Aunt May petting you, Peter noted, preparing to carry Big White. She made me a great dinner. It was my way of making amends, Big White replied, stepping into the backpack. Peter extended the straps, securing Big White behind him like a bundle. I cooked and cleaned for you. Where's my compensation? You're too ugly. What? You, a panda, have human standards? I happen to be handsome, thank you very much, Peter retorted, donning his sunglasses and leaping from the window with Big White, ready for their adventure. Chapter 17, A Surprised Gwen. Pfft! A strand of web shot from Peter's hand, connecting to a streetlight as they swung away from home. I could just drop you off, save myself some hassle, Peter teased. Then you'd spend the rest of your life in prison, leaving poor Aunt May all alone, Big White retorted. You mentioned introducing me to a girlfriend? With your taste, I'm not hopeful. Then let's not bother, Big White replied. Guided by Big White, Peter navigated through Queens, dodging helicopter searches, and arrived at the Wall Apartments on Roosevelt Road, number 2016. Reporters crowded the apartment's entrance, hoping to catch Sheriff George for an interview. Meanwhile, the Smithsonian Zoo staff had gone to the New York Administration Building to meet the mayor. Carrying Big White, Peter discreetly climbed the fire escape to the 20th floor. It was around 10 o'clock, and with nightlife just beginning, few had settled down, including young people like Gwen. She's not here. Peter peered through the window, not spotting the person Big White had mentioned. "Let me down," Big White said, slipping off Peter's back and avoiding his hand that tried to reach his head. He approached the window. "She's usually here. We'll wait for her to return and let us in." "All right. I'll wait with you," Peter said, squatting beside the window. His attention soon shifted to a row of photo frames on the opposite wall. "Is the person you're talking about Gwen?" Peter asked, recognizing a familiar face in the photos. "Yes, how do you know her? Is she famous?" Big White asked, surprised. "No, she's my classmate," Peter admitted, sounding nervous. "A secret crush?" "Yes, she's beautiful and different. I've imagined things with her," Peter confessed, feeling comfortable sharing with a panda. "Oh, but you said my taste was bad." Peter. He realized he might have been too quick to judge. Before he could respond, Gwen entered the room, wearing a blue sweater and holding her phone, seemingly searching for something. "Knock, knock." The noise caught Gwen's attention as she searched for news about Big White. Seeing Big White outside the window, her eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my God, when did you come back? This is the 20th floor. Did anyone see you?" she exclaimed, opening the window and bringing Big White inside. "Are you hungry?" Big White nodded. After Gwen brought him in, Peter left a note not to reveal his identity and quietly slipped away. Once inside, Gwen closed the window and pulled the curtains. "The whole of Queens is looking for you. My dad isn't home, he's out searching too. I didn't expect you back so soon. How did you manage it?" she asked, playfully squeezing Big White's cheeks. "A mysterious friend helped me hide and brought me back," Big White explained. "Ah!" Gwen shrieked, startled by Big White speaking, and took a step back. Big White folded his arms, ready for the familiar reaction. Gwen recovered from the shock, eyeing Big White suspiciously. "Did you just talk?" Big White tilted his head innocently. Gwen scrutinized him, then began inspecting his fur, looking for a device. But as she moved toward a sensitive area, Big White intervened. "Hey! You can't touch there! I'll get shy," he protested, pushing her hand away with his paw. Gwen's eyes widened. "Oh shoot! You really are talking!" Her reaction mirrored Peter's shock, though more pronounced. Dash. After some time, Gwen accepted that the panda could indeed talk. "So, you can really talk?" "Of course. If your ears are bad, pretend you misheard," Big White shrugged, lying down. The day's activity rivaled months of exercise at the zoo. Why not sit? He'd wait for Peter's coat to be ready. "When did you start talking?" "Just today?" Gwen asked, cautiously reaching to touch him. "Yeah, a little stroll and I could talk," Big White replied, yawning. "It's incredible. I've only heard parrots talk, never pandas," Gwen remarked, searching her phone for talking panda records, finding none. "Well," Big White murmured. "Maybe you're unique. I wonder if there are records in Eastern Land," Gwen mused, noticing Big White had dozed off. "Asleep?" She poked him gently, getting no reaction. The room fell silent. Gwen watched Big White until a knock on the door brought her back to reality. "Gwen, it's a snack. Your dad won't make it home tonight, so let's not wait." "Okay, I'll be there," Gwen replied, shaking off her disbelief. Looking at Big White, she grabbed her phone. "Hey, Dad, you can come back. We've found Big White." "Really? I'll send a picture." "Okay, I'll keep an eye on him." Chapter 18, George arrives. George had tracked the mysterious red-hooded figure from Midtown to Uptown, using hidden surveillance and small clues after losing sight of him. At this moment, George was in his police car, listening to reports coming in over the radio. So far, All reports had the same conclusion, no new sightings. After ending a call, George eagerly opened the picture sent by Gwen. Yes. Fantastic, he exclaimed as he saw Panda Big White peacefully sleeping. He clenched his fist and struck the steering wheel in excitement. If he weren't driving, he might have jumped for joy. After a day of searching, Big White was finally found and in his own home. Without worrying about how the panda got there, George just wanted to see Big White as soon as possible. Reaching a fork in the road, George turned the police car toward Roosevelt Road in Uptown. He chose not to inform the Animal Protection Organization or the Smithsonian Zoo until he confirmed Big White's presence at his house, avoiding another potential wild goose chase. All units, cease the search and await further instructions, he announced over the walkie-talkie. Received. Has Big White been found? A female officer inquired over the radio. Yes, but I need to verify. Everyone's been working hard today, so take a break. I'll confirm soon. Understood. Arriving at his doorstep, George hesitated to knock. He took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and recalled events from the morning when Big White had disappeared. There was no doubt Big White was highly intelligent, evident from his time at both the zoo and their home. He had managed to escape via the fire escape, aware of the zoo staff's impending arrival. Would Big White run again, knowing George was back? After a moment of reflection, George called Gwen. Gwen, is Big White still there? Of course, he's still asleep. Are you home? Gwen asked, glancing at Big White sprawled on the floor. That's great. I'm at the door now, so keep an eye on him, George replied, relieved, and knocked on the door. You're here. Gwen thought the call was odd but shrugged it off, returning to her snack and watching the sleeping panda. She was glad Big White was resting, otherwise, their newly bought food might have disappeared. As she ate, pondering Big White's day out, a knock interrupted her thoughts. Knock, knock. The sound jolted Gwen, and she opened the door with her toast still in her mouth. Dad, why didn't you call? Is Big White still here? George, still in uniform, peeked in, spotting Big White between the bed and window. Phew. Great, he sighed, fully relaxing. Dad, I need to tell you something, Gwen said hesitantly, finishing her toast. About the panda. George gestured toward Big White, speaking softly. Yes, you won't believe what else this panda can do, Gwen pondered how best to explain. Go ahead, I can handle anything bizarre about this panda, George assured her, recalling Big White's earlier antics. Okay. Big White, he can talk, Gwen revealed, gauging her dad's reaction. Silence enveloped the room, like someone had pressed pause. Even prepared, George struggled to accept the revelation. Talk? In English? Or another language? English, Gwen confirmed. He's been here long enough to speak it. Is it possible you misheard? His other antics are extraordinary. Please, he spoke American English, and we communicated, Gwen insisted. All right. I need to think. A talking panda that uses chopsticks and works hard. George mused, realizing this panda might surpass him in skills. I researched the Eastern land, and they describe him as a perfect panda, Gwen added, sharing her findings. Like a legendary creature, she suggested. Does he have any other strange abilities? George asked, intrigued. Isn't this enough? Gwen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a panda with mythical characteristics, one that knows how to work. I wonder if he can cook, George joked. After some discussion, George half believed Gwen's account. Without witnessing it firsthand, such tales seemed implausible. It was like Big White's flying kick despite witnesses, many online doubted it, as it defied conventional understanding. Returning from Washington had been surreal. The missing zoo panda found in their trunk, devouring everything but tomatoes before escaping. Later, rescuing a girl from robbers, only to vanish again. The entire city buzzed, the police and animal organizations in a frenzy. And now, Big White had returned, peacefully napping in his daughter's room. With this newfound understanding, George and Gwen faced the extraordinary reality of their peculiar guest. Chapter 19, A Critical Decision. But now, a pressing issue loomed before George: how to handle this extraordinary panda. Normally, returning Big White to the Smithsonian Zoo would be straightforward. However, this panda was different, highly intelligent. Its morning escape made it clear that it didn't want to return to the zoo. After disappearing for a day, Big White returned to their home, seemingly intending to stay. After a brief struggle, George decided to contact the director of the Smithsonian Zoo, sharing the latest news about Big White. Regardless of the situation, Big White technically belonged to the Smithsonian Zoo. Keeping him at home, with the food intake he required, would eventually raise suspicions. It couldn't be kept secret. Additionally, a panda like Big White could easily attract unwanted attention. The zoo seemed a safer haven. After explaining the situation to the zoo director, George hung up, then informed his colleagues that the search was over. With all notifications sent, he glanced at the peacefully sleeping panda and shook his head in amazement. This guy is sleeping soundly. If those searching for him knew, they'd be astounded. Dad, do we really have to send him away? Gwen asked, clearly reluctant. Yes, but I've spoken with the mayor. If negotiations go well, he might stay in New York, and a special panda pavilion could be built for him. But for now, we need to keep a close eye on him. After the zoo escape and Big White's daring rescue, the panda had captured America's attention, becoming an internet sensation. The potential value he held was immense. Using Big White's influence wisely could significantly boost the cultural and economic profile of a city. The panda economy is a formidable force, and Big White's unique status could generate unimaginable wealth. Perhaps even a simple live broadcast could make stock prices soar. Sigh. Maybe I should take a leave from school, Gwen mused. If this continued, sleep would remain elusive. While you're awake, email your teachers or ask friends to cover for you, George suggested. Okay. Meanwhile, at the mayor's office, the Smithsonian Zoo director and Animal Protection Association staff, having received George's update, headed toward Midtown Queens. Mayor Adams, now that our zoo's panda has been located, we won't trouble you further, the director said to a middle-aged man beside him, subtly promoting the zoo's achievements. Adams Dillon, New York City's mayor, was a retired military officer turned lawyer, elected through a citizen vote. Unlike a committee-appointed mayor, he wielded significant executive power akin to a president. With a handsome face, half-framed glasses, deep-set eyes, neatly combed hair, and a tailored suit, he exuded knowledge and authority. He had actively assisted the Smithsonian Zoo and Animal Protection in searching for Big White following his disappearance in Queens, Manhattan. Like many, he recognized the panda's value and harbored thoughts of his own. Haha, no problem. I'm eager to see this extraordinary panda myself, Adams said, gesturing for the director to enter the car first. Though smiling, his words carried an undeniable authority. The director hesitated but complied, silently hoping Washington's officials would arrive swiftly. If delayed, Big White might remain in New York. The animal protection staff remained silent. Their priority was the panda's safety, regardless of location. The black Lincoln left Executive Square, followed by a white van carrying team members and an iron cage equipped with tranquilizer guns. Back at Gwen's room, George sat, eating a sandwich his wife made, keeping a vigilant eye on the sleeping Big White, fearing he'd vanish again. Gwen lay on her bed, engrossed in her phone, researching pandas, kung fu, and folklore. As she delved deeper, various real cases and legends made her wonder about the existence of creatures like ghosts, witches, and vampires. "George, Mayor Adams is here," Mrs. Stacy announced, opening the bedroom door. Behind her were Adams, the zoo director, and guards armed with tranquilizer guns to prevent any harm from the panda. However, in such tight quarters, tranquilizers might not act swiftly enough if the panda turned aggressive. Hearing Mrs. Stacy, Big White's ears perked slightly. George quickly set his sandwich aside, standing to greet the mayor. "Mayor Adams, welcome. I've been watching this panda closely, he's still asleep," George said, showing respect for the mayor. "Good. I'm curious about this panda." "Let me have a look," Adams replied. "Certainly." As George turned to lead them, Gwen's sudden exclamation interrupted. "Hey, Big White, what are you doing?" George's heart raced as he spun around, seeing Big White on the desk, opening the window. "Don't use the tranquilizer," Adams commanded, stopping the guards from shooting. At 20 floors up, a tranquilizer could cause Big White to fall dangerously. With the window unlocked, Big White easily slipped out, rolling onto the fire escape. Without hesitation, he approached the edge, poised to jump. "No, no, no! Don't jump!" George shouted, fear gripping him as he leaned out the window. Adams and the others tensed, watching the unfolding drama with bated breath. Chapter 20, Negotiation. If a panda were to jump off a building in front of you, would you panic? Everyone present certainly did. Standing on the 20th floor, the thought of Big White jumping and becoming a tragic spectacle terrified them. "Hey! Please, buddy, calm down. Don't be impulsive. I know you understand me. If there's anything you need, we can talk it out, okay?" George called out, leaning through the window, his voice laced with fear. At that moment, George felt as if the universe had sent this panda to test him. Twice now, when things seemed under control, chaos ensued at the last minute. No one dared to make a sudden move, all eyes locked on the panda poised at the edge of the fire escape. Big White himself was in a predicament. Standing so high up, on an exposed fire escape, the dizzying view of the street below made him lightheaded. His short legs trembled slightly. If it weren't for the promise of freedom and a life without want, he wouldn't have resorted to this dramatic tactic. Hearing the anxious voices behind him, he took a few steps back, satisfied that his point was made, and turned around. Mayor Adams, observing from inside, noted Big White's behavior thoughtfully. Seeing Big White turn around, the zoo director, nearly breathless with tension, finally relaxed, as did George and the others. Good boy," George murmured, extending a hand as if to coax Big White with sheer will. For a moment, George believed Big White was calming down, so he tentatively moved toward the window. But as soon as his foot crossed the threshold, Big White turned back toward the edge. No, I'm staying back. I won't come closer," George exclaimed, retreating hastily. Big White paused, his eyes fixated on Gwen inside. Adams couldn't help but find amusement in the scene, viewing it as a clever performance rather than a genuine crisis. This panda was remarkably intelligent, displaying none of the wild, irrational stress of typical animals. Instead, he resembled a mischievous child, full of charm and a touch of defiance. When George withdrew, acknowledging Big White's wish to keep his distance, Gwen spoke up. "Dad, I think he wants to talk to me," Gwen said, noticing Big White's gaze. She wondered why he hadn't spoken yet, suspecting the presence of too many people made him uneasy. "All right, but be cautious. If he shows any unusual behavior, stop immediately," George advised, aware of Big White's apparent fondness for Gwen. "No, let me speak to him first. After all, he grew up under my care," the director interjected, concerned about Gwen's capability. "Remember, when Big White reappeared, he chose Gwen's room, not yours," George countered, stopping the director. "That speaks volumes. I can see the panda seems attached to her, so let her try, Adams agreed. Fine, but ensure nothing happens to Big White, the director conceded. No guarantees, George replied with a shrug, signaling Gwen to proceed. Gwen nodded confidently and approached the window. As she stepped onto the fire escape, everyone watched with bated breath. Fortunately, Big White remained calm, appearing expectant as Gwen drew closer. Phew! Good, George sighed, seeing the situation progress smoothly. Don't worry, we won't harm you. If you have something to say, you can tell me, Gwen assured, relaxing once on the fire escape. Big White pointed at the window behind her, mimicking a closing motion. Close the window? Gwen asked. Big White nodded. You want to talk to me alone without them listening? Big White rolled his eyes, gesturing for her to hurry. I didn't expect you to be a panda who keeps secrets, Gwen teased, feeling at ease. She shut the window, ignoring the curious faces inside. Okay, what do you want to say or do? Gwen asked. Big White glanced at the window, noting the faces pressed against it, then motioned for Gwen to come closer. Once they were out of earshot, Big White spoke. Next time people come, warn me. You know I don't want to go back, Big White said softly. But you're a panda, and it's dangerous outside. I like you, but they won't let us keep you, Gwen explained. I understand. Who are these people? Big White asked, gesturing to the unfamiliar faces. The mayor of New York City and animal protection staff. One runs the city, the other protects animals globally. You must be quite important, Gwen replied. Tell them I need freedom. I promise not to harm people, but I want to follow your dad, become a police panda, and catch criminals for food, Big White proposed. Occasionally, I can participate in events to promote New York, but I want a share of the rewards. With a newfound understanding, Gwen listened intently, ready to convey Big White's terms to those waiting inside. Chapter 21, The Quarrel. If they insist on taking me, I'll jump from here and become a pancake, Big White declared, pointing below. Despite his words, he had no intention of actually jumping. After all, as a panda, there would be many opportunities in the future. Well, I didn't expect you to know how precious you are, Gwen chuckled, patting his head. The panda's serious demeanor made his words amusingly endearing. I won't leave until those who want to capture me are gone. Those are my terms. No, it's too dangerous here. You might roll off while sleeping, Gwen worriedly protested. Just go and tell them my demands first. Can't you tell them yourself? Gwen asked, puzzled. I need to maintain some mystery. If they find out I can talk, I'll be bombarded with endless questions, Big White explained. Indeed, if people knew he could communicate, curiosity would lead to countless inquiries. True, Gwen agreed, recalling her own flood of questions when she first heard him speak. Without his nap, she'd have stayed up all night out of curiosity. Say we have telepathy, and you're the only one I trust to communicate with, Big White suggested. That's clever. They'll have to consider it. I'll head back now. Be careful, Gwen said, glancing nervously at the height outside before carefully making her way back inside. As soon as she entered the bedroom, George and the others eagerly surrounded her, demanding news about Big White. How did it go? Why didn't you bring him back? The director asked, frustration evident in his voice. Calm down and let her explain, Adams interjected sternly. You can't see it yet. George added. This panda has intelligence and doesn't want to return to the zoo. If the panda displays a clear will, we should reconsider. Forcing it back could lead to depression, the animal protection representative suggested. Quiet. Let her speak, Adams commanded, silencing the director's protest. Under their watchful eyes, Gwen relayed Big White's requests, adding explanations to ensure understanding. What? It wants to be a police panda with me. Jump off a building? Refuses to return even if it means dying. Telepathy? You can communicate with it. It wants the Animal Protection Association to guarantee its right to freedom. Gwen's revelations elicited disbelief. The director, especially, looked skeptical, suspecting they fabricated this story to keep the panda. Yes, Big White said if the captors didn't leave, he would stay there forever. If they dared to raid while he slept, he'd find a way to escape or worse. That's all, Gwen concluded, sitting down as the group absorbed her words. The room fell silent as they exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Finally, the animal protection representative spoke. I believe this panda has a high level of intelligence and a survival instinct. Returning it to the zoo could be fatal, causing the loss of a precious creature. Releasing it into the wild, back to its original habitat, might be best. What? That's absurd. A zoo-born panda can't survive in the wild, the director retorted angrily, pointing at Gwen. This is just a child's tale. Why trust it? Unless Big White speaks directly, who knows if this is a ploy to keep the panda, he continued. George was incensed. You think we orchestrated this disappearance? I saw the panda leave through the window. You rallied all of New York for a search based on your claims, the director argued. Who's joking now? Are you saying I'm lying? George fired back. Stay focused on the panda. The argument can wait, the animal protection member urged, trying to calm the heated exchange. Gwen, feeling wronged, joined the fray, defending their account. Adams frowned at the escalating voices and glanced outside. He was taken aback to see Big White's face pressed against the glass, watching the commotion with interest. The panda quietly opened the window and reached for a snack Gwen had left in the corner. Adams chuckled at the sight, solidifying his decision regarding Big White's future. Stop! Everyone, calm down! Adams called, halting the argument. Mayor Adams, this is all too strange. Telepathy? It's unbelievable. The child must be lying, the director insisted. But you can't take him now, can you? If anyone approaches, the panda might jump, Adams countered. We've seen this panda's intelligence, from escaping the zoo to now. It's clear he doesn't want captivity. As for what the child conveyed, let's verify it through actions and time, Adams concluded, ready to approach the situation with understanding and patience. Chapter 23, Chapter 22, The arrest is over. More Power Stone, more chapter, single review. I update new chapter. You can look out the window now and tell me how it feels to be watched by a panda, Adams teased, nodding toward the window. George and the others turned to see Big White, who moments ago seemed lifeless, now lounging at the window, munching on cookies and watching the spectacle. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Caught mid-bite, Big White paused, realizing he'd been spotted. With a sheepish grin, he stuffed the remaining cookies into his mouth and retreated back to the fence, pretending nothing had happened. His noisy chewing was comically audible. I didn't notice when I was asleep, but now I can't stop munching, he thought. Those were the cookies I got from Little John today, Gwen sighed, eyeing the empty package. Given its behavior, its intelligence rivals that of humans. We should start by meeting its first demand, have the Smithsonian Zoo staff leave, Adams stated. But the director began, only to be interrupted by Adams. You need to leave too. The staff holding tranquilizer guns glanced uncertainly at their director. That's impossible. We borrowed this panda from the Eastern Land after years of negotiation. We can't just give it up, the director protested. He understood the panda's value and was reluctant to let it go. I'll discuss this with Congressman Metz and the Eastern Embassy. You must realize this panda's significance surpasses your understanding. Mishandling it could affect U.S. diplomacy with the Eastern land, Adams explained seriously. Can you bear that responsibility? He pressed. An intelligent, communicative panda was a treasure beyond measure, drawing interest from researchers worldwide. If an incident occurred due to the zoo's stubbornness, the fallout would be catastrophic. Public backlash from both nations would be overwhelming, not to mention political repercussions and intervention by animal rights groups. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the director fell silent. Now, we need to verify the child's account of Big White. If confirmed, it means this panda can communicate with humans, Adams continued. Our priority now is its safety. Future decisions will involve the House and the Eastern Embassy. Fine, I'll monitor the situation, the director conceded, casting a regretful glance at Big White before leaving with the zoo staff. Once the Smithsonian Zoo team departed, only George, Adams, the animal protection representatives, and Mrs. Stacy remained in Gwen's room. As you mentioned, they've left, so Big White can come in. I trust you weren't lying, Adams said to Gwen. Of course, I'll call him in, Gwen replied, opening the window and gesturing to Big White on the fire escape. Hey, Big White, they're gone. It's safe now. Come inside, it's dangerous out there. Seeing only the mayor and the Gwens inside, Big White cautiously approached. Gwen picked him up as he arrived. You really gave us a scare today. If that grumpy old zoo director had a heart attack, I wonder if you'd be held responsible, she teased, holding him close. With Big White safely inside, everyone relaxed. Little fellow, it's nice to finally meet you. I'm the mayor of New York City. If you have any requests, let me know, Adams said, intrigued by Big White's round, adorable appearance. He crouched down to pet him. Big White dodged Adams' hand, retreating behind Gwen. He doesn't like being touched by adult males. I only held him under anesthesia last night, George explained to Adams. But he seems fine with women and children, perhaps due to his gender. Adams chuckled. What a unique panda. I've never seen such an intelligent animal. It reminds me of a legend about a bear during World War II. Aside from not speaking, he's very human-like. I've heard they even smoked and drank, Adams mused, standing up to address Gwen. You mentioned you have a telepathic connection with him, and only you can communicate with him. Gwen hesitated until Big White nudged her. Yes, it's a strange feeling. I hear his voice in my mind. At first, I thought it was a prank, she explained, gesturing animatedly as she spoke. I understand. I'll look into keeping him in New York, possibly at your home. But I have a few questions for him, okay? Adams asked, gesturing to Big White. Please let me record, an animal protection member requested, preparing to capture the moment. This documentation would support future decisions regarding Big White. Chapter 24, Chapter 23, Sheriff Panda. Thanks for review and Power Stone. Well, Big White, Gwen said, gently guiding the panda into the room. Big White scratched behind his ears, eyeing the mayor in his suit. The atmosphere felt unusually serious. Don't worry, you're adorable. No one will harm you or lock you up again, Adams assured him, his tone softening as if speaking to a child. Gwen mentioned you want to join Sheriff George and become a police officer. Big White, unused to such a tone, felt a bit awkward but nodded reluctantly. He preferred the straightforward way George and Peter treated him over the coddling manner of the mayor. Why do you want to do this? Adams inquired, curious. Big White stepped back, standing upright on his hind legs, and raised his paws. Knowing that Wing Chun was more recognized in America, he demonstrated a Wing Chun stance. Kung Fu. Adams guessed, recognizing it as a form of martial arts from the Eastern land. Big White nodded, then leaped into a flying kick, showcasing his panda prowess once more. Adams furrowed his brow, pondering the display. Impressed by the acrobatics, he still didn't fully grasp the message. Finally, he turned to Gwen for help. Gwen, uncertain of Big White's intentions without him speaking, looked away. Fortunately, George seemed to understand. It means he wants to become a police officer to help rescue more victims. The flying kick was what he used to stop the robbers this morning, George explained, recalling the memorable sight of Big White's heroic act. Seeing their confusion, Big White almost spoke, but George's timely explanation saved him. Really? Adams asked, looking at Big White. Big White nodded quickly, giving George an appreciative thumbs up. Thank you, George replied, raising his eyebrows in gratitude. Adams pondered the situation. The disposition of such an extraordinary panda was no easy task. Mishandling could have severe repercussions, but success could bring significant cultural and economic benefits, perhaps even legendary status for New York and personal accolades for the mayor. The idea of leaving a historical legacy was appealing not only to those in the Eastern land but also to many in Western countries. Especially since the panda's interest lay with the New York police, tied to the city's safety. Yet, it was risky. New York's criminals wouldn't hesitate to target him despite being a panda. In Adams' view, the ideal solution was to treat Big White as a city mascot, participating in events to minimize danger. After saying goodbye to Gwen and Big White, Adams left the bedroom with George and the animal protection representatives. As New York City's sheriff, George's insights were valuable to Adams. Animal protection groups were also integral to any plans. In the living room, George poured sake for Adams and the animal protection members, ready to discuss Big White's future. Mr. Adams, you're not seriously considering making a panda a police officer at our station, are you? George asked eagerly. Why not? Isn't it cool to have a panda protecting New York City? Adams replied, sipping his drink. It's cool, but dealing with criminals is dangerous. A panda can't use a firearm, George pointed out. I agree. Criminals don't just carry knives, they have guns, bombs. A panda can't handle that, the animal protection representative added. Don't forget, Big White has high intelligence and can learn quickly. I plan to have military and research companies design exclusive weapons for him. With Big White as a promoter, they'd gladly create suitable gear for free, Adams outlined his plan. I'll send him to the station once safety is ensured. But when he goes on missions, we must ensure both citizen and panda safety. It complicates our work, George argued. Take him on less dangerous missions. Consider the benefits of having Big White in the NYPD, Adams suggested, smiling. Benefits? I only see trouble, George replied, hands spread in exasperation. Think of the economic boost a panda brings. His presence will attract donations, better equipment, faster cars. You might even drive a sports car to catch criminals. Don't focus solely on him catching criminals, think of the broader advantages, Adams advised. George's eyes lit up, envisioning a future with tanks and armored vehicles at the station, thanks to Big White's influence. All right, it's tempting. Bringing a panda to work daily is a dream, George's enthusiasm peaked, eager for Big White to don a uniform. But don't get too excited. Our discussion is preliminary. The outcome depends on negotiations with Congressman Metz and the Eastern Embassy. If they disagree, it's over. Oh, and our animal protection ambassador, Adams added, raising a glass to the animal protection group. I just need to ensure Big White's safety and freedom. Supervision will follow, the representative said, clinking glasses with Adams as they agreed on Big White's future. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 25, Chapter 24, Tentative Arrangements. The conversation between Adams and his companions in the living room carried on late into the night, finally concluding with a tentative plan for Big White's future. Given the bond between Big White and Gwen, it was agreed that the panda would stay with the Gwens. If necessary, George's family might even expand their home by purchasing the adjacent room to create a panda pavilion. Should the Gwens be unable to care for Big White adequately, Mayor Adams would arrange for a dedicated team to assist them. Until statements were issued by the House of Representatives and the Eastern Embassy in the United States, Big White would remain at the Gwens' home. During this time, they would assess the family's ability to care for him and consider any additional support needed. Concurrently, they would monitor Big White's well-being and develop breeding and communication strategies. George suggested Adams fund the panda's diet, ideally with a chef from the eastern land. For the animal protection staff, this scenario was unprecedented. They planned to report the situation and await official statements before making final decisions. Meanwhile, the Smithsonian Zoo staff decided to stay in a nearby hotel, awaiting the Washington mayor's arrival for negotiations with Mayor Adams. The situation reached a temporary resolution a day and a night after Big White's escape. While the zoo incident was settled, Big White's fate still depended on U.S. and Eastern diplomatic decisions. Should Big White's requests be denied, he would need to devise an escape plan. Ideally, the requests would be approved, albeit likely with conditions. Yet, another matter weighed on Big White's mind. "Dabby, do you want to sleep with me?" Gwen asked, hopeful, as they were left alone in the bedroom. "No, I'm too dirty. Let's wait until I get some supplies to clean up tomorrow," Big White declined, despite craving a soft bed. After a day of running around, his once snowy coat was grimy, and cookie crumbs clung to his mouth. Climbing into bed would only soil it with footprints and fur dust. Thankfully, his time at the zoo taught him good hygiene, so he wasn't too odorous. If Peter were around, he'd likely grumble about the panda's double standards. At Peter's house, Big White had left a trail of footprints across the sheets without hesitation. "Then let me give you a bath. I took a day off from school tomorrow, so I don't mind staying up," Gwen offered, eager to help. "No, I'm exhausted today. I can wash myself," Big White yawned widely and promptly fell asleep. By now, it was around 2 in the morning, and Big White could no longer fight off sleep. "All right, I won't disturb you. Good night," Gwen said, shrugging, before turning off the lights and climbing into bed herself. After browsing her phone briefly, she too drifted off. The next morning, George rose as usual, only to see a round panda racing down the corridor. The sight jolted him awake. "Hey, where are you off to? Don't raid the kitchen, food will be delivered soon," he called after Big White. "I'm heading to the bathroom." "Where is it?" came an urgent reply. "Bathroom? There's no food in there," George replied, then widened his eyes in shock. "Oh my God, did I hear that right? You spoke. Was that telepathy? This is incredible." Big White, desperate, was speechless. On the brink of an accident, he needed to find the bathroom fast. Spotting a nearby door, he opened it with his paw, only to discover a storage room. "If you don't want a mess, show me the bathroom," Big White urged, eyeing George with frustration. "Oh, right, follow me," George said, finally snapping out of his stupor and leading Big White to the bathroom. "Here it is. Do you know how to use the toilet?" George asked, opening the door. Bang! Without answering, Big White rushed in, closed the door, and settled on the toilet. Relieved, he closed his small eyes, enjoying the comfort. "Dad, why are you standing at the bathroom door? Have you seen Big White? He's not around this morning. Did he escape again?" Gwen asked, approaching with concern. "He's in there," George pointed, "and I heard him speak. His voice is deep, not very bright." "Really? What's he doing in there?" "Using the toilet," Gwen asked, unfazed by Big White's ability to talk but curious about his bathroom behavior. She opened the door to check. "I think it's just a human in a panda suit," George marveled. Inside, Big White sat on the toilet like a person, holding George's usual newspaper. Hearing the door, Big White looked up, setting the paper aside and meeting their gaze. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 26, Chapter 25, April. "You might want to avert your eyes, you know the feeling," Big White gestured with his paws, indicating the need for privacy. "Sorry, we'll leave you be," Gwen said with an awkward smile, closing the door. After the sound of flushing, Big White strutted out of the bathroom. "Why are you staring at me like that?" he asked, noticing Gwen and George looking at him curiously. "We're just wondering how you managed to reach back there," Gwen said, pointing to his bare claws, her face full of curiosity. Hearing this, Big White ignored them and trotted to the living room. If he can use chopsticks, wiping shouldn't be an issue. But his arms seem short. Can they reach? Sitting down, there shouldn't be a problem. Big White quickened his pace. "What's with these people? Why focus on that?" Despite the late night, the George family was up early, excited by the presence of a talking panda in the house. Even little John, known for sleeping in, was up and ready, joining the others in the living room. "What about Big White's food? Should we order panda takeout?" Mrs. Stacy asked George, sitting beside Big White. "The mayor arranged for nutritious meals, but I think he'd prefer some local specialties," George replied, in high spirits about the new addition to their family, a panda, no less, that many dream of having. The fact that Big White could communicate, use the bathroom, and even bathe himself eased George's initial concerns about chaos at home. Gwen had mentioned Big White's self-sufficiency, so George only needed to handle meals, avoiding a team knocking at their door for panda care. Once the official statement was made, George looked forward to taking a panda to work and seeing the police station's equipment upgraded. The panda's arrival had, indeed, turned their household upside down in a good way. Soon, there was a knock at the door. "That must be the panda's meal delivery," George said, rushing to open the door. "Hello, is this Mr. George's residence? I hope I'm at the right place." Standing there wasn't a delivery person but a striking woman with thick lips, short brown hair, a yellow jacket, and a phone in hand. "And you are?" George inquired, puzzled. "Oh, I'm April O'Neil, a journalist," April introduced herself with a smile, extending her hand. "How did you get in?" George asked, not shaking her hand, eyeing her sternly. "I really want to interview Big White, please," she pleaded, clasping her hands. George scrutinized her for a moment. "I remember you. You're a reporter for Channel 6 of The Sun, covering street fitness. But I'm sorry, you came for nothing." "Big White was relocated last night," George said before closing the door. "No, I'm sure he's here." April's hand hung in the air, staring at the closed door, and sighed before leaving. April O'Neil, a reporter for the New York Sun, typically covered minor street sports and band stories. Eager for a big break, she'd been chasing the panda story from Brooklyn to Queens. Like other reporters, she found nothing. But sensing an opportunity, she sought out the George family, sneaking past the apartment doorman. "Dad, who was it?" Gwen asked. "A sneaky reporter, looking for a scoop. Visitors have been flocking like bees," George replied, raising an eyebrow. "The doorman complained about the sudden workload," Mrs. Stacy chuckled. Shortly after April's departure, a young man in blue overalls arrived with a box, knocking on the door. Soon, Big White was presented with an array of bamboo shoots, apples, carrots, milk, and more. Pandas primarily eat bamboo, with cold arrow bamboo, water bamboo, and ink bamboo being favorites. Bamboo shoots are for spring and summer, leaves for autumn, and bamboo poles for winter. Occasionally, they enjoy crunchy fruits and vegetables. While pandas sometimes eat meat, bamboo is their main diet. The bamboo shoots were sourced from the eastern land, fresh upon arrival. Yet for Big White, some comforting, home-cooked meals would be preferable. As Big White dined, Little John finished breakfast and headed to school with his mom. George needed to wrap up the panda search paperwork at the station. Thus, Gwen, having taken a day off, was left alone with Big White. Due to his panda status, Big White stayed indoors, leaving Gwen to run errands alone. His presence would likely cause a stir, complicating any shopping trips. 3 days later, Big White lay bored in Gwen's room, gazing at the dimming sky and pigeons on the balcony. "Where's Peter? He should have been here by now," he muttered, munching a cookie. Then, with a thud, a figure in red tights landed in front of him. "Hey, long time no see, Big White. Guess what I'm up to today?" Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 27, Chapter 26, Martial Arts Panda. Big White was startled by the sudden appearance of the man in red tights, causing the cookie he was about to eat to fall to the ground. Listening to the familiar sound, he curled his lips, then picked up the cookie, opened the window, and offered it to the visitor. "Want a bite?" Peter, now in a sleek, designed spider suit, looked at Big White's casual gesture and was momentarily speechless. He adjusted his hood, marveling at his new attire. "Even with a mask, I can see you picked that cookie off the ground," Peter remarked. "That's because you startled me," Big White shrugged, dusted off the cookie, and popped it into his mouth. "Hey! That was on the ground!" Peter exclaimed, surprised. "No big deal. A little dirt won't hurt," Big White replied nonchalantly. He then grabbed a pen from the desk's holder and began writing on the cookie box. "What are you doing?" Peter leaned in curiously. "Gwen's not back yet, so I'm leaving her a note to not worry," Big White explained, scribbling a message about stepping out for a while and leaving the window open for his return. "Your handwriting is atrocious," Peter teased, eyeing the crooked English. "You talk too much," Big White retorted, placing the cookie box prominently, then climbed out the window. "All right, you're a giant panda, so I won't argue," Peter shrugged, crouching down with a large backpack. "This is for you. I'm really going above and beyond, buying my own gear. Anyone seeing my dedication would be moved to tears. Then I suppose I need a whip too. And those tears would be out of envy," Big White mused, climbing into the backpack and zipping it just enough to peek his head out. "Yeah, you're a giant panda. I never imagined teaming up with a kung fu panda," Peter said, feeling the weight behind him as he stood. "You're heavy. What have you been eating? My web might not hold." The New York Times, Spider-Man steals panda, falls to death. And the man behind the mask is... "I can't even imagine," Peter joked. "Maybe if you keep your mouth shut, you'd save a lot of energy," Big White suggested, feeling a bit dizzy from Peter's chatter. "All right, let's go. I'll take you to my place first, then we'll suit up and hunt some criminals," Peter decided, leaping from the fire escape. Halfway down, he shot a web from his wrist, snagging a balcony. "Woohoo! How's the ride, Big White?" Peter asked, thrilled to have a talking panda along. "Just don't flip us upside down, or your back might get scratched. It's stuffy in here. What if your backpack isn't strong enough? Don't worry, even if you fall out, I'll catch you. Then the criminals might get a longer break." "Okay, you've got me there. But your words don't match your cute appearance. Charlie. So adorable. Get lost. Well, not cute at all. You seem more like a rugged man in a fairy tale outfit. Blabbermouth in tights. What? Blabbermouth. Dash. Before he knew it, Big White found himself chatting away with Peter during their journey. When they finally reached Peter's place, Big White emerged from the backpack, scratching his head at how much he'd talked. Am I turning into a chatterbox? He wondered. Come here, I've been working on this all night for the past few nights. Honestly, once it's finished, I want to trade mine for yours, Peter said, removing his hood and leading Big White to a box in the corner, excitement in his eyes. Big White approached eagerly. When he saw the clothes inside, his eyes lit up. Let's try it on. It's going to be awesome. Martial arts panda! Peter exclaimed, performing a few Wing Chun moves, seemingly more excited about the outfit than Big White himself. Big White pulled out the grey pants first, giving them a tug. Despite stretching them out, they remained intact. He slipped on the pants, which were comfortably loose. Next, he donned the grey coat embroidered with golden dragons. The outfit transformed him from cuddly to capable. Finally, he placed the bamboo hat on his head, completing the look of an Eastern warrior. With the wrist guards fastened, the ensemble was complete. Cool. I never thought this would suit you so well. If only you were a bit taller, Peter marveled at the knightly panda before him. Thank you, Big White replied, testing his movements. Though not used to wearing clothes as a panda, the outfit's elasticity allowed for freedom of movement. Most importantly, it disguised his panda identity. Thus, a panda knight, clad in a bamboo hat and coat, stood proudly in the room. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 28, Chapter 27, Practice. Big White examined the silver-grey wrist guard on his arm and turned to Peter. How do I use this? Try keeping your wrist up. There's a trigger, and since your fingers aren't long enough, the trigger's been extended for you, Peter explained. He demonstrated by flicking his wrist, bending his middle and ring fingers to press the suit's trigger. Instantly, a strand of spider silk shot out, adhering to a cup on the desk, which he pulled back effortlessly. Looks like you're pretty good at picking up things, Big White commented with a knowing look. Why do you say that? Peter asked, puzzled, repeating the gesture. I saw this on TV, it means I love you, Big White pointed out. That's what it means? I had no idea, Peter chuckled, realizing the gesture had another implication. Yeah, it's like saying I love you every time you catch a criminal, Big White teased. Hopefully, they take it well, Peter laughed. By this time, Big White was trying the wrist movement, pressing his claw on the trigger. A strand of spider silk shot from his wrist guard, sticking to the wall. Release your hand, and the spider silk will detach, Peter instructed. Soon, the walls were webbed with spider silk, and Big White had mastered using the web shooter. What about these webs? Do you collect them later? Big White asked, observing the mess. No, they'll dissolve in an hour or two, Peter explained. But they'll leave a strong odor, so we'll open the window later. Let's move to the next step. Dash. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, Big White felt apprehensive. Do you think I can swing with spider silk? I'm not as agile as you, Big White admitted. Without his martial arts prowess, he felt vulnerable, fearing a fall could turn him into a panda pancake. Don't worry, I've got you. And you haven't eaten yet, right? Peter reassured him, posing a question. What's that got to do with anything? Big White asked, peering nervously over the edge. Remember when you said chasing me was like chasing a ham? I got you a fried chicken drumstick to spark your talent, Peter revealed, pulling out a juicy drumstick. Big White swallowed, tempted by the aroma. Though not starving, the sight of the drumstick made his stomach growl. So, if you catch up to me with the web, not only is this drumstick yours, but I'll also treat you to a big meal. Deal? Are you sure you've got the cash for that? Big White doubted, knowing he could eat a lot. Peter hesitated. Just tell me who I'm after and what happened, then take me there. I'll ask the witnesses, Big White suggested, feeling safer waiting for his physical talents to unlock before trying the web. Let's give it a shot first. It's not that hard, Peter encouraged. I promise I won't let you fall, he added, picking up Big White and tossing him off the roof before he could protest. Peter! You're going to get it! Ah! Big White's roar echoed through the city, drawing curious glances from pedestrians below. As he fell, Big White quickly focused, spotted a target, and shot a web, stopping his descent with a strong elastic pull. Hey! You okay? Peter swung nearby, checking on him. Big White gripped the web, calming his racing heart. Relax, maybe this chicken drumstick will help, Peter teased, waving the drumstick before swinging ahead. Motivated, Big White shot another web, releasing the first, and began to swing. Nice one! Peter praised, leading the way to 17th Street. Dash! The sky over Queens was now home to two figures, Spider-Man and a panda in a coat and bamboo hat, swinging gracefully. As Big White's web skills improved, he started enjoying the thrill of swinging between skyscrapers. Dash! Arriving at 17th Street, Peter landed on a rooftop. But before he could steady himself, his spider sense tingled, and he ducked instinctively. Big White sailed overhead, landing with a thud. Using the momentum, he leaped and swung a playful punch. Peter dodged, flipping out of the way. Whoa, whoa, let's call a truce, Big White. I'll buy you that big meal, okay? Peter pleaded, seeing the determined panda approach. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 29, Chapter 28, Law or Justice. Alright, when the time comes, you'll take me to Golden Dragon Bistro in East Side Market, Big White decided, recalling the restaurants he'd read about recently. No problem, but let's focus on calming down first, okay? I'm calm. Otherwise, I'd be baring my fangs at you. Big White adjusted his slightly crooked bamboo hat, lowering his voice playfully. Alright, you've got the hero vibe now, Peter sighed in relief, matching Big White's tone. Remember, the fangs are for enemies, not friends. Feeling slightly childish, Big White returned to normal. Where are we headed next? Lead the way. Please, you look like a martial arts warrior from the East. A real Kung Fu panda, Peter grinned. I love Eastern martial arts. Especially the saying, a great hero serves the country and its people. I admire that so much. I must visit the East someday, Peter continued, excitement evident. While researching Big White's outfit, Peter had delved into Eastern martial arts, becoming fascinated with its concepts. I prefer a carefree life and freedom. Are we role-playing, or are we here to find someone? I'd like to head back once we're done, Big White urged impatiently. By now, the streets were aglow with city lights, though shadowy alleys remained dark, harboring untold sins. Gwen should be home, having seen the note on the cookie box. Okay, but I still think being a dragon knight is cool, Peter whispered, stepping to the rooftop's edge before leaping. A web shot out, guiding him toward 17th Street. Big White followed, not as gracefully as Peter, but managing to avoid crashing against the walls. Dash! Peter led Big White to the top of a convenience store on 17th Street, where he paused, memories resurfacing. The once chatty Peter grew silent, gazing at the store with remorse. Is this the place? Big White sensed Peter's emotion and spoke softly. Yeah, I had an argument with the clerk here. Not long after, a robber struck. I was upset and didn't intervene, feeling justified. But... Peter paused, replaying the scene in his mind. I found Uncle Ben on the street opposite, shot near the phone booth. If I had stopped the robber, maybe Uncle Ben would still be here. Peter's voice wavered, but he seemed relieved to share his burden with Big White. Big White remained silent, not knowing how to console someone. In his past life, he rarely dealt with death or crime, always preoccupied with making a living. After a while, Peter composed himself, glancing at Big White. You might not understand, but thanks for listening. No problem. Let's get started. Which way did the robber run? Big White asked. West, with the star tattoo on his wrist. He wore sunglasses, a black coat, and a vest, and carried a gun. Got a sketch? That would help, Big White suggested, surveying the street. Most businesses were closed, leaving only streetlights to illuminate the area. Shadows lingered in dark corners. No, just those details. I've been searching for that tattoo, Peter admitted. That's tough. We'll have to rely on stray animals nearby. If we can't find him tonight, I'll come back during the day, Big White said, hoping for better luck in daylight. Let's do it. It's better than searching aimlessly, Peter agreed, taking the lead. Escaping robbers often flee into dark alleys, where surveillance is sparse, perfect for evading capture. In the dim alleys, moonlight occasionally broke through, resembling a beast's gaping maw. Big White and Peter descended, treading through debris-strewn paths, a haven for stray cats and mice. What will you do if you catch him? Big White asked while searching for animals. Peter hesitated, then spoke. I don't know. Maybe I'll beat him up, hang him from the Empire State Building for a night, let him experience free-fall terror, then hand him over to the police. Let him rot in jail. Oh, that's a terrifying punishment, Big White remarked, unimpressed by Peter's plan. I want to punish evil like a dragon knight, but only when the law is lacking. I seek justice, but criminals must face the law's judgment, Peter explained, sensing Big White's skepticism. The law's authority? I don't quite get it, Big White shrugged, dropping the topic. You're a panda, so it's understandable. But if you want to live in a human city, you'll need to learn, Peter said, realizing Big White's unique perspective. That's for sure. There'll probably be special rules for me, Big White mused. Though a panda, he was aware of his potential danger, knowing rules would be set for his safety and others. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 30, Chapter 29, Little Raccoon. Panda Law. Peter chuckled. Maybe, Big White tilted his head. As they approached a garbage dump, a pungent odor hit them immediately. Wow, that stinks. Go check for any mice. All right, precious giant panda, Peter wrinkled his nose, holding his breath as he stepped forward. Instead of mice or stray cats, he found a small animal with dark rings around its eyes, a raccoon, its eyes glowing green in the darkness. No mice, but there's a cute little raccoon here. I wonder how it got in, Peter said. This area being close to the suburbs, residents often spotted raccoons scavenging in their yards and streets. Did you bring raccoon food? Big White asked. Of course, I packed everything you mentioned, Peter nodded toward his backpack, which contained cat food, peanuts, dried fish, cheese, pasta, fruits, and raw meat. Try luring it out with food. I'll ask if it remembers seeing the person you described. Okay, I'll give it a shot. It's really cautious. I wonder how it tolerates the smell here, Peter said, extending a hand toward the raccoon. Don't worry, I just have a few questions. Would you like this apple? Or maybe some peanuts? He offered a fresh apple and a bag of peanuts to the raccoon. Hiss! The raccoon bared its fangs, eyeing the masked stranger warily. I'm really not here to harm you. Just relax, all right? I don't have your favorite cat food, but these are just as good, Peter continued, trying to soothe the raccoon, but it remained cautious. You might as well just grab it. It might decide to bite you otherwise, Big White suggested from outside. I thought animals liked me, Peter sighed, then swiftly grabbed the raccoon's scruff, pulling it out. The raccoon struggled, letting out cries reminiscent of a fox. Let me go, you leotard-wearing weirdo. I'm just looking for food, it yelped. Hey, we're not here to hurt you. We just have a few questions, and in return, you'll get lots of food, Big White reassured the raccoon. The raccoon paused, surprised. As it was gently placed on the ground, a panda face with a bamboo hat loomed over it. Seeing the panda, the raccoon tensed, lying flat on the ground, eyes fixed on the newcomer. Relax. I'm Big White, and you can be Rocket, Big White introduced himself. The raccoon's ears perked up, recognizing that it was indeed being spoken to. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Did you come from outside? And why are you wearing human clothes? It asked, still on guard. I'm just passing through and have a question for you. Want some food? It's all yours if you help us out, Big White offered, placing the apple and peanuts in front of it. The raccoon eyed the food, tempted. With the creature communicating with it and sensing no harm, the raccoon relaxed slightly. All this, for me? It asked, still unsure. Yes, just answer a few questions. If your information helps, there's more where that came from, Big White promised, pointing to Peter's backpack. We've got plenty of food. Go ahead, ask, the raccoon replied, gathering the food before it. Seeing they didn't object, it became much more docile. Did you see a human running this way 3 days ago, wearing sunglasses? They might have seemed panicked, Big White asked, keeping the description vague. Raccoons, known for their intelligence and problem-solving skills, often remember details for years. 3 days ago? Let me think, the raccoon pondered, motivated by the promise of more food. I remember. 2 humans passed by then. One fell down and didn't move, while the other ran quickly, wearing dark glasses, the raccoon recalled excitedly. Really? Which direction did he go? Big White asked, surprised by the quick find. That way. The raccoon stood on its hind legs, pointing to a road on the right. Thank you. Big White said, turning to Peter. Peter, having witnessed the exchange, looked confused but realized the raccoon had given them the direction. Looks like luck's on our side. This area's not busy, so the raccoon's memory isn't cluttered, Peter noted. Great, let's head over there and find more clues, Peter said, energized by the lead. Wait, let's reward it more. We might need its help again, Big White suggested, nodding to the expectant raccoon. No problem, Peter agreed, pulling out more apples and chicken from his backpack, offering them to the raccoon. Thanks so much. These are all for you, he said. While the raccoon couldn't understand Peter's words, it sensed his gratitude. But food was its priority now, as it happily hoarded the feast before it. Mine, all mine. Enough for the winter, it chirped. Seeing the raccoon engrossed in its meal, Big White motioned for Peter to follow the raccoon's direction, ready to continue their search until they tracked down the criminal's hideout. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 31, Chapter 30, Confirmation of Objectives. A man and a panda walked through the dim alley, surrounded by an eerie silence. As they continued, Big White caught and questioned several mice scurrying away, but their efforts yielded no results. The path narrowed until they reached a rusty iron gate. Chains wrapped around it, secured by a simple lock. Inside might be the remnants of an abandoned fighting arena, or maybe a gambling den, Peter speculated, pushing the door open. The sound of clinking metal echoed through the quiet alley. "Let's go over the top. With luck, we might find your target without asking more animals," Big White said, shooting a strand of spider silk to vault over the gate. Peter followed, using the wall to leap across. "Feels like I'm in a video game, asking NPCs for hints before moving to the next quest," he remarked, glancing at the faded graffiti around them. "What should we call that raccoon? Raccoon elf? Or maybe it's a pet from a fantasy world?" Big White mused. "Elf bear sounds good," Peter replied, mimicking a game narrator, the brave panda and the elf bear, working for world peace, the beloved companions of Spider-Man. But now, they must complete their quest. "You're living in a fantasy world," Big White chuckled. As they chatted, they emerged from the graffiti-covered alley into an open area. "Looks like I was right. This used to be a fighting arena, but it's open air," Peter noted. Before them lay a spacious arena, wider than the alley they'd come from. At the center stood an octagonal cage, dust-covered from neglect. Moonlight streamed down, highlighting the arena's forgotten glory. "Meow!" A cat's cry pierced the silence. A British Shorthair, its short blue fur gleaming, emerged from the shadows, eyeing the intruders. "I recognize that breed. It's a British Shorthair. So cute, but abandoned." "Poor thing," Peter commented sympathetically. "House cats can wander outside, you know," Big White retorted. The cat's clean fur and the tag around its neck suggested it wasn't a stray. It showed no fear at their presence. Big White retrieved cat food and dried fish from his backpack, lifting his bamboo hat to reveal his friendly panda face. "Hello, want a snack?" he offered, extending his paw with dried fish. "What are you? And why wear human clothes?" The cat, unafraid, accepted the fish and asked. "I'm a panda, call me Big White. I have a few questions for you, okay?" Big White replied gently. "Sure, but can you remove this tag? It's uncomfortable," the cat, named Tom, requested, pawing at its neck. "Okay, let me help," Big White agreed, petting Tom and unfastening the tag. "Tom, hi," he noted, surprised by the name. Peter, nearby, noticed the name. "Is there a mouse named Jerry, too?" "Mouse?" Tom's interest piqued at Peter's words. "He's referencing a cartoon. Never mind him. Are you sure you want this tag off? Without it, you might be mistaken for a stray and caught," Big White explained. "Take it off. My owner's long gone, and this tag just hinders me from catching mice," Tom insisted, hinting it had been abandoned. "All right, if you need help, find us again," Big White said, discarding the tag and gesturing to Peter. "No problem," Tom nodded. "Now, I have some questions." "Please think carefully," Big White requested. "Ask away." "I'll tell you everything for those dried fish," Tom agreed, munching on the snack. "Do you know the raccoon from the alley?" Big White inquired. "The raccoon? That dirty fool almost caught me last time. Wanted to eat my brains," Tom recalled angrily. "It mentioned a man running this way, wearing sunglasses, 3 days ago. Any idea about the sunglasses?" Big White asked, hoping Tom would understand. "Of course, my owner wore those things often," Tom replied, remembering the accessory. "Did you see such a person that night?" Big White was hopeful, knowing animals familiar with humans might understand more. I saw him often. He seemed panicked that night but was very intimidating. I never approached, Tom said, torn between a fear of humans and a love for the territory filled with mice. Can you tell me where he is now? Big White asked urgently. Over there, Tom pointed toward a passage beneath a red mask graffiti, dark and mysterious. I see him come and go from there, but he hasn't returned today, Tom added. Thank you so much. You've really helped us. How about coming with me? Big White asked, lifting Tom happily. After all, who said a panda couldn't have a pet cat? Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 32, Chapter 31, Cobbert. No, I don't like being domesticated. I'll make my own way, Tom, the blue cat, replied after some thought. Well, if our target shows up and we confirm his identity, this package of food is yours, Big White shrugged. While slightly disappointed, he respected Tom's choice. Their journey had been smooth and quick, not too late considering the robber's habits. He might be out stealing again. Having gathered the necessary information, Big White stood up and looked at Peter. Before he could speak, Peter chimed in. I see good news written all over your face. You're right. According to Tom, there's someone who frequently runs through here wearing sunglasses. That's a pretty noticeable trait, especially in these dark, deserted alleys, Peter observed. In such places, animals could quickly identify distinct humans without forming chaotic memories. So, is he here now? Peter's demeanor turned serious. Yes, but he's not back yet. If Tom's right, we just have to wait, Big White nodded, taking out dried fish from his backpack and feeding it to Tom. So, my part's done. The rest is up to you. No problem, it's better if you don't get involved. Peter's expression grew somber as he prepared to face the man responsible for Uncle Ben's death. Meanwhile, a robbery was taking place at a gas station convenience store on 19th Street, parallel to 17th Street. By the time the police arrived, the thief had vanished into the shadows. Wooly Cobbert, an American with a criminal past for child neglect, had served 25 years in prison. Once released, his record barred him from jobs. After wandering aimlessly, he fell back into gambling and turned to robbery. He targeted convenience stores at night, believing most people, including the police, were resting. Even with a quick police response, he would have fled by then. 2 days ago, after robbing a store, he accidentally shot an elderly man while escaping. Wanted for murder, he hid in an abandoned boxing gym, only venturing out today due to financial desperation. The remote uptown location made his thefts relatively smooth. Turning into a dark alley, Cobbert reached the iron gate, deftly unlocking it with his key. Once inside, he resecured the lock from the inside. Hey, man, looks like you've hit the jackpot again, a mocking voice called from above. Who's there? Startled, Cobbert spun around, drawing his pistol and pointing it into the dark alley. Up here. That gun's caused enough trouble, so I'll take it. A shadowy figure descended quickly, disarming Cobbert before he could react. Bang! A dull thud resounded as a blow struck Cobbert's abdomen, nearly knocking him unconscious. Bang! Another hit to his back sent him sprawling to the ground, gasping for air. Peter, venting his anger, landed 2 solid punches before continuing. As silence resumed, Cobbert's raspy groans filled the alley. Who are you? Cobbert wheezed, seeing the red and blue figure before him. You don't need to know, but you'll feel the power of this toy. Peter aimed the pistol at him. No, please, no. I can change. I swear. Cobbert, fearing death, begged on his knees, his survival instinct overriding the pain. Bang! Peter pulled the trigger, a spark flickering beside Cobbert's head. Cobbart collapsed, fainted from shock. Peter bound him in webbing, inspecting the star tattoo on Cobbart's wrist. After a moment's silence, he hoisted Cobbart over his shoulder and headed for the gym. "I thought you killed him," Big White noted, seeing the web-wrapped figure. "No, we're heading to the Empire State Building," Peter replied. "Hang on, I need to leave our hero some rewards," Big White said, pouring the remaining food from his backpack in front of Tom. "Here's your reward. The human you feared won't bother you again. Live in peace." Meow. Tom's eyes lit up at the sight of the feast, eagerly diving into it. Big White smiled, then nodded to Peter. "Let's go. I've never seen the Empire State Building." Peter nodded, shooting a web to leave with Cobbart in tow. Big White glanced back at Tom, still engrossed in his meal, before shooting his own web to follow Peter. Dash! Cobbart awoke, disoriented and in pain, unable to move. As awareness returned, he looked down at the brightly lit abyss below, a chill enveloping him in the night air. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 33, Chapter 32, Empire State Building. Surrounded by an endless night sky, Cobbart's view was dizzying. The blurry city lights below resembled a starry sky, while a haze hung like sparse clouds, inducing a wave of dizziness and fear. The Empire State Building, once the tallest structure in the United States and a New York City landmark, is celebrated as one of the 7 engineering wonders of the world. New York State, often called the Empire State, is home to this iconic skyscraper. It held the record for the tallest building globally for the longest time, remains a favorite among architects, and ranks first among the world's top photography spots. With a total height of 1,454 feet, including its 204-foot antenna, the Empire State Building boasts 103 floors. Currently, Cobbart found himself tied to this very antenna. "You're planning to leave him up here all night? He might get hypothermia, especially since it's not warm now," Big White remarked, standing on the antenna's base and addressing Peter, who stood silently beside him. "He'll experience free fall but won't die," Peter replied, his mask reflecting New York's neon glow. "You could just let him drop. It would save the police some effort in rescuing him, but let's hope he doesn't faint," Big White mused, enjoying the brisk wind high above the city. Having learned to navigate the city using spider silk alongside Peter, Big White had conquered his fear of heights. The current altitude no longer fazed him. "I'll revive him if he faints before reaching the ground," Peter added, observing Cobbart, who had awakened and was screaming atop the antenna. Peter then lay down, spider-like, along the edge. "Feels like a spider toying with its prey," Big White joked, glancing at the antenna and wondering if it could be destroyed. But without explosives, there was no way to demolish the iconic 204-foot antenna. "I'll find a chance next time," Big White thought, reluctantly turning to follow Peter. Dash! "Help me! Someone help!" Cobbart's desperate cries echoed as Big White and Peter approached. Peter stepped forward, standing atop the antenna, then bent over, face to face with Cobbart. "I love those screams. Keep them coming," Peter said, unraveling the webbing binding Cobbart. "Who are you? Why capture and torture me? This is illegal." Cobbart, initially startled by Peter's sudden appearance, quickly regained composure and protested. "Oh, that's rich, you talking about the law," Peter chuckled, his hands trembling as he untied Cobbart from the antenna. "You didn't think about that when you were robbing people. Now, it's time for you to face the consequences. What are you going to do?" Cobbart, panic-stricken, struggled against the thickening web, like an insect trapped in a spider's web. "Jumping from the Empire State Building must be thrilling, adrenaline pumping, screaming at the top of your lungs." "Sounds fun," Peter remarked, finishing his task and moving to Big White's side. "Wait! Please, let me go. Hand me over to the police. I won't say a word about you," Cobbart pleaded, convinced they intended to kill him. Big White adjusted his bamboo hat, casting his face in shadow, while Peter approached the observation deck's edge. Despite the lights and telescopes for overlooking New York, the deck was empty, the viewing hours long past. "No, no, no, you can't do this!" Cobbart's horrified cries echoed as Peter released his grip, letting him fall from the 103rd floor. "Ah!" Peter glanced sideways at Big White. "Let's go," he said, allowing his body to fall naturally. "I've always wanted to try a leap of faith. Now's my chance," Big White muttered, standing up. Instead of jumping, he shot out spider silk, quickly following Peter to the antenna's top. Balancing on the tower, Big White resisted the strong winds, squinting slightly before spreading his arms and leaping. "Wahoo!" Big White cheered, his arms spread like wings, relishing the freefall and wind's roar. As he fell, Big White saw Peter and the silkworm-like robber ahead, his head poking out. He shot his spider silk to the Empire State Building's glass, pulling hard to accelerate like a slingshot. The screams grew clearer as they descended. Near the Empire State Building, a rooftop party was underway. Harry Osborn, a brown-haired man, leaned on the balcony, smoking and pondering. His gaze caught three figures falling in the Empire State's light. Curious, he focused and confirmed what he saw. Excited, he called the housekeeper. "Tonard, get a camera and snap a shot of those three," he instructed, pointing to the figures. Others at the party noticed and turned toward Harry's direction. "My God! Is someone jumping off the building? Maybe it's trash being thrown away. Looks like extreme skydivers, but there's not enough distance for a safe landing. How's he accelerating? What's happening?" As speculation spread, everyone watched the three descending figures. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 34, Chapter 33, Bull. "Master Harry, I've brought the equipment," the butler announced, handing over a camera with a lens like a cannon barrel. The three figures over the Empire State Building were nearly out of view, disappearing behind another building. "Hurry, set it up and see what it is," Harry urged. The butler quickly set up the camera, adjusted the settings, aimed at the three vague figures by the Empire State Building, and pressed the shutter. Click, click, click. Despite the rapid shots, the figures vanished from sight before many photos were captured. Once finished, everyone gathered to see what had been captured. The photos were blurred, barely revealing that the bottom figure was tied up, the one behind was clad in red, and the last figure was shorter and appeared much bulkier. Shortly after Harry and his companions took their photos, the streets around the Empire State Building were filled with the wailing of sirens. "Ah! Please! Let me down!" As George exited the police car with his pistol, he saw a man yelling from the Empire State Building's exit. Spotting the police, Cobbart, who was hanging there, lit up with hope, seeing them as saviors. "Help me! Arrest me quickly! I'm a criminal! Put me in jail!" The officers, upon seeing the webbing binding Cobbart, recognized the handiwork of Spider-Man. "Spider-Man," George muttered, his expression darkening. He was determined to arrest this vigilante for his disregard of the law. Onlookers had already begun filming Cobbart's predicament with their phones. They were confident that by morning, Spider-Man would be all over the news and internet. The recent buzz around Panda had waned, but with the impending statement between Congress and the Dragon Kingdom, New York was poised for another uproar. George called for backup, preparing to rescue Cobbart from the tower. Not far away, Big White and Peter watched the scene from a nearby rooftop, their silhouettes barely discernible in the night. "What are your future plans?" Big White asked softly, observing Cobbert's rescue below. "Punish evil and promote good," Peter declared, using an idiom he had recently learned. "Hey? What? Promote goodness?" Big White blinked in confusion. Sorry, it's promote good." Peter, previously serious, laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. "Maybe you need a reliable translator," Big White teased. The translator was right, it's just tricky to learn. "Chinese is tough," Peter admitted, a bit flustered. "If you want to learn, I can teach you. For instance, when something's impressive, in the Dragon Kingdom dialect, you say awesome," Big White explained, mimicking the tone. "Bull," Peter repeated, trying to get it right. "Yes, just lengthen the tone a bit." Since discovering Big White's knowledge of Kung Fu, Peter had no doubts about his grasp of the Dragon Kingdom dialect. It seemed perfectly normal. After learning a bit of Chinese under Big White's guidance, night fell, and the two parted ways. Big White hadn't anticipated things going so smoothly today. He had expected that gathering information from the animals would take days, not just hours. In truth, he had underestimated the memory and intelligence of animals. Even the most inconspicuous mouse can have memory capabilities comparable to advanced computers. Once communication was possible, gathering information became much faster. After parting ways, Big White swung through the city using spider silk, quickly returning to Queen's and reaching Gwen's bedroom window. Seeing the light in the window, it was clear Gwen wasn't asleep yet. Big White opened the window and rolled back into the room. Gwen, worried about Big White's safety, was startled by his sudden appearance. "Who are you?" she stammered. Big White was half kneeling, head down, hidden by his bamboo hat. His nightly attire made him unrecognizable at first. "It's me, Big White," he said, removing his hat and smiling. "It's sad. I put on a disguise, and you don't even recognize me." "Big White? What on earth? Where did you get those clothes?" Gwen exclaimed, approaching him and tugging at his coat. Feeling the silky fabric, she marveled, "The material's amazing. Someone put a lot of effort into this. This is my reward for helping out, and I'll only wear it when I go out." "Have the clothes you bought for me arrived?" Big White asked, removing his outfit. "Of course, I was excited to see you try them on today, but you vanished," Gwen said, a hint of frustration in her voice. "My mom and John waited for you too." "Okay. I'll get up early tomorrow and try them on." "How about that?" Big White offered, feeling a bit guilty. "Doesn't matter, sleep as long as you want." "But who was that mysterious person you mentioned?" Gwen asked, intrigued by the man who had taken Big White away. "You all call him Spider-Man, the guy in the red and blue tights with a spider on his chest. Before I joined the police, I should have worked with him at night," Big White explained, clarifying a bit but not revealing too much. "Spider-Man? It's him." Gwen was surprised, even more so by his next words. "You plan to go out with him? That's dangerous." "With his protection, it's fine. Don't tell anyone, or George will be on our trail." "I trust you won't betray me," Big White said earnestly, looking at Gwen. "Of course, but we should discuss this further." "Maybe contact Spider-Man," Gwen agreed, promising not to expose anything. "Don't worry, I'll be back safely and on time. If you can get some criminal info from your dad, we might save him a lot of trouble." Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 35, Chapter 34, Loss of the Empire State Building. "No, he doesn't bring work home, so that's unlikely," Gwen said, shaking her head. Despite being the sheriff of Queens and often busy, George never mixed work with his family life. "All right, we'll focus on cracking down on gangsters and gathering evidence against them. We'll avoid criminal organizations with more covert operations." Big White nodded, not too disappointed by the news. "Did you even listen to what I said?" Gwen sighed. Although Big White hadn't been with them long, he was already part of the family, and she was deeply concerned about his safety. "I listened, but it's important to me too. Plus, I just follow Spider-Man's lead. I'm just helping out," Big White explained patiently. "You're a panda, a national treasure, beloved by many. What more could you want?" Gwen asked, exasperated, still not understanding why Big White got involved. "Pandas can have dreams too, you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left the Panda Pavilion," Big White replied, setting his bamboo hat and coat aside. "I want to be a hero, not a lazy panda. I'll leave this to you for safekeeping. Make sure you hide it well." "Thanks." Before Gwen could respond, Big White headed to the bathroom. George was busy dealing with the aftermath of the Empire State Building incident on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. He was still processing the criminals caught in Spider-Man's web and handling interrogation transcripts, so he wouldn't be home for a while. Little John had school the next day, and Mrs. Stacy needed to prepare breakfast, so they had gone to bed early. As for Gwen, she also had class in the morning, but she stayed up, waiting for Big White to return. In the bathroom, alongside the family's toiletries, there were also numerous animal care products. Initially purchased by Gwen, Mayor Adams had later added more. These products covered cleaning, deworming, deodorizing, sterilization, and nutrition. All Big White needed to do was soak in the tub for a while to take care of everything. After bathing, there was a specialized blow dryer with a suitable temperature. Big White's current care was top-notch, lacking only a personal caretaker. It was likely even better than the treatment he would receive in a panda pavilion. These arrangements were all thanks to Mayor Adams, who continued to monitor Big White's situation even after stepping down. After his bath, Big White returned to the bedroom to find Gwen asleep. Exhausted from the night's events, he turned off the lights and settled into his cot. He didn't concern himself with being human or animal, nor with others' opinions. Honestly, being a panda was more comfortable than his previous human life. As long as the Dragon Kingdom remained strong, he'd gain more respect and safety. If things were different, his situation might be too. Historically, pandas captured despite their cuteness didn't fare well. Of course, his current status as an endangered species played a significant role in his favorable treatment. As the bedroom darkened, a dim light from the desk lamp remained. The next morning, Big White was up early, sporting a bright yellow cloak and linen shorts. Gwen and the family gathered around, admiring his new look and showering him with compliments. "I have a good eye, I found this after searching the Dragon Kingdom's website for ages," George said, nodding with satisfaction at Big White's little rich man look. "I think this yellow coat hides his fluffy, round figure. Maybe the blue-green trousers I found would be better," Gwen suggested, holding a pair of pants. No, the Howran short shirt I bought is perfect. It shows off his round belly and the black and red dye highlights his fur. It's both sexy and mysterious," Mrs. Stacy argued, displaying the black and red shirt. "No, these night gloves are the best fit," Little John insisted, holding a pair of bear claw gloves. The family debated early, each vying for their choice in Big White's wardrobe. The main reason was that no matter what he wore, his cute head made everything match. Meanwhile, Big White sat like a doll, with a resigned expression. "If I'd known, I would have slept longer." In the end, Big White opted for Gwen's green casual trousers, finding them more practical for changing clothes. After breakfast, George left for the police station to manage last night's incident, and Mrs. Stacy took Little John to Central City Elementary. Gwen hugged Big White tightly before heading out. 27 horsepower, turbocharged, now for a special news bulletin. At 11:50 last night, an incident occurred at the Empire State Building at 320 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, between West 33rd and West 34th Streets. A criminal, Cobert Sith, was found hanging from the Empire State Building. He has since been rescued and arrested by police. The crime method is believed to involve Spider-Man. Photos taken by bystanders show an additional figure next to Spider-Man. Though the scene was unclear, it suggests a partnership. Is there a new Guardian in New York? Big White lounged on the sofa, munching on potato chips and watching the news. At Peter's house, Peter paused, having just heard the news on TV. During this incident, much of the Empire State Building's glass shattered, causing numerous cracks. As a New York landmark, the extent of the damage is still being assessed. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moai Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 36, Chapter 35, Strong Wine Flavor. What's wrong? Aunt May asked, noticing Peter pause and look puzzled as she cleared the breakfast table. Oh, nothing. I'm just curious about how the glass broke, Peter responded, gesturing to the TV screen. The footage showed alarming cracks on the Empire State Building's side glass, as if struck by a heavy object. These were the very windows he and Panda Big White had swung past the previous night. It must have been a fight. It's dangerous to smash glass like that. Be careful when you go out, Aunt May speculated, not having listened closely to the news. Right, I'm heading out, Peter said, waving as he left. Seeing the damage, he thought of Panda Big White. Being a panda, he wasn't as agile and was quite heavy, likely causing the mishap while swinging on spider silk. Meanwhile, Big White lounged on the sofa, no longer focused on the TV but immersed in his system. System, activate rough skin and thick flesh evolution. During last night's mission at the Empire State Building, breaking the glass was easy, given his weight. However, his body still felt sore. He'd earned 130 destruction points plus 65 from parkour in New York City, totaling 195 points. Just 5 more points to unlock the next level. Additionally, he gained 6 points for aiding in the mugger's capture, more than for direct rescues. Big White surmised it was calculated based on the crime's severity. Evolve, the system's mechanical voice instructed. Big White felt a tingling sensation, like being wrapped in electricity. Evolution complete, the system announced, and the tingling subsided. Rather than immediately checking his condition, he explored possible exchanges for his goodwill points. Access skills exchange. Detected goodwill points, 7. Available skills. Mantis acupuncture technique, 7 points. Dad Ping's noodle soup skills, 3 points. Crane calligraphy, 4 points. Big White lingered over Dad Ping's noodle soup skills but decided to save his points for potential martial arts skills. With 95 destruction points and 7 goodwill points remaining, he exited the system. He flexed his paws, noticing increased strength. Examining his reflection, he noticed he seemed slightly bulkier. Unsure, he headed to the bathroom. In the mirror, the adorable panda looked a bit plumper. I wonder how much damage I can take now. Big White mused, patting his enlarged belly. Having perfected his basic attributes like Panda Abeo, he could now act human-like using chopsticks, walking upright, kicking. His foodie talent allowed him to enjoy all kinds of human food. With his rough-skinned, thick-fleshed evolution complete, his next goal was martial arts, moving toward becoming a dragon hero. After his self-assessment, Big White returned to the living room, snacking and watching TV. But soon, boredom set in. The last 5 destruction points nagged at him, pushing him to destroy something to evolve further. He pondered the 95 points, then recalled Mrs. Stacy's complaints about George hiding alcohol. His job often kept him up late, and drinking was harmful. Though George promised his wife he'd quit, his habit persisted, and he had a stash at home. As a thoughtful panda, Big White felt he should help George's health. Time for some mischief, he chuckled. With a keen sense of smell, Big White knew where George hid his various wines and sake. The household's grocery storage rarely saw visitors, making it the perfect hiding spot. If only George hid money there, Big White thought, he could have broken some furniture too. Bang! Bang! The sound of breaking glass echoed in the grocery storage. Evening. George drove home. He'd spent the day examining photos from the Global Times. After enhancement, the once blurry images now revealed more details. Spider-Man's presence was expected, but the other figure short and bulky puzzled him. In the enhanced photos, the Soleils appeared to belong to the Ursa D family, though specifics remained unclear. The figure's bamboo hat and clothing, featuring a blurred dragon embroidery, hinted at ties to the Dragon Kingdom's chivalric culture. Bear Paw, Dragon Kingdom, Chivalry, Kung Fu. For some reason, George thought of Panda Big White at home. But it seemed impossible. Despite Big White's agility, he couldn't scale the Empire State Building without Spider-Man. Wait, Spider-Man? George recalled Big White's recent disappearance, then his sudden return to Gwen's 20th floor bedroom. A panda couldn't have quietly navigated the fire escape to Gwen's room. And the day Big White vanished, Spider-Man was also involved. All attention was on Panda Big White, overlooking Spider-Man. Spider-Man! George fumed, suspecting him of abducting Big White. Determined, he sped home to question Gwen about Big White's whereabouts last night. Entering his house, the strong scent of wine hit him immediately, mingling with his favorite sake. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 37, Author. I make a new fanfiction story. Marvel, Cyberpunk. Synopsis. After traveling through time and space, he wakes up as Bucky Barnes, the infamous Winter Soldier, a deadly assassin under Hydra's control, just moments away from another mission. But this time, he's not alone. He now possesses a cyberpunk system, granting him access to futuristic technology, deadly upgrades, and limitless evolution. Will he choose to hide his identity and live a quiet life? Or will he rise to become a true legend in a world filled with danger, chaos, and opportunity? If you enjoy this story, don't forget to add it to your library and tag it. Hand pointing down, 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 hand pointing down. Chapter 38, Chapter 36, Master Raccoon. A sense of dread washed over George as he stepped cautiously into the house, heading straight for the utility warehouse. As he reached the corner, he noticed a trail of red liquid leading along the wall, ending at the door of the utility room. George had a hunch about what had happened but needed to see it for himself. Suppressing his rising anger, he followed the strong aroma of wine to the grocery room. The scene inside sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. Hiccup. Big White lay sprawled on the shelf, clutching a bottle of sake, clearly intoxicated. Noticing George at the door, he hiccuped, blinking dazedly. Hey, you're back. This wine's really good. Initially intending to destroy the stash, Big White had broken a bottle, and the aroma piqued his curiosity. One taste led to another, and before he knew it, he was drinking bottle after bottle. Only the first few were consumed consciously, after that, he lost track, accidentally knocking over others. Oh, no! George clutched his head, overwhelmed. It took him a moment to process the scene before him. Though tempted to vent his anger, the sight of the drunken panda lying amid broken glass tempered his reaction. He felt a mix of worry and fear. "My God, how did you find this place?" George exclaimed, hurriedly kicking shards aside and lifting Big White, who was sprawled like a rag doll. As George emerged with Big White, Gwen returned home, alarmed to see her father carrying the panda covered in red liquid. Panic set in, fearing something dire had happened. "What happened? Is he okay?" she asked, rushing forward, momentarily ignoring the potent scent of wine. "He's drunk, and I carried him out," George replied, flushed and struggling under the panda's weight. He wondered if his strength was waning. "Drunk?" Gwen asked, still processing the situation. The family gathered in the living room, amused by the panda snoring on the sofa. "So, Big White drank all the wine you had hidden," Mrs. Stacy remarked, turning from the panda to her husband. "Yes, but he didn't drink much, most of it ended up spilled," George admitted, wincing at the loss. "Those were his prized wines, gone to waste in a single day." Mrs. Stacy's expression turned stern. "I told you not to drink, given your health." They were from a while ago. It'd be a shame to waste them," George mumbled, trying to justify himself. His wife shook her head, her voice softening. "Dear, I know you love your wine, but as a police sergeant, you need to stay healthy for your safety. These drinks will only dull your senses. With your late nights, your health could decline. Your job's dangerous, and I worry every time you leave on a mission." Her eyes glistened, and George felt a pang of guilt. "Sorry, I'll cut back," he promised, considering his recent struggles might indicate a health issue. But Mrs. Stacy's next words caught him off guard. "That's not the biggest concern. Now that Big White's living with us, we can't let him develop a drinking habit. I can't bear to think of what might happen if he drank too much." Gwen chimed in, "Dad, are pandas safe to drink? Their biology's different from humans, we don't know how they'll handle alcohol." "Don't worry, he's a bear," George said, patting the panda's head. With Big White asleep, he finally had a chance to touch him. Despite the lost wine, the experience wasn't all bad. While the family chatted, Big White was deep in a dream. In the dream, he stood in the Valley of Peace, at the sacred Tears Spring behind the Jade Palace, a martial arts training ground. In the light of dawn, a raccoon stood on a rock, backlit by the sun, gazing down at him. "Do you want to learn Kung Fu?" it asked loudly. "Yes." Big White felt a surge of excitement, responding eagerly. "Then I am your master," the raccoon declared, fists clenched. From then on, Big White had a master. The scene shifted to an endless green lawn. He watched his master expectantly from the rock. "When you focus on martial arts, you're quite lacking," Master Raccoon said. "But maybe it's my fault. I can't teach you traditionally. This is the only way to unlock your potential." It produced a large bowl of buns. The dream shifted again. Big White trained, driven by the lure of delicious food. To earn buns and ramen, he had to meet Master Raccoon's training targets. Upon completing them, Master Raccoon would playfully thwart his attempts to eat, honing his reflexes. Thus, his martial arts journey continued. But before making progress, the dream faded. Dazed, Big White heard a mechanical voice. "Martial arts evolution. 10% complete." Hey! Waking up, Big White felt a pounding headache, as if gripped in a vice. His body felt sluggish. "Ugh, I feel terrible," he groaned, rising from the couch to find water. Just then, Gwen entered and saw Big White stirring. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 39, Chapter 37, The Panicked Owl. Big White, you're finally awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? Gwen asked, moving closer to help him up. Hey! She tried lifting him, but Big White, who she could usually manage, was too heavy this time. It's okay, just get me a glass of water, Big White replied, shaking his head to clear the fog. All right, stay put. I'll get you some water, Gwen said, patting his head before leaving the room. She soon returned with a glass of warm water. After drinking, Big White felt the nausea and discomfort ease. You didn't have school today, he asked, noticing the bright day outside. No, it's Saturday. No school today or tomorrow, Gwen shrugged. I was going to take you out today, but I didn't expect you to be drunk last night. Oh, well, I really don't feel like moving today. Maybe we can go camping tomorrow. I'd love some grilled fish, Big White said, lying on his small bed like a flattened pancake, his voice weak. We should find a quiet place to camp. Otherwise, we won't enjoy our time, Gwen suggested. Besides George's family, only the Smithsonian Zoo and Mayor Adams knew Big White was with them. However, reporters were targeting the zoo director and others still in New York. Their keen sense for big news meant it wouldn't stay hidden for long. Gwen took the glass from Big White, noting it was clean since she'd tidied the room last night. However, the scent of wine lingered when he spoke. Have you grown? You feel heavier, she remarked, recalling his weight. Maybe. My body feels sturdier, Big White replied, reflecting on last night's dream. He seemed to have gained martial arts knowledge. Curious, he opened his system panel. Out of the original 95 destruction points, only 10 remained. Destroying the wine last night earned him 15 points. Big White wasn't sure how destruction points were calculated, but guessed it was based on value and scope. Checking his talent page, he saw his limbs had evolved, and rough skin and thick flesh was replaced by a martial arts progress bar. It now showed 10% progress. Does 100 destruction points equal 10% progress? The panel was straightforward, and he quickly understood. But when he noticed something unexpected, he was surprised. Originally at 7 goodwill points, he now had an extra 1. All he'd done was destroy George's hidden wine. Maybe it was a good thing after all. Dash. Except for meals, Big White spent the day lounging in bed. Though the hangover had eased, he was too lazy to move. Gwen stayed close, enjoying her panda's company without venturing out. In the evening, George received a call Spider-Man was spotted over New York again. He left for the police station, preparing to capture Spider-Man. After dinner, the family relaxed in the living room before retiring to their rooms. Hey! What are you doing? Gwen asked as Big White retrieved the clothes she'd laid out last night. I'm going to find Spider-Man and help catch criminals, Big White replied, donning his coat. With martial arts progress, he felt an urge to test his new abilities. Though termed martial arts progress, it was more about instinctual physical enhancement. Skills like the invincible Nianhua finger, shadow boxing, and energy cultivation might fall under skill options later. Earning goodwill points remained important. No, the police are after him now. You might get hurt, Gwen cautioned. Don't worry, I'm really strong now, Big White assured, putting on his bamboo hat. He playfully winked at her, showing she needn't worry. With that, he headed to the window, opened it, and slipped outside. Leave the window open for me. Rest well, he waved, leaping down the 20-story fire escape. Gwen's eyes widened. As she moved to check, Big White swung away on spider silk. Panda Spider-Man. Gwen mused, amused by the sight. Dash. Once out, Big White swung freely through Queens. The 10% martial arts enhancement made him more agile and powerful. His body had strengthened in all aspects. Compared to his awkwardness days ago, he now moved through the city with spider silk as deftly as Spider-Man. He could leap across rooftops without needing silk. Finally, he felt like an ancient hero, flying over rooftops. After enjoying the thrill of parkour, Big White adjusted to his evolved body. Next, he needed to find Spider-Man and join forces. With ongoing negotiations between the House of Representatives and the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't wait. The world was dangerous, he needed to strengthen himself quickly. Acting alone was risky. With Peter's protection, he'd be safer. But soon, he realized a problem: he didn't know where Peter was. After rushing out, he realized he wasn't familiar with New York. Even with a strong sense of smell, finding him in the city was impossible. As he pondered, an owl flew overhead. Big White's eyes lit up, and he quickly shot a web with his bare claws. Thweb! The web snared the owl, pulling it down. Who? Who? The captured owl flapped in panic. Hey! Hey! Relax, I just need your help, Big White called. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 40, Chapter 38, Search. Barry quickly released the web and called out calmly. The owl, after hearing him, seemed to calm down, taking a good look at the creature that had caught it, a bear dressed in human clothes. What do you want? The owl asked warily, having freed itself from Barry's grip and taken a few steps back, its eyes wide and round. Don't be nervous. I just need you to find someone for me. I'll offer you food: chicken, fish, beef, Barry replied softly, extending his claws in a friendly gesture. And if you stick with me in the future, you'll have food and shelter without losing your freedom. How does that sound? Considering his potential to earn more, Barry thought about organizing a beast squad for assistance. Food and shelter. The owl's eyes widened at the offer. For a wild bird often struggling for food, it was a tempting deal, especially with no strings attached. Is this human easy to find? The owl asked, still cautious about making a commitment. He should be easy to spot. He's wandering around the city. Barry glanced around, soon spotting Spider-Man graffiti on a nearby wall. That's him. Just find him and let me know where he is. Of course, if you can't find him, I won't waste your time, and you'll still get the food I promised, Barry assured. The owl looked at the graffiti, nodded, and agreed. All right, I'll give it a try. Thank you so much, Barry said, grateful for the owl's agreement. Clear communication made things easier. Compared to human interactions, talking with animals seemed straightforward. With that, Bear and Owl began their search. The owl flew over New York, scanning for Spider-Man, while Barry moved through the city below, keeping pace. Dash. As they continued their search, the owl, following Barry's suggestion, traced the path of police cars. Soon, it left Queens and spotted Spider-Man near the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Brooklyn, with its diverse ethnic neighborhoods, Italian, Jewish, Black, Russian, Irish, and German, was a cultural melting pot. Race issues were prevalent, and gang activity was rampant, each group forming its own protective enclave. Is that him? The owl asked, perched on Barry's hat, pointing to the red figure leaping across a Nordic-style villa. Yes, that's him. Let's go, Barry nodded, leaping over the quiet street to the villa. The area was secluded, the villa seemingly a wealthy individual's private residence. Hi. Good evening, Peter. Peter, who had just followed a group of gangsters to the villa, was startled by the greeting. Turning around, he found the panda he hadn't seen in a while, now with an owl companion perched on its head. Why are you here? Peter exclaimed, surprised at the odd duo. I'm here for you. You ditched me after I helped you out, Barry replied, adjusting his bamboo hat. That was just a one-time deal, and you're a panda. It's risky having you around, Peter said, hands up in exasperation. Even with superpowers, the idea of dealing with a panda was daunting. Before Barry could respond, voices from inside the house shouted up at them. "Who's up there? Get down, you rat-like thief!" Maybe we should handle your business first, then talk," Barry suggested, pointing below. Peter hesitated, unable to send Barry back now. "Come down here," someone inside shouted, firing at the roof, though the bullets merely chipped the cement, serving as a threat. Peter sighed, addressing Barry seriously, "Stay here and wait for me, okay?" "No problem," Barry agreed, raising a paw in promise. Ignoring him, Peter swung off the roof, crashing through a window with his spider silk to enter the villa. Inside, gunfire erupted. Peter hurried, hoping the homeowner was unharmed. Moments later, Barry heard a burst of gunfire and frantic shouting from inside the house. "What is this? Get out, you monster! Boss, save me!" Dash! Amid the chaos, a panicked figure dashed out of the villa. Seeing this, Barry leapt from the roof, blocking the man's escape. "Hey, you're lucky to make it out alone." "Who are you?" the gangster stammered, eyes darting between the owl above and the strange bear, terror evident on his face. "A dragon hero." Barry mused aloud, wondering if the name was too flashy, and decided to ask the gangster. "You're just like the freak inside," the gangster shouted, drawing a dagger and charging. The firearm had given him confidence, but Spider-Man had disarmed him inside. "Don't scare my friend," Barry warned, sensing the owl's alarm. He quickly shot a web, entangling the gangster. Walking over to the struggling man, Barry delivered a swift kick, knocking him out. Inside, Barry found many cocooned figures suspended in the minimalist yet luxurious villa. The decor was Nordic, with the bar opposite the entrance stocked with wine, surrounded by a lush ecosphere. Peter crouched by a coffee table, beside a man bleeding profusely, his gaze fixed on a dog lying in a pool of blood, clinging to consciousness. "What happened?" Barry asked, stepping closer. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 41, Chapter 39, Freedom. As you can see, these gangsters broke into his home and attacked him, but fortunately, they only harmed his dog, leaving the person unharmed, Peter said, standing up after ensuring the man's life wasn't in danger. He did suffer a severe blow to the head, though, and lost a few teeth. "Oh, poor dog," Barry said, approaching the beagle. It was covered in blood, with many dents, likely beaten to death with a blunt object, possibly out of anger or spite. The owl flew down, circling the scene, and reached out its claws as if to grab the dog. "You can't eat this. It's someone's pet." "I'll get you something tasty soon," Barry quickly said, grabbing the owl and placing it back on his bamboo hat. He gestured toward the people on the ground and Peter. The owl flapped its wings in dissatisfaction but didn't fly off. Meanwhile, John Wick, lying on the ground in a semi-conscious state, overheard talk of eating his dog and snapped awake. Seeing the panda's face and broad paws under the bamboo hat, he fainted again from shock. "I've called an ambulance and the police, but they're slow to arrive," Peter said, tossing a gangster's phone aside. "Do you know who these people are?" Barry asked, looking at the figures wrapped tightly in spider webs. "Local Russian gangsters," Peter replied calmly, then shifted the topic, "but now, let's discuss what's going on between us." After tending to John's head wound, Peter left with Barry. Once outside, they perched on the balcony of a high-rise. "Why did you tag along?" Peter asked, looking slightly distressed. "Well, to punish evil and promote good," Barry replied with a shrug. "But I remember you talking about enjoying freedom," Peter said, stepping closer. "That's true," but I'm staying with Sheriff George's family. To repay them for their kindness, I thought I'd earn some credit for him, Barry reasoned, after a moment of thought. Then why follow me? You still owe me a big meal, and I'm not familiar with this city. It's safer with you, and I can help find criminals, Barry said, crossing his arms defiantly. Goo goo. The owl on his head echoed in agreement. Oh my god, you're a panda. Don't you understand how precious you are? Peter sighed, trying to persuade him to return home. Think about it, if you and a human were in danger, everyone would choose to save you first, understand? Peter explained patiently, wary of Barry's potential destructiveness. He still couldn't comprehend how so much glass broke at the Empire State Building that day. Barry shrugged, finding the hypothetical scenario about values and relationships nonsensical. I'm just a bear. I'll stick with you for a few days. If everything goes well, I might become a police officer. If not, I'll stay in New York as a mascot, Barry suggested, lowering his demands for now. In the meantime, he planned to earn more destruction points and increase his martial arts skills to 100%, gaining more self-defense ability and less reliance on Peter. Once his martial arts reached 100%, maybe he'd leap between buildings without needing spider silk. For now, though, he needed Peter to replenish the spider silk. You want to be a police officer? Peter asked, surprised. The idea of a panda becoming a cop seemed outrageous. Why not? In special situations, a bear was once a transport soldier and earned a rank. Why can't I be a cop? Barry retorted. That's different. It was wartime, and the bear played a major transport role, Peter countered. Do you think I can't contribute as a police officer? Barry asked, throwing a few mock punches. Peter was about to agree but paused, considering the panda's potential influence in the U.S. If Barry became a cop, it could be more impactful than any PR campaign. Despite potential controversy, the greater the debate, the bigger the influence. And if a panda really became a cop, it might never leave the station, surrounded by reporters and crowds everywhere. Ultimately, the publicity could outweigh the panda's role as an officer. Peter understood the implications clearly. All right, you can follow me for now, but you must follow my orders and not act on your own, Peter agreed with a sigh. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Plus, we have an extra partner, Barry said, pointing to the owl. It can scout for us. And by the way, you should prepare some food for it as a reward, Barry added. Peter shrugged, feeling like he was becoming a zookeeper. If I don't feed it, would it be dishonest? Could you still hang out in the animal kingdom? Do you think I'd miss your food? Barry gave him a sidelong glance. Well, you eat better than I do, ha, Peter replied awkwardly. Let's move on to the next mission. Finding those on the wanted list would be best, Barry urged, bouncing on his paws eagerly. Those criminals are well hidden. Finding them won't be easy, Peter said, rolling his eyes before launching himself with spider silk. Maybe later. Barry followed, thinking about the city's hidden rats, stray cats, and other creatures. Maybe he could issue a wanted order among the animals. Together, man and bear navigated New York, tackling crime after crime. Gangsters, robberies, wanted criminals, murders, assaults, and even terrorist threats. Following Peter through the dark alleys of New York opened Barry's eyes to the scale of crime. It truly is a land of freedom. Extra chapter is available in Patreon Moi Stone Statue. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 42, Chapter 40, ends. New York lay beneath a canopy of stars, surrounded by a vast dark expanse like a beast ready to swallow it whole. The lights flickered weakly, struggling against the encroaching darkness. In this dimly lit area, the street lamps cast only pale glows over the shadowed streets. With autumn's arrival, the nights began to carry a chill. Suddenly, a frantic figure burst onto the silent street, clutching a pistol, panic etched across his face as he glanced nervously over his shoulder. Out of nowhere, a short, round figure intercepted him. "What the hell are you? Why are you following me?" he shouted, his nerves frayed, aiming his gun at the unexpected figure, especially unnerved by the eerie clown mask. "Hey, no need to be scared. It's just a mask." "Why are you so afraid of clowns?" came a voice from the masked figure, who then removed the clown mask. The man's fear escalated at the sight. Beneath the mask wasn't human. A panda stared back at him. The bamboo hat cast shadows over the panda's face, and its exposed teeth made it appear more menacing. Coupled with the clown mask, the sight drove the man to panic. "Am I that scary?" "Barry," the panda asked, seeing the man's breakdown and screams. He was bewildered, never having seen someone so terrified by his panda face. The burly criminal, now reduced to a sniveling mess, cursed and pulled the trigger in vain, the gun clicking empty. Barry brought the clown mask closer, puzzled by the man's escalating fear. Finding him noisy, Barry extended his bare claws, shooting spider silk from the wrist guard to seal the man's mouth and bind his limbs. Soon, the criminal lay trapped on the ground, splayed out like a starfish. Maybe the description in English characters is more vivid. Barry shrugged, wondering why the man reacted so intensely. He stepped forward and knocked the man out with a gentle slap. "Good points +6. Peter, who had been watching, finally joined Barry. He'd seen everything unfold. Landing beside Barry, Peter eyed the clown mask thoughtfully. "That might be a good tactic," he mused, stroking his chin. "This?" Barry asked, holding up the clown mask he'd picked up from a nearby amusement park unexpectedly. The criminal seemed terrified of it. "Do you want to be Spider-Man the clown?" "Sounds interesting," Barry suggested. "No, using urban legends with clowns could cause panic. And Spider-Man the clown is a terrible name," Peter shook his head. "How about Pigman?" "Pig? How do you associate me with that?" Peter looked at himself, slightly offended. "Just brainstorming." "Then maybe I shouldn't add spider silk to your wrist guards," Peter teased. "Fine, Spider-Man it is," Barry conceded. He needed Peter's help for clothes and spider silk refills. "Let's call it a night." "It's almost dawn," Peter said after their series of ventures. He noticed Barry had become more agile, his movements more refined. The panda no longer moved clumsily, instead, he exhibited elements of martial arts. Of course, with increased agility came increased destruction. They damaged street lights, park sculptures, vehicles, and building windows along their path. Peter hoped the damaged vehicles were insured, dreading the next day's headlines. But these were minor issues. Peter admired Barry's unique approach and even considered learning from him. "All right, I'm going camping with Gwen tomorrow, so I better head back early," Barry nodded. The owl landed nearby, hooting as if reminding him of something. "Oh, right, you haven't fed it yet," Barry said, placing the owl on his head and addressing Peter. Peter considered the bear and owl duo, then said, "Take it to my house. I'll grab some pork chops from the fridge and refill your spider silk." "Great, with this reward, it might introduce more animal friends to help us delivering messages, scouting, gathering info." "Better than going solo," Barry suggested earnestly. Peter pondered the idea but shook his head, considering his finances. "I can't afford to feed more animals. I still owe you that meal, and I'll need to work extra jobs to cover it." "Sounds tough." "I think you're mocking me," Peter sighed. As a panda, Barry wanted for nothing, while Peter struggled for freedom. "I'm not earning for others, so I'm not mocking you," Barry said with a smirk. After their usual banter, they left using spider silk, heading home. It was around 3 or 4 in the morning. Except for Asian businesses, the streets were dark. Peter opened a window, letting Barry and the owl in, then quietly closed it behind them. Q. The owl began to hoot as Peter turned on the light, but Barry quickly covered its mouth. "Shh, keep it down," he whispered, placing the owl in his palm and bringing a finger to his lips. Once the owl nodded its understanding, Barry turned his attention to Peter, who was removing his suit. Beneath the mask, Peter's face bore new bruises and small cuts. Despite his spider sense, unfamiliarity with his strength led to minor injuries during their encounters. Chapter 43, Chapter 41, Chef of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the scene before him, Barry thought of his skills in traditional herbal medicine. Peter tossed his spider suit aside. Exhausted and eager to collapse into bed, he couldn't help but smile as he looked at Barry and the owl, their eyes wide with curiosity. It was oddly comforting. "I'll head downstairs to get some food for this little guy. Take off your wrist protector, and I'll refill it later," Peter said, carefully opening the door and heading to the kitchen. When he returned, he had half a fish in hand. Fortunately, there was some leftover fish in the fridge. "Here you go." The owl flapped its wings, eagerly accepting the fish. It was about to hoot in thanks when Barry stopped it just in time. Satisfied with its meal, the owl departed. Today, aside from helping Barry find Peter, it hadn't come across many criminals. After watching the owl leave, Peter closed the window and turned to Barry. "All right, let's take care of your wrist protector." Dash. Once the spider silk was replenished, Barry didn't linger. He headed straight back to the apartment. Upon arriving home, he found Gwen already asleep. Barry quietly opened the window. The warmth inside quickly made him drowsy, and he collapsed into his small bed, falling into a deep sleep. Dash. "Barry, Barry, wake up. Someone's here with food for you. This time it's a special dish prepared by a chef from the Dragon Kingdom. Get up." Gwen's gentle nudging roused Barry from his slumber. He yawned widely, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Gwen once he was fully awake. "What did you say?" "Mr. Adams heard you like Dragon Kingdom cuisine, so he hired a chef to prepare some noodles for you." "The food's here," Gwen said, playfully rubbing his face as he did. "And we're going camping today. You should change. I have no idea what time you got back last night," she added with a hint of reproach. "Food from the Dragon Kingdom." Barry's ears perked up, and he was instantly energized. "Baezai, dumplings, noodles, flour rolls, there's a lot. They'll taste bad if they get cold," Gwen noted, her mouth watering at the thought. "Okay, I'm coming." Despite a short night's sleep, the thought of Dragon Kingdom food outside invigorated Barry. Changing into his pale green casual trousers, Barry hurried to the living room. Alongside the George family was a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform, with a steady demeanor and the Dragon Kingdom flag on his chest. The man was momentarily stunned seeing Barry walking naturally on two legs, like a human in a panda suit. The chef, Charlie, was from a family with deep roots in the Dragon Kingdom. Though his relationship with Adams wasn't close, there was no issue in sending someone for this task. He was a senior pastry chef in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter how prestigious, a giant panda would always be a unique client. On the table, rows of pasta dishes awaited, each with a selection of dips. "Barry, come eat," Charlie said in his native tongue, which brought a sense of comfort to Barry. Eyeing the food, Barry couldn't resist and grabbed chopsticks, eating under Charlie's astonished gaze. Leek egg dumplings, celery pork buns, bean paste buns, braised mustard buns, fried dumplings, soup buns, shortbread. The array was vast, possibly to see which pastas Barry favored. However, it seemed his overnight adventures had left him famished. Before Charlie could recover from his shock, most of the buns and dumplings had vanished. With Gwen and the others joining in, the food was soon gone, with not even a dip left. "This is way better than Chinatown, this is even more delicious," George commented, lounging on the sofa contentedly. Finally, a Dragon Kingdom chef had arrived, offering more than just bamboo shoots and fruits. Though Adams had mentioned Barry's peculiarities, seeing it firsthand was a revelation for Charlie. As the table was cleared, Charlie smiled with satisfaction. He'd taken into account the whole family's appetite when preparing the meal. Verb. Sipping the last of the noodle soup, Barry let out a satisfied belch, sinking into the sofa with contentment. "It seems Barry isn't picky, which makes cooking easier. I'll just focus on nutrition," Charlie remarked to the Georges. "It probably doesn't like tomatoes. Last time it raided our fridge, only the tomatoes were untouched," George recalled. "I'll keep that in mind." "Anything else?" Charlie asked. "Well, it drinks," George admitted. "Drinking? Did you give it alcohol?" Charlie frowned, thinking the family might be too indulgent. No, it sneaks some on its own, but it's been fine," George reassured. "I see, better to keep it away from alcohol." "Fresh milk is a better choice," Charlie advised, apologizing, "Sorry, I'm just concerned about the panda's health." "No worries, we're vigilant. We'd be more anxious if something went wrong." After Mrs. Stacy cleared the table and bamboo cages, Charlie departed. After some rest, the family prepared for their camping trip. Due to Barry's unique status, they needed a large bag to discreetly transport him. Eventually, George and his wife maneuvered a sizable grey bag into the elevator. Chapter 44, Chapter 42, Camping. "Oh my God, why is Barry so heavy?" After George and Mrs. Stacy managed to hoist the large grey bag into the back seat, she rubbed her sore hands and commented with amusement. Looking at Barry, so small and cute, one wouldn't expect him to weigh like a solid shot put. He wasn't this heavy when he first arrived. He's put on quite a bit of weight recently. I thought I was just getting weaker, George chuckled in response. With that, they settled into their seats, George taking the wheel and Mrs. Stacy in the passenger seat. Gwen and Little John flanked the big grey bag in the back. The car eased out of the Wall apartment parking lot. As they left Queens, traffic thinned, and urban high-rises gave way to lush greenery. "All right, Barry, you can come out now," Gwen said after they had left the bustling city behind. Sparse vehicles passed by, and the landscape was increasingly verdant. Unzipping the bag, a panda's head popped out. Barry surveyed the surroundings through the window before climbing out completely. "Be careful," Gwen advised, folding the large bag behind Barry to give him room to sit. Mrs. Stacy turned in her seat to say, "Hold on tight, Barry. When we pass other cars, try to stay hidden. If someone spots a panda in our car, it could be troublesome." George glanced at the rearview mirror and quipped, "Feels like we're smuggling Barry away from home." "No choice. If word gets out that Barry's staying with us, we'll be swamped with reporters and panda enthusiasts," Mrs. Stacy shrugged, imagining the frenzy such news would spark. "If Barry were to join the police force, imagine the sensation." George speculated. "I hope things stay as they are," Gwen said, massaging Barry's shoulders. "That's unlikely. The mayor won't keep a treasure like Barry hidden away," George mused. "It's part of the trade-off for the freedom he wants. Even with high intelligence, pandas are still bears. Living among humans requires the mayor to shoulder significant responsibility. However, because they're pandas, people are more accepting than they would be of other wild animals. Especially in a country focused on political correctness and diverse identities, pandas have a unique appeal." "What? You think pandas can't be cops? Must be zoo-bound?" "With the right advocacy, organizations focused on animal rights, veganism, and environmental causes would certainly rally support." "Discrimination. As for real safety concerns, few actually care." After about half an hour, they reached Oak Ridge in Manhattan, New York. Through the car window, the landscape transformed into a tapestry of dark red hues. Oak branches stood sturdy and graceful, their leaves turning crimson in autumn, a striking reddish copper as they cooled. Mrs. Stacy, a fall enthusiast, loved the vibrant red oaks, making Oak Ridge a regular autumn destination. George parked in a quiet, open area near a lake, perfect for fishing. Barry leapt from the car, feeling the soft crunch of fallen leaves and acorns beneath his paws. The oak trees, neither too dense nor sparse, stood majestic under the warm sun, their crimson leaves highlighting their elegant contours. Squirrels darted through the branches, gathering acorns for winter. "All right, let's clear these leaves, set up the tent, and lay out the mats," George said, pulling a large bag from the trunk. The family set to work. Barry joined in, sweeping away leaves and acorns to reveal a spacious area by the lake. Then came the tent, the barbecue grill, and the fire. Soon, white smoke curled up from the oak grove as Mrs. Stacy oiled skewered squid and other delicacies for the grill. Gwen set out desserts on the tablecloth, and they began sampling treats with Barry. After their busy setup, the family gathered around Barry to enjoy lunch. Once they had eaten and cleaned up, it was time for recreation. "Who wants to go fishing?" George asked, retrieving a rod from the car. Hearing the word fishing, Barry, who had been dodging Little John's sticky fingers, became intrigued and hurried over. "You want to fish?" George asked, surprised by Barry's eagerness. Barry nodded. Freshly caught fish always tasted better grilled. "All right, I'll find you a rod and teach you how to fish," George said, fetching the rod initially meant for Little John. Barry followed George to the lake, skillfully casting his line. The float bobbed gently on the water's surface. George, who had planned to teach him, was taken aback and sheepishly returned to his own spot. In the past, George might have been shocked, but he had grown accustomed to seeing Barry as more than just an animal. But Barry's leisurely fishing soon turned frustrating. "Another big one. We'll feast on grilled fish tonight and have plenty to take home," George exclaimed, reeling in a plump perch, adding it to the bucket already teeming with fish. Meanwhile, Barry's bucket contained only clear lake water. Watching the float drift while a carp eyed him lazily from below. Where was the beginner's luck? Frustrated, Barry threw down his rod and leapt into the lake. The water erupted like a bomb, leaving a deep crater. Bang! Water sprayed everywhere, forming a shimmering curtain. George, seated in his folding chair, turned quickly, startled by the commotion. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. 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 Chapter 45, Chapter 43, Pharmaceuticals. What happened? Gwen and the others were drawn by the commotion. They saw the lake's surface rippling chaotically, with Barry the panda clamping a carp in his jaws, water cascading down his fur. The carp seemed stunned, likely from the impact of the water. "Oh my God!" Gwen gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. This display revealed a wild side of Barry the family had never seen. Since meeting Barry, they had grown accustomed to his unusual behavior, often forgetting he was still a bear due to his gentle demeanor. Barry opened his mouth and spat the carp onto his paw, eyeing the stunned fish. The chill of the autumn lake water cooled his earlier frustration. "Barry, come on up," George called from the shore. Barry glanced at him, then at the lake, hesitating briefly before deciding against further action. He tossed the carp high into the air, and as it descended, Barry kicked it deftly. The fish arced gracefully through the air, landing squarely in his empty bucket. "Beautiful!" Barry exclaimed, shaking his fist in triumph, then left the lake, shaking himself vigorously to shed the water from his fur. Done with fishing, he headed to the barbecue grill, bucket in hand. "Great job, kid," Mrs. Stacy laughed, taking the carp to prepare it. George shook his head with a smile, recalling Barry's earlier frustration at the empty bucket. As the day passed, Barry and the others feasted on grilled fish and snacks, occasionally sharing with the squirrels scurrying nearby, enjoying the serene red oak forest. As evening approached and the sun dipped like a fiery disk, they packed up and left Oak Ridge, heading back to Queens. They arrived at the apartment around 7 in the evening. A few days later, at night, Wall Apartments, number 2016. According to the Global Times, Spider-Man and his mysterious companion have reportedly damaged a statue of Shinran Shonen in the Upper West Side Church in Manhattan, New York, recently. The statue, a well-preserved piece from the Neon era, was placed outside the church by a Japanese donor. They also damaged the Angel of the Waters fountain in Central Park, shattering half its wings. A bronze bull in Bowling Green Park lost a horn. Many public properties have suffered damage. This isn't just a monetary issue. The New York Department of Cultural Affairs has declared, "We must punish these vandals for the havoc they've wreaked on New York's cultural heritage." However, New Yorkers have mixed feelings. Many view Spider-Man and his partner as protectors of the city, suggesting the damage indicates the dangers they face. They believe they shouldn't be held accountable. Barry lounged on the sofa, tallying his gains from the previous night's escapades. Over recent nights, he'd accompanied Peter in combating New York's criminals. Inevitably, their battles resulted in collateral damage, especially against heavily armed gangs. After several nights of action, Barry's destruction points unexpectedly exceeded 800, bringing his martial arts progress to 90%. Just over 30 points remained to reach 100%. As his martial arts skills improved past 80%, Barry's kung fu became increasingly refined. Without needing spider silk, he could traverse New York's skyline using sheer skill. The lessons from Master Raccoon in his dreams were drawing to a close. Barry anticipated soon unlocking the secrets of the Dragon Scroll. With each criminal captured, his good points grew. The evildoer's high evil points translated into significant good points for Barry. Progress mirrored his martial arts journey, now reaching over 90 points. He'd also exchanged 10 good points for skills in traditional herbal medicine and pharmaceuticals. As Barry reflected on Master Raccoon's teachings, Gwen returned home. "Barry, I'm back, and I got the last herbal medicine you needed." Hearing this, Barry leapt from the sofa. In New York, traditional herbal medicine was popular, but scams abounded. Gwen had encountered fake or subpar products before. She had found a reliable herbal store recently, but the order was incomplete until today. Gwen handed Barry a bag of turmeric from her backpack, asking curiously, "You don't really need medicine, do you?" Besides herbs, she'd also bought pharmaceutical tools like pestles and mortars for Barry. "Of course. Otherwise, why ask you to get this stuff? I can even make you some facial salve if you'd like," Barry said, breaking the turmeric apart, sniffing its sweet potato-like core, and storing it with satisfaction. No thanks. I don't want to risk my face, and you shouldn't ingest anything," Gwen quickly declined, wary of Panda-made medicine. "This isn't for eating. It's an ointment for wounds and swelling works wonders." "What are you up to?" Gwen asked, puzzled. "It's for Spider-Man. He's tough but not invincible," Barry explained, heading to his room to fetch a mortar and pestle. He crushed the turmeric into powder. Under Gwen's watchful eye, he mixed the powder into a sticky liquid, grinding it further. Dong dong. Suddenly, there was a tapping at the window. An owl perched outside, pecking the glass. Barry paused his task, opened the window, and let the owl in. "Cuckoo's back," Gwen said, picking up the owl affectionately. The owl hooted a message to Barry. "He's coming over." Barry asked Gwen, interpreting the owl's message. "What are you two talking about?" Gwen inquired, intrigued by the bear-owl exchange. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 46, Chapter 44, Peter meets his father-in-law. It's okay, but since Spider-Man has some business, I'm staying in today, Barry said, turning back to his task of grinding ointment. Hey? You're not going out today? Gwen asked, surprised. Yeah, why? Barry looked at her with curiosity. I invited a classmate over today, and I was worried he might find out about you, Gwen admitted, a bit embarrassed. You always make it sound like a dramatic love triangle, Barry quipped, rolling his eyes. It's all right if he finds out. Just ask him to keep it a secret for now. Besides, the newspapers are already buzzing about me being here. Gwen sighed, thinking about the increasing number of reporters camped outside the apartment. These reporters have sharper noses than bloodhounds. Well, maybe thanks to me, you'll make a memorable mark in history, Barry said with a playful wink. I hope it's not too heavy of a mark. Gwen shrugged, smiling. Goo goo. The owl suddenly hooted. What is it saying now? Gwen asked, petting its head and turning to Barry. It wants fish. I remember there's a small one in the fridge. No one will miss it, so let's give it to the owl. I really don't get why it doesn't eat mice, Barry muttered. We don't have mice here, Gwen shivered at the thought of mice, then carried the owl to fetch the fish. Dash. The owl's message was about Peter, whom Gwen had invited for dinner. So, tonight's patrol was off. Barry welcomed the break after many tiring nights. After feeding the owl, Gwen opened the window, letting it fly off, and eyed the porcelain bottle on the desk with curiosity. Does this stuff really work? Barry glanced at her. Why not try it on a bruise and see? How about you try it first? Gwen retorted, amused by the suggestion. I'm a panda. Want to abuse me? Barry feigned indignation. Gwen chuckled, unable to argue with that. The ointment isn't ready yet. Once it's heated, the ingredients will blend, and it'll work wonders, Barry explained, picking up the porcelain bottle and heading to the kitchen. You're covered in fur, don't burn yourself. Let me help, Gwen offered, eyeing Barry's plush figure with concern. No, it's tricky to control the heat precisely. I can handle it, Barry insisted, entering the kitchen. As they entered, Mrs. Stacy glanced up from her cooking. Barry, what brings you in here? Did you smell the lemon base? She teased, standing by the oven with oven mitts. No, Barry made something and wants to heat it on the stove, Gwen quickly explained. So far, Barry only spoke in front of Peter and Gwen, preferring silence with others. George was an exception, given the circumstances. I heard you've been buying herbs. Have you made something? How does it work? Mrs. Stacy asked, eyeing the porcelain bottle Barry held. Maybe he learned it online, Gwen shrugged. Pandas from the Dragon Kingdom might have a knack for herbs. That's amazing. Mrs. Stacy marveled. While Barry heated the ointment, Mrs. Stacy watched with interest. Dash. It didn't take long to heat the ointment. Once done, Gwen and Barry left the kitchen. Back in the bedroom, there was a sudden knock at the window. Barry and Gwen turned to see Peter, backpack slung over his shoulder, crouching on the fire escape. Seeing him, Gwen's eyes widened. She glanced at Barry, understanding his earlier disappearance. Barry nudged Gwen to open the window quickly. Snapping out of her surprise, Gwen hurried over to open it. Hi, she greeted warmly. Hi. Peter replied with an awkward, shy smile. How'd you get up here? Gwen asked, puzzled. Climbed the fire escape. Your doorman is intimidating, Peter admitted. This is the 20th floor. Well, it's fine, Peter said, climbing in and surveying Gwen's room with interest. Gwen worried Peter might be startled by Barry's presence, but Barry had already slipped out of the room. This is your room. Peter asked, taking in his surroundings. Yeah, this is my room. Books, and shoes. Watching Peter's awkwardness, Gwen laughed. Dash. Meanwhile, Barry left them to their moment and wandered into the living room. Barry? Not sleeping tonight? George, reading the newspaper, noticed Barry's presence. Usually, Barry would be resting by now, with food deliveries from Chef Charlie handled by Gwen. Barry shook his head, setting his pasta dish on the table. Mrs. Stacy emerged from the kitchen, carrying a dish of fish. Lemon base. Fetch Gwen for dinner, and see when her friend arrives, she instructed. Seeing Barry, George remembered Gwen's friend and pieced things together. I thought it was late, but he's already here, he muttered, setting the newspaper aside and heading to Gwen's room. What's up? Mrs. Stacy asked, noticing his change in demeanor. Intrigued by George's reaction, Barry quickly followed. When they arrived, George was eyeing Peter beside Gwen with mild awkwardness. After a long silence, George finally spoke. Are you Peter? Dad, this is Peter, Gwen interjected, breaking the ice. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 47, * Chapter 45, The Lizard Monster. Peter approached George, encouraged by Gwen's reassuring glance. It's nice to meet you, sir, he said, extending a hand somewhat cautiously. Good to meet you too, George replied, taking the opportunity to study the young man before him. Peter seemed a bit thin, but his attire and demeanor were neat, and his clear eyes suggested honesty and integrity. As a policeman, George didn't find anything to dislike about Peter at first glance. Dinner's ready. I hope you like lemon base, George said. Who wouldn't? Peter replied with a smile. Gwen noticed Barry watching the interaction from the doorway. She gave him a look, indicating he should let them have their moment, to avoid startling Peter. A panda? Peter asked, feigning surprise as he noticed Barry for the first time. Yes, that's the panda from the Smithsonian Zoo, staying with us for some complicated reasons, George explained, stepping aside to reveal Barry fully. Don't worry, he's harmless, George added. That's amazing. You get to see a panda up close every day. But I heard they need a lot of bamboo. How do you manage that? Peter inquired, curious about Barry's living situation with the Stacy family. The mayor arranged for a chef to take care of its diet, so we don't have to worry about that, George said as they exited the bedroom. He turned to Gwen, let's head to dinner. Your mother must be waiting. And you too, he added to Barry as he walked by. Dash. At the dining table, Mrs. Stacy had set up a delicious meal featuring lemon base and cutlery. In contrast, Barry had a bowl of noodles, 4 baskets of buns, and bright red sesame pepper dips with chopsticks in front of him. Peter sat between Barry and Little John, awkwardly poking at the lemon base with his knife and fork, unsure of where to start. He couldn't help but feel envious as Barry deftly used chopsticks to dip his food into the vibrant sauces. You're holding it wrong. The fish head should face away, Mrs. Stacy pointed out, breaking the awkward silence. Thanks. Peter said, attempting to adjust his utensils. Despite his efforts, he was still flustered. John, help Gwen's friend with the fish, Mrs. Stacy instructed Little John. Oh. I'm not very good at it, Peter admitted, setting down his utensils and glancing at Gwen with a sheepish smile. First time, hey. Little John teased, stepping up to assist Peter with the fish. Mrs. Stacy noticed Peter's discomfort and decided to change the topic. George, how was your day? Before George could answer, Little John eagerly asked, Dad, did you catch that Spider-Man group? No, not yet, George replied, taking a bite of fish. But we will. They're just a nuisance, attacking citizens at night. They're clumsy and leave clues, but they're dangerous all the same, George added. Peter felt a twinge of irritation. Did they attack civilians? I don't think so, he replied, then quickly softened his tone. I mean, I saw a video online about them and the car thieves last night. Most people think they were doing a public service, Peter continued, choosing his words carefully. Most people are wrong, George retorted, fixing Peter with a serious look. If I wanted that car thief gone, he wouldn't be on that street. Then why is he still there? Peter asked without thinking, only to feel a sharp kick under the table. Ah, he yelped, turning in confusion to see Barry quietly eating his noodles. Are you all right? Mrs. Stacy asked with concern. I'm fine, Peter replied, though Barry was inwardly cringing. Starting a debate with his potential father-in-law on day one was bold. Gwen smiled awkwardly, feeling the tension rise. George raised an eyebrow, setting his utensils down. Let me be clear. That car thief was a lead to the group behind the scenes. We've been on his trail for almost 6 months. It's strategy. I'm sure you've heard of that term in school. George continued, his tone growing firmer. Yes, Peter mumbled, avoiding eye contact. Good, George said, picking up his utensils with a sense of closure, believing he had settled the matter. Unexpectedly, Peter spoke again. They clearly didn't know about your plan. Barry couldn't bear to watch. He finished his noodle soup and retreated to the bedroom. As the argument escalated, Gwen finally intervened, pulling Peter aside to talk. The tension in the living room eased as they stepped away. But soon after, sirens wailed outside the apartment. Police cars with flashing lights parked at the entrance, and George, who intended to have a word with his daughter, quickly left to respond to the call. Meanwhile, on the Williamsburg Bridge in Queens, an abandoned taxi sat on the bridge, and a monstrous lizard-like figure moved through the traffic, seemingly searching for something. Ahead of the massive humanoid lizard, a crowd of terrified people screamed on the bridge. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 48, Chapter 46, Dr. Lizard. On the open-air balcony, Peter had just confessed his identity as Spider-Man to Gwen, and their relationship had taken a significant step forward. However, before he could fully enjoy the moment after their long-awaited kiss, the blaring sirens from the street below shattered the peace. He glanced back at Gwen, who had returned to the room, feeling conflicted but ultimately climbed up to the edge of the balcony, ready to leap into action. I think you should wait for me, we're a team. Barry, now dressed and ready, appeared beside him. The wind whipped his coat around, revealing hints of a golden dragon pattern that shimmered under the neon lights, adding to his mystique. Let's go. Hopefully, our simultaneous disappearance doesn't make Mrs. Stacy suspicious, Peter said with a shrug, leaping off the edge. By now, he was accustomed to Barry's presence during their adventures. Instead of using his web, Barry leaped gracefully, landing on the balcony of a nearby high-rise. Gwen will cover for us, don't worry. My outings with you are all thanks to her, Barry casually mentioned to Peter, who was sprinting along the neighboring balconies. But at dinner tonight, you really put your foot in it. I thought you two might end up brawling at the table, Barry teased. Yeah, I got a bit riled up when I heard her dad's comments. In hindsight, while our intentions are good, our methods could use some refinement, Peter admitted, recalling the awkward dinner scene, especially with Gwen in mind. When I become a police officer, gathering intel for you won't conflict with police duties, Barry said, taking another leap, landing on the suspension bridge that stretched into the distance. They had arrived at the Williamsburg Bridge, the scene of the current chaos. The Williamsburg Bridge connects Manhattan's Lower East Side to Williamsburg in Brooklyn, and today it was teeming with vehicles. Now, chaos reigned on the bridge, with people screaming and cars honking as they fled. Barry approached a taxi at the bridge's entrance, now nearly reduced to a hunk of scrap metal. The vehicle's rear was mangled, with long scratches suggesting it had been torn open by a massive claw. "Barry, stop gawking! The monster's up ahead! Go save people!" Peter, now suited up, shouted from atop the Williamsburg Bridge after stashing his clothes in his backpack. Bang! Just then, a noise echoed from the bridge as vehicles began rolling off, plummeting towards the East River below. As soon as Barry heard this, he leaped over a truck, his eyes scanning the traffic. He soon spotted a tall, green-skinned lizard man rampaging through the vehicles. Seeing the situation, Barry began leaping across the tops of vehicles, chasing after the creature. He moved with such lightness that his paws barely left a trace on the roofs. In less than a minute, Barry had caught up with the towering green-skinned lizard monster. "Hey, green lizard! What are you up to?" Barry intercepted the creature, eyeing it warily. Roar! The lizard monster roared at Barry, its claws lashing out. Barry didn't retreat, instead, he advanced, using his small stature to duck under the lizard man's legs. A swift sweep followed, sending the lizard man crashing to the ground. Roar! Can you understand me? When the creature didn't respond, Barry switched to the language of animal communication. But the lizard man only roared again, swinging its thick tail at Barry. Barry had no time to dodge the sudden attack, so he quickly clasped his palms together, pulling out a thick whip made of spider silk to block the incoming tail. However, the creature's strength was immense. Despite the spider silk's tenacity, Barry was still knocked off the bridge. Dr. Lizard, seeing that the obstacle was gone, continued forward, landing atop a black SUV wedged between other vehicles. Pop! Suddenly, the lizard man was struck on the head by a white whip, causing him to stagger back and fall off the car's roof. "Prefer bamboo sticks, but this will have to do," Barry commented, brandishing the spider silk whip, which crackled like firecrackers. Roar! Furious, Dr. Lizard roared and lifted the black SUV, hurling it toward Barry. Barry leaped over the flying car, heading straight for Dr. Lizard. "Hope they have insurance, they might need it," Barry quipped, twirling his whip, now with a tire attached to the end. But as the tire hurtled toward him, Dr. Lizard deftly swatted it away with his talon, severing the spider silk. Seeing this, Barry abandoned his initial plan. He landed, coiled his legs, and launched himself like a cannonball. He struck Dr. Lizard's abdomen, bending the creature's body into a bow with the force of his impact. Bang! Dr. Lizard flew through the air, crashing into a car. The windshield shattered, and the frame crumpled, yet he seemed unscathed and quickly rose. As he prepared to charge again, a sharp pain in his right arm stopped him. Looking down, he saw his left arm beginning to dissolve into powder. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 49, Chapter 47, Rescue. Dr. Lizard grasped his dissolving arm with his other hand, pain etching across his face. Meanwhile, Peter, having swung to the scene on his webs, was rushing to help. Seeing the situation turn dire, Dr. Lizard prepared to flee. Barry quickly ran toward him, but a desperate cry for help from nearby caught his attention. "Help, please! My child is trapped!" A middle-aged man in a grey sweatshirt called out, anxiously watching a car suspended by spider silk under the bridge. Inside the car's back seat, a child strapped into a seatbelt was frantically screaming for help. In that brief moment of distraction, Dr. Lizard vanished from sight. "Save the child first, reinforce the web!" Peter shouted, jumping onto the trunk of the car, which dangled precariously from the bridge. He smashed the rear windshield with a decisive punch and began clearing the glass. Barry stood atop the bridge, rapidly firing webs to reinforce the car's tenuous connection to the bridge. The child's father, focused on Spider-Man's rescue effort below, barely noticed Barry's presence. Otherwise, he might have been startled by the sight of a panda. Barry suddenly sniffed the air, catching the pungent scent of gasoline. He looked down, seeing fuel trickling from the car's tank. If a spark ignited from damaged wiring, an explosion was imminent. "Hurry up! The car's about to blow!" Barry shouted to Peter, who was trying to soothe the panicked child. The child seemed frightened by Peter's masked appearance, prompting him to remove his hood, revealing his face to show he was human. Peter wondered how the child might react if Barry were the one doing the rescuing, his mind flashing to Barry's lovable panda face. As gasoline reached the car's headlights, a spark ignited the fuel, flames erupting and rapidly spreading across the vehicle, severing Peter's webbing in the heat. Though Peter's webs were strong, they weren't fireproof. As the webbing snapped, Barry quickly shot more webs to stabilize the car. Snap, connect, snap, connect. Hurry! The back bumper's failing. Barry shouted, his paws working furiously to shoot webs, pulling the car back as the bumper threatened to give way. "Good quality," Barry muttered, impressed by the bumper's endurance. Inside the car, Peter heard the metal straining behind him. He grabbed the child, shot a web to the bridge, and pulled them both to safety through the rear window. Seeing this, Barry ceased his web shooting. As the last web snapped, the burning car plunged into the river below, a fiery ball of destruction. Dash! When Peter returned to the bridge, his mask was back in place. "Jack, my God, my son," the father cried, clutching his rescued child, smoothing his hair with relief. Once his emotions calmed, he turned to Spider-Man with gratitude. Despite the mask obscuring Peter's face, the father didn't know how to express his thanks, finally asking, "Who are you?" Peter paused, recalling his conversation with Gwen's father at dinner. Many thoughts raced through his mind, finally settling on the familiar face of Uncle Ben. "I'm Spider-Man," he declared, just as a web adhered to his body. In the father's astonished gaze, Spider-Man vanished in an instant. Dash! "Do you realize what you interrupted?" Peter asked Barry, displeased, as they swung through the city. Peter had just confidently declared himself Spider-Man, a decision that had taken considerable thought. "Did I interrupt your romance?" Barry quipped, glancing over. "Ha!" Peter was momentarily confused. Realization dawned as he thought of the father holding his child, leaving him speechless. "I really don't know what's in your head. Goodbye, I'm a bit tired today." "Oh, and tell Gwen I love her," Peter said, turning toward uptown. Wait! Barry called, suddenly remembering something and hurrying after him. Peter slowed, waiting for Barry to catch up. Once he did, Barry pulled a small porcelain bottle from his coat and tossed it to Peter. "This is an ointment I made with herbal medicine. It'll heal injuries quickly. It's for you. And don't forget to buy eggs on your way home, or Aunt May might get upset again." Peter looked at the warm porcelain bottle in his hand, feeling the residual heat. Watching Barry walk away, Peter shook his head with a smile, carefully placing the bottle in his backpack before leaping down to head toward the store. He now hoped Barry wouldn't become a policeman. Dash! Barry returned home quickly. As soon as he climbed through the window into his bedroom, Gwen hurried over. "Where's Peter? It's sad, you used to care about me first." "No more love," Barry sighed dramatically, shaking his head in mock disappointment as he headed for his small bed. "Please, tell me," Gwen insisted, rubbing his head. Initially, she took Barry's playful words seriously, but over time, they had grown familiar with each other. "He's gone home." "Oh, and he asked me to pass on some sappy message, but you can ask him yourself at school tomorrow," Barry replied, enjoying her massage with a contented face. "I have to say, you've kept this secret well. If I hadn't invited Peter over, I'd never have known you were going out with him." "Even the way he got into my house was familiar," Gwen remarked. When she saw Peter on the fire escape, she realized something was up, as Barry often used the same route. He didn't want me to reveal it, but I guess he ended up doing it himself, Barry said, his tone playfully grumpy. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 50, Chapter 48, Identify Yourself. Then, if he doesn't tell me, are you planning to keep doing this? Gwen asked, narrowing her eyes. I haven't been doing this with him for long. I heard from George that the discussions between Congress and the Dragon Kingdom are wrapping up, Barry said, standing up and changing out of his costume into pale casual trousers. Soon, I'll officially join the police force to fight crime, switching from night to day shifts. Don't see this as a good thing. It's dangerous. Ever since I was little, I've worried about my dad not coming back when he left in his police uniform with a gun, Gwen said, her voice tinged with sadness. Don't worry, I'll have his back at the police station, Barry assured her with a playful move reminiscent of a dance step. Gwen couldn't help but laugh at his words, her sadness dissipating at his playful demeanor. Before she could respond, the bedroom door opened. Who's talking about protecting me? George entered, raising an eyebrow at Barry, who was still posing with his playful move. Dad, when did you get here? Gwen asked in surprise. Aren't you supposed to knock before entering your daughter's room? Barry quipped, relaxing his stance. Anyway, if you've caught me, there's nothing to hide. Instead of addressing Barry's complaint, George responded to his daughter's question. I just got back because I found something I wanted to confirm, George said with a smile, turning to Barry. You're the one who's been hanging around with Spider-Man, right? Do you have proof? Barry yawned and replied indifferently. No, but I saw two figures on the Williamsburg Bridge today. One looked a lot like you, George explained. He had rushed home to see if Barry was there, suspecting he was the figure with Spider-Man. But now, even though Barry was in Gwen's bedroom, George's doubts lingered. He scanned Gwen's room for anything that might confirm his suspicions. Luckily for Barry, he had already stashed his costume and changed into something casual. George found nothing incriminating, and since it was his daughter's room, he refrained from searching further. Instead, he shifted the conversation. To be honest, even though I was prepared, talking to you is still quite remarkable. As remarkable as it is, let's keep it quiet, or I might end up dissected, Barry shrugged. Acting smart was one thing, speaking fluent English was another, and it would raise eyebrows. So far, Barry hadn't shown much. He spent his days in the public eye and nights assisting Peter with crime fighting. Of course, I won't breathe a word. In fact, it reassures me about you joining the police force, George said. Being able to communicate meant Barry was unlikely to lose control during operations. But it would be better if you could tell me who Spider-Man is, George added, looking into Barry's eyes. Sorry, I haven't seen his real face. He always masks up before we act, Barry replied calmly, tacitly admitting his involvement with Spider-Man. George scrutinized Barry's eyes and expression, but the panda's face was too different to discern any deception. You might not understand human society, but your actions with Spider-Man are illegal and disruptive, George warned. If your collaboration is discovered, society's reaction is unpredictable. Though people tend to be more forgiving toward animals, not everyone shares that sentiment. All right, I'll stay in for now until everything is sorted out, Barry said, spreading his paws in a gesture of compliance. George nodded, satisfied. Because of today's events, we need to provide answers to New Yorkers. We'll be attempting to apprehend Spider-Man soon, so I hope you stay out of it. If something were to happen to you, it wouldn't just be a New York issue, it could become an international incident, George continued. The panda was symbolic of the Dragon Kingdom's peace efforts, and any harm would escalate tensions. In this world, the Dragon Kingdom was a formidable power, though its full strength was unknown. Added to that, animal protection groups ensured Barry's favorable treatment. So, how are the talks going? You've mentioned that results are coming soon, Barry asked. George pondered for a moment. If all goes well, we should hear something by tomorrow. Then you'll be provided with specialized protective gear from tech companies. When you start at the police station, I'll teach you about human society. I hope you'll be a good teacher, Barry said, tilting his head. He wasn't familiar with the American social system, only knowing about the issues of freedom and race from hearsay. His upbringing was liberal, with no corporal punishment, and independence was encouraged at 18. However, during his recent nighttime activities, he witnessed firsthand the reality of freedom and racial tensions. George, having gleaned the information he needed, left for the police station again. The Williamsburg Bridge incident had caused significant uproar, and a press conference was scheduled for the following day. After confirming Barry's connection to Spider-Man, George considered planting a tracker on Barry to trace Spider-Man's whereabouts. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Barry wasn't foolish, and installing a tracker would be challenging. If Barry discovered he was being used, it would do more harm than good. On one hand, there was Barry's cute appearance, and on the other, the potential value he could bring to the police force. Thus, increasing police efforts to capture Spider-Man seemed the best course of action. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/GHO_. Patreon.com/GHO_. Chapter 51, Chapter 49, Press Conference. Early the next morning, Gwen headed to school, and everyone else left the house, leaving only Barry the Panda at home. Meanwhile, the entrance to the Queensboro Police Department was crowded with people, all drawn by the previous night's events at the Williamsburg Bridge. George, standing at the podium as sheriff, began addressing the events of the previous night, also to request a warrant. Facing the restless crowd below, George raised his hand to calm them. Settle down, everyone, please. Listen up, he shouted into the microphone, and the crowd quickly quieted, all eyes on him. At around 9 o'clock last night in New York, an incident occurred on the Williamsburg Bridge. Much of what happened is still speculation. However, many witnessed a crime, and after a preliminary investigation, we confirmed 2 individuals were present at the scene. Therefore, we are seeking a warrant today to pursue the so-called messenger of justice, Spider-Man, and his associates, who are hiding in the shadows. As soon as George finished, the crowd erupted into discussion. But he had anticipated this reaction and calmly continued. Finally, City Council members met with Dragon diplomats at 4 meetings, involving the Animal Protection Organization, the World Wildlife Fund, the Dragon Embassy in the United States, and the U.S. House of Representatives. George read from the manuscript, listing the organizations one by one. Following their decision, Mayor Adams will introduce Barry the Panda, a Smithsonian animal, to the police force in New York and award him a medal. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, struggling to comprehend George's words. But as understanding dawned, the crowd burst into uproar. What? A panda as a police officer in New York? Is the police department becoming a zoo? It's absurd to have a panda as a cop. What can a panda do as a police officer? Pounce on criminals? It's more likely to get shot by one. The reaction was overwhelmingly incredulous. However, a few people recognized the panda's identity, linking it to the panda that had escaped from the Smithsonian Zoo and captivated New York. Though the idea of a panda police officer seemed ridiculous, they understood the NYPD's intention to leverage the panda's influence for publicity while keeping Barry in New York. A week from now, Mayor Adams will hold a meeting at City Hall. Representatives from the organizations mentioned will finalize the details of introducing the panda to the NYPD, George concluded before leaving the podium. Apart from the U.S. House of Representatives and the Dragon Kingdom Embassy, other organizations were managed by Adams, demonstrating his dedication to this initiative. The press conference, initially intended to address the Williamsburg Bridge incident, was overshadowed by the news of Barry's introduction to the NYPD. Within half a day, the internet buzzed with topics about Barry the Panda. New York introduces Barry the Panda, not to a zoo, but to the police force. Barry the Panda, skilled in the arts of the Dragon Kingdom, to serve as a New York police officer. Mayor Adams to hold a meeting, with many organizations supporting Barry the Panda. Why did the Dragon Kingdom agree to this? The president of the New York Times speculated it was to use the panda for cultural diplomacy. Barry the Panda never left, Smithsonian Zoo staff spotted at the Royal Gate Hotel. A panda sheriff, what do you think? An emerging international superstar. Shortly after the story broke, reporters revealed that Barry had never left New York and was living in Sheriff George's home. This led to increased security at the apartment, and Gwen and Peter, who were spending time together at school, were soon surrounded by classmates curious about Barry. Interest in Spider-Man and the mysterious Williamsburg Bridge monster was completely overshadowed. Back at home, Barry sat on the sofa, snacking and browsing the internet on a tablet Gwen had bought him, reading discussions about himself. To his surprise, many netizens supported his role as a panda police officer. While Dragon Kingdom netizens also supported him, they emphasized ensuring his safety. With many organizations rallying support, more netizens slowly accepted the idea. Some found it ridiculous, but in the US, it wasn't a major issue, and under Mayor Adams's decision, it was a done deal. As long as Barry didn't encounter problems at the police station, the matter would stabilize, with a 3-year review period. However, officials in Washington were irate, though not at Barry, but at New York's audacity. The mayor of Washington even called Adams daily to argue, but Barry's own wishes left him powerless. After scrolling through numerous comments on Twitter, Barry navigated to New York's official website. In order to ensure Barry the Panda's safety in human society, we are seeking proposals for protective weapons from major tech companies, read a notice. Submissions would be reviewed within a week. Clearly, Adams had planned well, but it remained to be seen which tech company would be chosen. Osborne Industries seemed the most competitive, though their focus was biomedicine. How their weaponry compared to military companies was uncertain. That day, New York buzzed with excitement over George's announcement, and the fervor continued into the night, with more netizens joining the conversation. The scene of reporters swarming the apartment reoccurred. When George and others returned home, they nearly couldn't get through. Each day involved navigating through throngs of people, and within a few days, Peter suddenly arrived at Gwen's home, injured. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 52, Chapter 50, Injury. Barry and Gwen had already finished dinner and were relaxing in the bedroom. Gwen was working on a paper at her computer, while Barry was leisurely browsing the tablet, searching for information about the world. After witnessing Peter's abilities, Barry began researching legends about vampires, werewolves, ninjas, and the mythic land of Kunlun. However, the information he found was often linked to movie plots, nearly causing Barry to toss the tablet in frustration. Just as the two were absorbed in their own worlds, a shadow flitted past the window. Barry, closest to the window, turned quickly to see Peter, clad in his Spider-Man suit. "Good grief, are you not even bothering to hide it anymore?" Barry remarked as he opened the window, immediately noticing Peter's labored breathing. With her back to the window, Gwen heard the commotion and suspected it was Peter, feeling a rush of happiness. However, she was finishing the last paragraph of her paper and didn't rise immediately. "Maybe you should consider just walking in next time," Barry suggested. "Oh, really?" Peter replied, pulling off his mask and crawling inside with a wry smile. "Really, my dad thinks you need to see a therapist," Gwen teased, still typing. Barry, feeling ignored, rolled his eyes. "Your boyfriend seems hurt, and he smells like he just crawled out of the sewer." Upon hearing this, Gwen turned, spotting the claw marks on Peter's chest, and rushed over in concern. "Oh my God, Peter, what happened?" she exclaimed, worriedly examining the 3 long scratches. Barry approached too, recognizing the injuries as similar to those inflicted by the lizard creature on the Williamsburg Bridge a few days ago. "You went after that big lizard?" "Yeah, it's Professor Connors. He was experimenting with cross-species genetics to regrow his arm, but the formula's unstable," Peter explained, breathless. "It's turned him into a lizard man, and he's planning something dangerous." Seeing Peter struggling, Gwen cut him off. "Wait, you mean my mentor, Professor Connors?" Gwen asked, surprised. She interned at Oscorp, where Connors was her mentor in biology. "That's him. I tried telling your dad, but he didn't believe me, so I went to the sewers to find Connors myself and ended up fighting him," Peter admitted. "I think it's best to treat your injuries now and discuss the lizard or dinosaur later," Gwen said, referring to how the media had dubbed the creature a dinosaur due to blurry photos. "Sorry, I'll get some alcohol," she added, heading to the desk drawer. Just then, George's voice called from outside. "Hey, sweetheart Gwen, do you and Barry want some cocoa? Little John made some." Startled, Gwen quickly went to the door, while Peter hid behind Barry's makeshift bed. "No, Dad, I'm good," she replied, a bit flustered. "And by the way, I'm 17 now." Cocoa was typically a treat for kids, more often served as a drink or dessert. "Okay, but I remember someone dreaming about living in a chocolate house the other day," George teased, unfazed by Gwen's impatience. "That's unrealistic. And fattening," Gwen retorted, slightly embarrassed, and quickly closed the door to prevent further teasing, glancing back at Peter apologetically. "Chocolate house," Peter teased, making Gwen roll her eyes. Feeling her previous tone was too harsh, Gwen reopened the door to apologize. "Sorry, Dad. I can't have cocoa right now, I have, well, cramps and it's making me moody," she concocted an excuse. "It's okay, I understand. This is not something you'd want to experience, it's really painful." "I get it." George nodded sympathetically. "Thanks for understanding," Gwen said, offering a small smile before closing the door. George shrugged and returned to the living room, bemused. "Who?" Gwen exhaled, leaning against the door. "I really wanted some cocoa," Barry mused, eyeing the closed door longingly. "No, you don't," Gwen chided, then moved to help Peter, removing his shirt to tend to his wounds. As his shirt came off, a long gash stretched from his shoulder to his waist, making Gwen's hand tremble as she held the cotton swab. "Did you bring my ointment?" Barry asked suddenly. "Yeah, it's in my bag," Peter nodded toward the bag. "Your ointment's really effective. It's helped with the swelling and smaller cuts. If you sold it, it'd be a hit." "Do I look like I need money?" "If you need more, I can give you a few bottles," Barry replied, snuffling through Peter's bag, retrieving the small porcelain bottle he'd given Peter days ago. "That's a good idea. People on the football team get injured all the time, you could sell it for a good price," Peter suggested, eyes lighting up. "Oh my God, the sewer smell is strong, but luckily the bottle stayed dry," Barry grumbled, wiping the bottle before opening it. He checked the contents, then handed it to Gwen, finding the sewer stench overpowering with his sensitive nose. "There's just enough left to avoid making a new batch," Barry noted. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 53, Chapter 51, Fury. "Okay, thanks." Gwen took the porcelain bottle calmly, focusing on cleaning Peter's wounds. She didn't seem to notice the sewer smell clinging to Peter. "If you want to sell it, I can make more, but not too much." "I don't have that kind of time," Barry replied, moving a bit away to give them space. But at that moment, Peter and Gwen were lost in each other's eyes, the atmosphere in the bedroom growing tender and charged. "You know what? I'm worried about you, worried that you won't come back," Gwen whispered, her breath mingling with Peter's as she stroked his face, her voice laced with fear. "I'll be fine. I have to stop him because I created him," Peter confessed. "What do you mean?" "I gave him the equation, and I'm the reason for all of this." Barry felt the room grow warmer, but running outside would risk George's suspicion, so he turned his focus back to Gwen and Peter. Resigned, Barry covered his ears and rolled onto Gwen's bed, pulling a quilt over himself to block them out. Neither Gwen nor Peter noticed Barry's small retreat, too engrossed in their charged conversation. Peter continued explaining the incident's origin. Peter's parents had secretly worked with Connors at Oscorp. During their research, they cracked the decay rate algorithm but hid the unstable elements. Peter later found the equation in his father's belongings and gave it to Connors, unwittingly turning him into a lizard monster. Thus, the whole mess was, in a way, Peter's responsibility. Under the quilt, Barry listened to their conversation, sighed, and turned his attention to his inner thoughts. On the Williamsburg Bridge, he'd earned 20 destruction points and 10 kindness points. The kindness points likely came from stopping the lizard man, which earned 7 points, and helping Peter rescue the child, which earned 3 points. The destruction points were harder to gauge. Barry wasn't sure how much he'd actually destroyed during the fight. He now had 90 destruction points, just 10 short of evolving his martial arts value to 100%. However, he had finally amassed 100 kindness points, unlocking the invincible skill of Blossom Fingers. Redeem Blossom Fingers. Barry thought excitedly. Martial arts value insufficient for redemption. Blossom Fingers, the first word is enlightenment. It comes from the tale of Buddha holding a flower and Kasyapa smiling. The Buddha held a flower, Kasyapa smiled, and without a word, he achieved enlightenment. Only in such a wondrous state can one grasp this skill. So I still need more martial arts progress. Barry, initially excited, felt deflated. The lizard man had been formidable. Barry hoped to use a powerful skill to close the gap. The system offered no further response, simply indicating the skill was non-transferable. Do I have to wait until the Dragon's Secret Book is accessible? Barry mused, recalling the dreams that followed each martial arts advancement and forming a hypothesis. After mulling over the system for a while, Barry decided it was time to rejoin the present. He assumed the romantic interlude outside had ended and emerged from his thoughts. Hey? Why is it so quiet? Barry wondered from under the quilt, sensing the stillness outside. He cautiously lifted the quilt, peeking out. I hope there aren't any inappropriate scenes, he murmured, scanning the bedroom. He was relieved to find both Gwen and Peter gone, along with Peter's discarded spider suit. It seemed they'd gone out. Realizing he was alone, Barry left Gwen's bed and jumped onto his own, yawning widely before drifting into sleep. Barry was content with his current life, with food, shelter, and care, as well as nightly escapades with Peter. However, witnessing Gwen and Peter's tender moments stirred something within him, sparking thoughts of becoming human. In his previous life, Barry had been single and never experienced love. Now, in this world, being a panda complicated things further, making romance seem out of reach. As his thoughts wandered, the image of a fierce tiger from his dreams flashed in his mind. Crouch! Barry jolted upright, eyes wide in disbelief. What's going on? Have I become a panda so much that even my aesthetics are changing? He slapped his soft face, trying to shake off the thought. However, the idea of fierceness mingled with delicacy didn't seem entirely implausible. Damn, stop thinking about it, he muttered, quickly shaking his head to clear his mind. Barry wasn't sure how he eventually fell asleep, but he drifted between dreams of sleek tigers and elegant figures, merging them into one before succumbing to slumber. Barry, wake up! I'm taking you to school today, so get up, Gwen's voice roused him. Hey! Dad wants you to come to school with me and then head to the police station in the afternoon, Gwen reiterated. Go to your school? And then the police station? Why? Barry asked, bewildered. Hasn't the statement gone out? Am I allowed out now? The city council meeting is the day after tomorrow. Today, they want you to be seen by New York residents, Gwen explained, rubbing her face into Barry's furry body as usual. Okay, I'll go freshen up first, Barry yawned, getting out of bed and leaving the bedroom. After washing up, he joined the family in the living room, where an array of fried pastries awaited. George and the others sat at the dining table, waiting for him. As Barry sat down, George explained. Many New Yorkers are concerned about you possibly harming people or reacting poorly to stress in a new environment, George said. Even though Barry was a panda, he still had the potential for powerful bites. So, before the municipal meeting, you need to show yourself to the residents and demonstrate your harmlessness. You'll go to school with Gwen first, then to the police station in the afternoon, and make appearances. Barry nodded, munching on a bun. Why can't he come to my school? Little John asked, dissatisfied with his father's plan. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 54, Chapter 52, Gwen's School. You're too young for that, but maybe someday Barry can accompany you to school, Mrs. Stacy said with a smile, gently rubbing her son's head. This period is more of an observation phase, so he needs to stay with your sister and father. Okay, Little John replied, his disappointment quickly replaced by excitement at the thought of future outings with Barry. After breakfast, George headed to the police station, Mrs. Stacy took her son to school, and Barry accompanied Gwen. Oh, that's the panda. It's so adorable. Can we touch it? My goodness, it's the cutest creature ever. As soon as Barry followed Gwen into the elevator, he was surrounded by fellow residents heading out for the day. Gwen stood protectively in front of Barry, managing the eager hands reaching out to touch him. Inside the elevator were a mix of couples and a young pair, along with two teenage girls around Gwen's age. They all gazed at Barry with awe and affection, snapping pictures with their phones, inching closer. Sorry, please don't get too close. You might scare him, Gwen said, stretching out her hand to keep them at bay, worried that the crowd might overwhelm Barry. It seems the rumors are true. Panda Barry wasn't taken by the zoo but stayed in your home, remarked a middle-aged man, part of one couple, smiling at Gwen and Barry. If we'd known, we would have visited you, his wife added, looking like she missed an opportunity. I heard it's going to be a police officer, is that true? Asked a girl with curly black hair and a stylish outfit. Yes, but it's not finalized. The mayor's meeting will decide, but there's interest, Gwen replied. It's so cool to have a panda as a cop, the girl next to her exclaimed. Panda Sheriff of New York? That does sound great. The elevator stopped several times, picking up more people. Gwen's task grew more challenging. Thankfully, they reached the first floor, and as the elevator doors opened, Gwen swiftly exited with Barry. Outside the apartment, however, they were immediately surrounded again, this time by persistent reporters and curious passers-by encountering Barry for the first time. Initially, Gwen responded to the curious crowd, but as their numbers grew, she hurriedly moved away with Barry, who helped by managing his weight to make it easier for her. Barry looked around curiously. Since his last escape, he rarely ventured out during the day, and the night shadows often obscured the details. Not long after, the school bus arrived, and Gwen finally escaped the crowd. Though the bus was filled with curious students, it was less chaotic than outside. Gwen, does the panda really live with you? Asked a girl with red-rimmed eyes and a cute demeanor, her gaze full of admiration for Barry. Hannah Marks, a Californian, wore a brown bun atop her head and had gentle brown eyes beneath her red-rimmed ones. She was more striking than Gwen when it came to Barry. Barry extended his bare paws invitingly. "Is it okay if I hold him?" Hannah asked Gwen excitedly. "I suppose so," Gwen replied, glancing at Barry's gesture, cursing him playfully as a little traitor before handing him over. Hannah carefully lifted Barry, delighting in the soft touch of his fur. Others wanted to join in, but the driver turned to remind them. "Children, please find your seats, or we'll be late," the driver, a bearded middle-aged man, said. He, too, wanted to join in, but duty kept him in place. As for bringing animals on the bus, at his reminder, the students dispersed. Hannah sat beside Gwen, holding Barry. Although the other students returned to their seats, their gazes remained fixed on the panda. Even ordinary cute animals attract attention, let alone a rare giant panda. The school bus rolled down the road, and each new student who boarded exclaimed at the sight of the panda, settling down only after the driver's reminder. When the bus reached the school, before the doors fully opened, a well-dressed, handsome middle-aged man stepped in. "Gwen, bring the panda with you," said Principal North, his expression bright with excitement, knowing the panda was great for publicity. "Sure," Gwen nodded, then looked at Hannah, who still held Barry. "Want to come with me?" "Absolutely," Hannah agreed eagerly. "No fair," the principal came himself, other students lamented, watching as Gwen, Hannah and Barry left with the principal. "This is a panda, the famous Barry. If the principal didn't come personally, he'd be out of his mind," a classmate explained, watching the trio depart, snapping some photos. "Good thing I got a picture." Barry followed the principal to the Academic Affairs building, amid a chorus of excited chatter. Inside, more exclamations erupted. "The panda can't join you in class yet. Let's keep him in my office." "You can collect him after class," Principal North suggested, smiling at Barry, who was now perched on his desk. "Okay, we'll leave him with you," Gwen and Hannah agreed, reluctantly leaving the office. Outside, students were quick to post photos online, sparking another wave of interest. The school's official website also issued a statement, explaining Barry's visit. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 55, Chapter 53, Professor Lizard reappears. Barry sat in the principal's office, ignoring Principal North's beaming smile, and began surveying his surroundings. The window was lined with potted plants basking in the morning sun. On the wall behind the principal hung a nude oil painting, likely a Christian piece due to the visible cross. After some time, Barry grew bored. Noticing he was just 10 destruction points away from his final evolution, he began scheming the quickest way to reach his goal. "What's wrong?" Principal North asked, noticing Barry's restless movements. The panda seemed to be considering its next move. Suddenly, Barry stood, fixating on the stack of documents and laptop on the desk, before quickly moving forward. "Hey, what are you doing?" North asked, confused by Barry's actions. But as Barry leaped, North's eyes widened in realization. "No, no, no. What are you doing? You can't do that." North panicked, seeing Barry's paw poised over his cherished porcelain cup. It was his favorite cup, a prized online purchase. Barry glanced back at North with a mischievous glint, then decisively knocked the cup to the floor. Crash! The delicate porcelain shattered into pieces, its colorful glaze scattered across the floor. Before North could react, Barry moved towards the computer desk. "No!" A wail echoed through the building as Barry's next move caused chaos in the office. When a teacher without a class opened the door to investigate, they were stunned by the scene. "Oh my God, what happened here?" The once orderly office was now a mess, with papers strewn across the floor and the desk in disarray, wires dangling, and keyboards scattered. The room looked like it had been hit by a storm. Principal North stood amidst the wreckage, speechless. Crash! A sound behind the door caught the teacher's attention. Barry had kicked over a broom, adding to the chaos. "What's happening? What's going on?" the teachers asked, bewildered. They hadn't expected a panda to be so destructive. "That's what it does. Even in the zoo, it liked tearing things apart." "Maybe it doesn't like it here," said a teacher familiar with Barry, a panda enthusiast aware of his antics. As the group pondered their next move, a sudden scream rang out elsewhere in the school. "Oh no, what's happening now?" Irritated by the new disturbance, some teachers rushed out to investigate. Meanwhile, the corridor outside the principal's office filled with curious onlookers. Hearing the commotion, Barry paused, sensing something amiss. He looked towards the open door and the gathering crowd, then at the window, deciding to make his exit. Crash! Before anyone could react, Barry smashed through the glass and leaped out, heading towards the source of the screams. Dash! Meanwhile, in the school's main building, the giant lizard creature from the Williamsburg Bridge reappeared, causing panic as students fled in terror. "Peter, you have nowhere to escape," Professor Lizard declared, confronting Peter in the deserted corridor, who was still dressed in his sweatsuit. "Can you give me a minute to change?" Peter pointed to his backpack, attempting to stall. Roar! Professor Lizard ignored him, charging forward. "Okay, guess not." Peter shrugged, sliding beneath the lizard and shooting webbing to trip him. As the lizard fell, Peter leaped atop it, aiming to incapacitate, but Professor Lizard caught him and slammed him to the ground. Bang! Bang! The lizard threw Peter against the lockers, denting and twisting the metal with the impact. With a powerful swing, Peter was hurled like a rag doll, crashing through a window into a classroom. Dazed, Peter struggled to regain his footing, but Professor Lizard pounced again, pinning him against the wall, jaws poised to strike. Pfft! In a flash, Peter's web shooter fired, pulling him out of the creature's grasp and onto the safety of the wall. But as he landed, Professor Lizard followed, its tail striking Peter's chest like a bat, sending him flying once more. Crash! Peter smashed through a wall, landing in a dark crawl space. Professor Lizard advanced, eyeing the chemical supplies on a nearby table, concocting a makeshift explosive with swift precision. Just as he prepared to throw it, a web shot out, binding his arm. "Hey, we meet again. What brings you to the school? Are you teaching here now?" Barry quipped, tilting his head curiously. For a fleeting moment, Professor Lizard hesitated, feeling an unexpected urge not to harm the panda. Panda! Last time, on the Williamsburg Bridge, Barry had been in disguise, but now, wearing only blue-green trousers, he stood clearly before the lizard. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 56, Chapter 54, Escape. "These lost souls, I can save them. You should not stop me," Professor Lizard declared angrily, his voice a mix of frustration and conviction. "Hey? You can talk. Then why didn't you answer me last time?" Barry's eyes widened in surprise. "But up close, you're really ugly and, frankly, disgusting. You look sticky," he added with distaste. Roar! Enraged by Barry's words, Professor Lizard no longer found the panda endearing and charged at him with a fearsome roar. "Barry, don't provoke him. We might be able to reason with him," Peter called out, shooting webbing to wrap around Professor Lizard's feet, tripping him to the ground. Peter, now in his Spider-Man suit, emerged from the shadows, crouching on a nearby table like a spider. "Professor, calm down. You're confused," Peter pleaded, trying to reach Dr. Connors beneath the beast. I can feel he's lost his mind. Your words won't help, Barry said, flipping onto the table, skeptical of Peter's attempt. Sure enough, Professor Lizard ignored the plea, lunging at Barry again. Peter intervened, grabbing the lizard's tail to restrain him. Professor, wake up! This isn't you. But before he could finish, Professor Lizard shrugged him off, sending Peter flying with a flick of his tail. Ugh, that's gross, Peter muttered, tossing aside the still twitching tail he'd caught. Professor Lizard lunged for Barry, claws extended. Barry dodged, watching the table splinter under the lizard's strike, impressed by his agility. Wow, you're much faster than last time. You've improved a lot. Want to learn martial arts from me? Roar. Feeling mocked, Professor Lizard charged again. This time, Barry skillfully evaded, with Spider-Man providing cover, making it impossible for the lizard to land a hit. Remember when you wanted to compensate your principal? Well, fighting off this monster should suffice. Barry quipped as he and Peter shot webbing to contain the lizard. Compensate? Why? Peter asked, perched above the web-entangled professor. Well, you'll find out later, Barry replied, kicking Professor Lizard to the ground. As the lizard fell, Barry and Peter worked like a team, ensnaring him in webbing. Do you think he'd eat us if he caught us, since lizards eat spiders? Barry mused aloud. No, we're just humans with altered genes, not actual animals, Peter assured him. But he's not in his right mind, Barry pointed out. Okay, maybe it's possible, Peter conceded after a pause. Watch out! Barry suddenly shouted, quickly retreating. With the warning, Peter leaped away. Professor Lizard, now frenzied, tore through the webbing, his claws gouging the floor with a forceful blow, denting the cement. Luckily, Barry and Peter had moved just in time. Too brutal, Barry remarked, eyeing the bloody gashes on the lizard's chest. But they healed rapidly, knitting together before their eyes. Talking things out would be nice, Barry sighed, realizing how long this could take. There might have been a chance earlier, but not now, Peter said, eyeing the red-eyed lizard as he steadied himself. Why is he here? Looking for you? Barry asked, curious despite the tension. Yes, he knows my identity and wants to take me down. He didn't know yours, but he does now. If he can talk, he still has some sense. So what will he do? By now, Professor Lizard lunged again, targeting Barry with a swipe. Feeling the rush of air, Barry didn't dodge. Instead, he adjusted his stance, grabbed the lizard's claw joint, and executed a flawless throw, twisting with his waist and legs. Bang! Professor Lizard's massive body flipped and slammed to the ground, shaking the corridor. Oh my god, that was awesome! You have to teach me that! Peter exclaimed, landing beside Barry in awe. Barry was about to respond when a siren blared outside. Taking advantage of the distraction, Professor Lizard sprang up, swiping Barry and Peter aside with a powerful swing, breaking through the wall. Sneaky! Attacking a young panda, Barry grumbled as he and Peter emerged from the rubble unharmed. He's escaping. Let's go! Peter called, spotting Professor Lizard disappearing around a corner. Barry quickly followed. But as they pursued, Barry sensed something amiss. The air stench and Peter's continued chase hinted at an unpleasant realization. Dash! Barry and Peter stood in a bathroom, Barry staring at a gaping hole with a complex expression. No wonder he smelled so bad. He came up through the toilet. I wish I hadn't touched him. I'll chase him. You find Gwen. If anything happens, I'll call, Peter said, accustomed to the sewer stench from his previous encounter. Okay. Barry, still hesitant, agreed. Peter nodded, then dove into the pit, while Barry leaned over. Stay safe, he called, then turned to leave. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 57, Chapter 55, Transformation. Peter pursued Dr. Lizard through the sewers, while Barry prepared to head back to find Gwen. But in the corridor, Barry spotted Gwen around a corner, clutching a bench and peering cautiously. "What are you doing?" "Ah!" In the quiet hallway, Gwen jumped at the unexpected touch of a bare paw on her shoulder. Turning around, she sighed in relief upon seeing it was Barry. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with the principal?" she asked, puzzled. "I heard screams and was worried about your safety, so I came over," Barry shrugged. "But everyone else ran away. Why are you still here?" Instead of answering, Gwen asked about Peter. "And Peter? Did you see him? Also, there's this huge lizard monster with green skin." She gave more details, fearing Barry might not understand. "Peter and I just fought the lizard, but it got away. He's chasing it through the school sewer. I came back to find you and let you know." "Okay, so let's wait here. Taking you outside might cause a scene," Gwen nodded and led Barry to a nearby study room. Outside, police had arrived, and all students were gathered outside. Taking Barry out would indeed be problematic. The study room bore signs of a recent struggle, with 2 gaps in the wall where Barry and Peter had busted through earlier. Gwen took a seat, looking anxious. "Are you hurt?" Gwen asked once they settled in. Barry picked up a book, flipping through it casually as he answered. "No, but Peter seemed slightly injured before. Given his resilience, he should be fine." "Thank goodness. Just come back safely," Gwen sighed with relief, pulling out her phone and waiting anxiously for news. With the lizard scare, the building was deserted, leaving only the sound of Barry flipping pages to break the silence. Under normal circumstances, Gwen might have been curious to see Barry reading a book, but her focus was solely on her phone, waiting for Peter's call. Dash! A sudden vibration broke the silence, snapping Gwen's attention to her phone. Seeing the caller ID, she brightened and quickly answered. "Hey, Peter, are you okay? Where are you now?" she asked eagerly. "I'm fine. I'm tracking him in the sewers. I need to stop him before he causes harm, but we'll need an antidote." "Do you know how to make a serum?" Peter asked, his voice echoing through the dim sewer. "Yes, I've been working on it," Gwen confirmed. "Great. I need you to go to Oscorp and find the cross-species file. It's the blue serum file." "Got it. I'm on my way." Gwen hung up decisively and stood. "Where are you going?" Barry asked, setting the book aside. "To Oscorp. Can you take me there?" Gwen asked urgently. I don't know the address well, but I can carry you, and you can direct me," Barry offered, trying to recall Oscorp's location. "It's easy to find. Let's go." Dash. Manhattan, Guinness Street Station. Located on 7th Avenue near Broadway, Guinness Street Station was an old, dimly lit area even during the day. Police in special gear surrounded the station entrance, using their vehicles as barricades, rifles aimed ahead. The area was silent, evacuated of all civilians. Finally, with a sound like massive footfalls, a towering figure emerged from the station's shadows. It was the lizard man with a cross sand grey backpack and tattered outerwear, Professor Lizard. Bang! Without much negotiation, a special ops officer fired, the bullet striking the professor's shoulder. Staggered, Dr. Lizard's terrifying visage twisted with anger as he eyed his attackers. Drrrr. Following the initial shot, others joined in, the street echoing with gunfire. Thud, thud. Bullets tore into Professor Lizard, driving him back under their force. Roar! He clutched his head, roaring in pain like a prehistoric beast, and collapsed. Seeing him fall, the police advanced cautiously, rifles still trained. After some time, with Professor Lizard lying still, the gunfire ceased, and officers approached him. Examining the motionless lizard with his shredded clothing, a policeman cautiously prodded him with his rifle. Seeing no response, the officer relaxed. But as he turned, his teammates' horrified expressions stopped him cold. They were staring behind him. Sensing danger, he tried to react, but a powerful force sent him flying. Roar! A furious roar erupted, followed by a spreading green smoke. Professor Lizard, now standing, had retrieved a smoke bomb from his backpack, unleashing its contents around him. Bang! Bang! Officers were tossed aside like ragdolls, no match for his strength. Coughing violently in the smoke, police clutched their throats, faces contorted as if suffocating. Green, scale-like skin began to appear as the smoke altered their cells, the lizard genes infiltrating their bodies and initiating a transformation. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 58, Chapter 56, Antidote. Fortunately, the streets had been evacuated, preventing more serious consequences. After ensuring no one was in his way, Professor Lizard continued his march toward the Oscorp building, bag slung over his shoulder. Dash! Meanwhile, Barry carried Gwen on his back, swinging through the city with his web-slinging skills as she guided him toward Oscorp. Due to their unusual appearance like a child carrying a large stuffed toy, they moved swiftly but discreetly through hidden routes, avoiding attention. The police were busy dealing with the lizard and Spider-Man, leaving Barry and Gwen's path relatively unnoticed. Navigating carefully, Barry soon brought Gwen to a quiet street near the Oscorp building. Ah! As they descended, Barry grabbed Gwen by the collar and threw her forward, prompting a startled scream. Barry landed first, rolling on the grass and catching Gwen steadily in his arms. "Don't worry, I've got you," he said, setting her down gently. Gwen, catching her breath, widened her eyes and tried to calm her racing heart. "Next time, a little warning would be nice." "Let me brace myself," she said, half annoyed, half relieved. "Okay, but this was the safest landing method. If I were human, I could have landed with you on my back," Barry explained. Gwen pointed at Barry, ready to say something, but remembering Peter's instructions, she let it go. "I'll deal with you later," she said, turning to head toward the Oscorp building. Dash! Once they reached the building, Gwen noticed staff pouring out, many watching their phones with a mix of panic and curiosity. The police had issued a warning: the lizard monster was heading toward Oscorp via 17th Avenue, urging evacuation. Determined, Gwen moved against the crowd toward the building. Barry donned Gwen's coat to cover himself and followed her. Despite the odd sight, the fleeing crowd paid little attention to them. As they entered, the building emptied quickly. Gwen reached the elevator in the lobby. When the elevator arrived, the people inside exited, and she entered with Barry. Seeing Gwen and the childlike figure beside her heading upstairs, the exiting staff looked perplexed but hurried on their way. Riding up, Gwen clutched her work ID, feeling nervous and eager. She had to complete the serum before the lizard arrived. Ding! The elevator chimed, opening its doors. "Gwen? What are you doing back?" someone asked, surprised to see her. "I need to get something." "Go on ahead," Gwen replied, brushing past them without further explanation. "Wait, the lizard monster is coming this way. If there's anything, handle it later." Ignoring the warning, Gwen headed straight for Connor's lab. "Let's go, others need the elevator too," someone suggested, considering the evacuation. "Okay." As the elevator doors closed, the floor's labs and studios fell silent and empty. "Your coat is really stuffy, but Peter's outfit is more comfortable," Barry complained, handing back the coat. "I'm more worried about catching a chill," Gwen retorted, rolling her eyes but feeling her nerves ease slightly. Following familiar paths, Gwen led Barry to a large lab. "Beep!" She scanned her ID on the access sensor, and the glass door slid open with a green light. Inside, Gwen went straight to Connor's workbench, searching for the cross-species research files. With the file numbers, she quickly located the documents and began gathering the necessary chemical agents and cell fluids. Once she had everything, she started preparing the serum. Finally, after a series of meticulous steps, Gwen placed the completed blue serum into the radiation instrument and waited. Barry stood by, watching Gwen work, unable to assist but intrigued by the process. Buzz. As Gwen and Barry watched the countdown on the radiological instrument, Gwen's phone suddenly rang. Seeing Peter's name, Gwen answered quickly. "Hey, where are you now?" Peter's voice came through, urgent. "I'm at Oscorp." "Why?" Gwen asked. "You need to leave immediately." "Why?" "The antidote's almost ready," Gwen said, glancing at the countdown. 8 minutes left. "No, Connors is coming for you. He needs the radiator to spread the virus." "You need to leave now," Peter insisted. "It's okay, Barry's here. He can get me out if needed." Gwen argued, unwilling to abandon her work. "This is an order, okay?" Peter said, his tone firm. "I will save everyone," Gwen declared, hanging up resolutely. "Your mother," Barry muttered, thinking he heard Peter swear as the call ended. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 59, Chapter 57, Arrival. On East 7th Street, Professor Lizard flipped a pickup truck effortlessly, climbing atop it with a vial of viral smoke in his clawed grip. "Roar!" he bellowed, a plume of green smoke enveloping him as he stood like a plague-ridden giant on the vehicle's roof. Chaos reigned around him, with cars colliding and green smoke transforming people into lizard-like creatures. Above, the sound of helicopter rotors buzzed as it hovered, tracking Professor Lizard's movements closely. Meanwhile, on the streets behind, Spider-Man swung swiftly through the city, heading toward the Oscorp building. In contrast to the indiscriminate destruction wrought by Professor Lizard, Spider-Man faced a more tactical challenge, evading police encirclement and capture, aimed at stopping him without collateral harm. On a building balcony ahead, George had dispatched officers, equipped with electromagnetic rifles, intent on capturing Spider-Man rather than harming him. A helicopter hovered above, continually updating Spider-Man's position. "Stop! You're surrounded. This is a warning halt," George commanded through a megaphone from the helicopter. "Everyone, get into position," an officer at the balcony edge instructed, adjusting his headset. The surrounding team quickly readied themselves, aiming their weapons. Soon, Spider-Man swung into view from around a corner, moving with practiced agility. "Fire!" As he neared, an order rang out, and a barrage of gunfire erupted. Bang! Bang! The electromagnetic rifles, bulkier than standard firearms, fired with a distinct sound, akin to crossbow bolts. Each shot emitted a blue electric current. Blue light streaked toward Spider-Man, but he deftly dodged, the electromagnetic slugs embedding shallowly into the walls. Spider-Man twisted mid-air, evading every attack with the fluidity of a slick eel. But suddenly, a flash grenade burst before him. Bang! The blinding white light exploded, momentarily overwhelming his vision, even through the hood's black lenses. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes, and in that vulnerable moment, a magnetic bullet struck his chest. Electricity coursed through him, paralyzing his cells and nerves, and he plummeted like a rigid marionette. Bang! Bang! Spider-Man crashed onto a car, then tumbled heavily to the ground. The electric shock spasmed his muscles briefly before he lay still. Police officers quickly descended on zip lines, surrounding him with rifles drawn. By the time George exited the helicopter, Spider-Man was cuffed, sitting silently, awaiting his fate. George approached, squatting beside the motionless hero, pondering for a moment before reaching out to remove Spider-Man's mask. "Let's see who you really are." But as the mask came off, Spider-Man suddenly sprang into action, snapping the cuffs and knocking George aside with a quick strike. Before the surrounding officers could react, Spider-Man's webbing shot out, disarming them effortlessly. He moved with precision, dodging magnetic bullets and disarming police, keeping his face hidden throughout the skirmish. After incapacitating the last officers, Spider-Man landed with a flourish, only to face George, who had picked up a pistol and aimed it at him. "Freeze!" George yelled, "Get down and put your hands behind your head." Peter hesitated, his expression veiled in shadow, unsure how to face his father-in-law. "Hurry up," urged George, prompting Peter to turn slowly. "Look up," George ordered, still cautious of another attack. But when Peter raised his head, revealing a familiar face, George paused, stunned. "Parker!" He lowered the pistol, disbelief etched on his features. Realization dawned, explaining Peter's earlier defiance at the dinner table. "Professor Connors is heading to Oscorp. Your daughter and Barry are there. I need to reach them," Peter explained, cautiously retrieving his mask. George remained silent, lowering his pistol, absorbing the situation. "Chief, the lizard monster is at Oscorp, scaling the building. He's extremely strong." Dash. Beep. A shrill alarm blared in the lab, dimming the lights and heightening the tension. Barry sensed something, glancing toward the darkened entrance. "Barry, catch!" Gwen tossed a lighter to him. "Light this and hit the fire sensor," she instructed, before hurriedly retrieving the radiator containing the blue serum. Barry caught the lighter, igniting it and shooting webbing to trigger the ceiling's fire alarm. Pfft! Pfft! The flames activated the alarm, releasing cooling mist, while the lab's alloy door closed under its control. "Why stop me? I may not be as strong, but I'm skilled," Barry protested as the lights dimmed. "No, it's too dangerous. We need to place this radiator and serum into the Gonally device atop the building," Gwen insisted. "SHH. Let's hide first," Gwen whispered, leading Barry into a small storage room with the radiological device, securing them inside. Extra chapter is available in Patreon. Patreon.com/gho_. Patreon.com/gho_. Chapter 60, Haha. Any reader still available here. Chapter 61, Chapter 58, Blocking. A metallic scraping and twisting sound echoed through the quiet laboratory, sending shivers down the spine. It was followed by heavy, menacing footsteps approaching steadily. Gwen's grip on the radiator tightened, her knuckles white with tension. Just as the beastly growl and labored breathing seemed to recede, signaling that the creature had moved away, the sound of metal being torn apart echoed back. Roar! Professor Lizard's terrifying face appeared at the glass door, smashing through it with a claw and tossing the remnants aside as if they were mere cardboard. "Ah!" Gwen screamed at the sudden intrusion. "Whoa!" Barry, equally startled, reacted instinctively, delivering a powerful kick that sent Professor Lizard flying back out the door. "Why do you enjoy scaring people so much?" Barry muttered, watching the lizard professor tumble backward. "Dabai!" He took the radiator. Gwen shouted in alarm. Barry looked and saw that as Professor Lizard stood up, the radiator was indeed wrapped around his tail, taken during the scuffle. Professor Lizard dodged Barry's webbing, casting a final glance at the panda and the frightened student before leaving with the device. "No, the serum is still in there!" Gwen exclaimed, ready to chase after him. "Hey! Stop! Look what I have!" Barry interjected, holding up a blue serum vial, catching Gwen's attention. "I hadn't noticed you had that." "You're better than someone who just screams," Barry quipped. "Great! But now that he has the radiator, he'll be heading to the roof to spread the virus using the Gonally device." We have to stop him. Gwen, relieved to see the serum, reached for it. But just as she was about to take it, Barry pulled it back. No, leave it to me. It's dangerous here, you need to get out, Barry insisted seriously. But you've done enough. Leave the rest to me, Barry assured, pressing his paw against her shoulder, then awkwardly withdrawing it, remembering his lack of a bamboo hat. Gwen took a deep breath, nodding in agreement. Be careful, you're a panda, don't get hurt, she cautioned. After saying goodbye, Barry moved through the shattered metal door, pursuing Professor Lizard. Gwen, meanwhile, took the elevator to evacuate the building. By now, police had surrounded the base of the Oscorp building. Tower cranes extended their booms across 6th Avenue, creating a pathway for Spider-Man to reach the roof. Knowing Spider-Man was heading to save 54th Street in Manhattan, police began clearing vehicles from the street to facilitate his approach. The crane path was orchestrated by the father of the child Spider-Man had saved on the Williamsburg Bridge. Barry followed through the broken iron door, reaching a large shattered window, Professor Lizard's entry point. Without hesitation, Barry leaped through the opening. In midair, he saw Professor Lizard climbing to the roof, and with a flick of his paw, Barry shot webbing to the building's facade, propelling himself upward like a spring-loaded marble. Upon reaching the roof, Barry found Professor Lizard installing the radiator into the tower's launcher. He was preparing to insert a green virus vial where the blue serum had been. Puff! Barry aimed his web shooter, attaching a line to Professor Lizard's claw holding the vial. Feeling the tug, Professor Lizard glared at the panda, ripping the webbing away and continuing his task. But just as he was about to insert the virus, another web line caught his hand. Peter, in his spider suit, swung in like a pendulum, colliding with Professor Lizard. Bang! Under Barry's watchful eyes, the two tumbled from the tower, crashing into a massive search device, sparks flying. The device, like a giant merry-go-round, flung them out, sending them sprawling. Roar! Professor Lizard, thwarted by Barry and Peter, roared in fury at his adversaries. Why? Why do you stop me? I'll destroy you! You arrived just in time, he almost succeeded, Barry said, relieved, eyeing the green vial still in Professor Lizard's grasp. He noticed Peter's leg was bleeding, webbing stuck to the jet on his boot. Are you hurt? Yes, but it's fine. What about Gwen? Is she okay? Peter asked, more concerned for Gwen than himself. You too. Barry rolled his eyes. They always worried about each other first, leaving him the mediator. She's safe. I sent her down. I have the serum. We just need to insert it into that device and launch it. Barry showed the blue serum, pointing to the tower's top. Good, I'll keep him busy. You install the serum, Peter nodded, charging at Professor Lizard before Barry could respond. I hope there aren't too many buttons. Barry muttered, clutching the serum as he leaped toward the tower. But as he ascended, a large metal cylinder came hurtling toward him. Bang! Barry dodged, but the canister exploded, spraying cold mist that knocked him from the air. The impacted area quickly frosted over. Where'd he get refrigerant? Barry landed lightly, eyeing the refrigerant in Professor Lizard's hand with discomfort. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a melee fighter? When did he get ranged attacks? Chapter 62, Chapter 59, Gonally Device. From the back of the building, Peter pointed to a pile of machinery behind Professor Lizard, explaining that they were connected to the building's cooling unit. He saw how close Professor Lizard was to the devices and began formulating a plan. It's fine, you keep going up. I'll handle him, Peter assured, shooting webbing to swing over, attempting to push Professor Lizard into the freezer. Barry leaped toward the tower again. As he climbed, another can of refrigerant was hurled his way. This time, Barry didn't dodge, instead, he continued upward. When the refrigerant almost hit him, Barry pulled it back with his web, redirecting it toward Professor Lizard. Bang! The heavy canister struck Professor Lizard, forcing him back a few steps, nearly toppling him into the freezer. Seizing the opportunity, Peter shot webbing around Professor Lizard and tried to force him into the freezer pool to slow him down. But as Peter lunged, Professor Lizard's thick tail whipped down, knocking him to the ground. The tail coiled around Peter's neck like a serpent, while claws pinned his hands. Click! Professor Lizard disabled Peter's web shooters, preventing him from firing more webs. Gripping Peter's hands, he sneered. Poor Peter Parker, no father, no mother, not even an uncle. How lonely! Seeing Peter's predicament, Barry quickly descended to help. Bang! A gunshot rang out. George had climbed up, wielding a shotgun. With Peter in the way, George aimed at the cooling pipe nearby, rupturing it. He's not alone! George called, reloading and firing again at the pipes, releasing white cooling smoke. Peter, gasping, grabbed the hose and sprayed frozen mist over Professor Lizard's grotesque face, forming a layer of frost. As the frost spread, Professor Lizard's grip weakened, and his tail froze, allowing Peter to break free. The cooling hose continued to envelop him in icy fog, while George kept firing, shattering frozen sections of his body. Roar! Professor Lizard cried out in agony under the relentless cold and gunfire. Dash! Reaching the tower's summit, Barry saw Peter was safe. He placed the blue serum into the radiator's groove and pushed it into the Gonally device. The Gonally device is initializing. Countdown, 2 minutes. As the radiation device began to spin, a deep blue light shimmered through the glass, casting an ethereal glow. Bang! 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 Gunshots continued below. Barry saw Professor Lizard now trapped in the cooling pool, surrounded by mist, while George fired relentlessly, maintaining the freezing assault. With Peter's web shooters damaged, he stayed alert, ready for any sudden moves from the lizard. With the immediate threat contained, Barry sat cross-legged atop the tower. Martial arts progress at 100%. Awarded the title of Dragon Hero. Can practice limitless and flower fingers. Train. Barry closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. This time, he delved into the secrets of the dragon, guided by Father Goose, understanding its essence. The true dragon's secret lay within himself. He faced the feared remnant leopard and engaged it in a decisive battle. In the end, amidst the debris, Barry's flower fingers technique subdued the leopard. Dong! A golden resonance erupted in Barry's mind, like a tolling bell. His eyes snapped open, golden light radiating from his pupils. His mind, cleansed, reached a state of profound clarity. Dash! As Barry attained mastery of the flower fingers, Peter and George faced a new challenge below. The cooling fumes dissipated, and George's shotgun ran out of ammo. Professor Lizard, rapidly healing, emerged unharmed from the diminishing mist. Ignoring Peter and George, he fixated on the light from the tower, emanating from the Gonally device and the meditating Barry. Roar! Seeing the activated device, Professor Lizard bellowed and charged toward the launch tower. But Peter and George stood firm. Hey! If you want to pass, you'll have to go through me, Peter declared, crouched like a spider, ready for battle. George drew his sidearm, aiming steadily. Professor Lizard's yellow, clouded eyes glared at his blockers, fury intensifying. I'm going to kill you! Fueled by rage, he moved faster than before, lunging at Peter like an arrow. As Professor Lizard's claws approached, Peter sprang aside, twisting midair to deliver a powerful kick to the lizard's head. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 63, Chapter 60, Countdown. Dong! Utilizing the momentum from Professor Lizard's enraged charge, Peter's strike sent him sprawling to the ground. I learned Kung Fu from Barry. Peter boasted, wiping his nose with his thumb and gazing proudly at the fallen Professor Lizard. Bang bang bang! Sheriff George continued firing his pistol, but the bullets barely phased Professor Lizard, who quickly regenerated thanks to his lizard genes. Professor Lizard rose again, shaking his head to clear it, his anger now tempered. His cold, violent eyes flickered between Peter and George, who was reloading his magazine. I'm just here for the fun, George admitted, feeling out of his depth against the lizard monster. He knew going head-to-head would be futile. Cautiously, George backed away, acknowledging the danger and choosing to find a strategic retreat. Roar! With a bellow, Professor Lizard redirected his attention toward George. Watch out! Peter shouted, instinctively reaching to shoot webs, forgetting his web shooters were damaged. George emptied his pistol at the charging beast, but when that proved ineffective, he turned and ran, only to find himself at the edge of a rooftop. He faced the dizzying drop below, the wind whipping his clothes. Swallowing hard, George turned to face the approaching threat, resignation mixed with resolve. He never imagined he'd meet his end by a lizard monster. His only regret was his daughter's relationship with Peter. As Spider-Man, Peter's life was fraught with danger. Peter pursued desperately, but a moment's pause cost him precious time. Despite his agility, he couldn't close the gap in time. George lifted his pistol in a futile attempt to fend off the monster, but Professor Lizard lunged with a vicious grin. No! Peter roared, wishing he could bridge the distance in an instant. Just as George braced for impact, Professor Lizard abruptly spun and swatted Peter away with a powerful claw. Then, without missing a beat, Professor Lizard charged toward the tower's transmitter. From the beginning, his objective was the Gonally device atop the tower. As long as he inserted the virus before it launched, his plan could still succeed. George, teetering on the rooftop edge, watched the lizard's sudden departure in shock, quickly grasping his true intent. Peter! He turned to warn, finding Peter wounded and curled on the ground, deep claw marks oozing blood across his back. George rushed to Peter's side, hoping Barry could stop the lizard. Dash! Professor Lizard reached the tower unopposed. As he began his ascent, a round shadow descended from above. Dong! Professor Lizard's vision went dark as he was slammed to the ground. Before he could recover, a powerful force yanked his tail, sending him crashing down again, the tower trembling from the impact. You're heavy, Barry grumbled, discarding the severed tail with a grimace. Professor Lizard staggered upright, shaking his head to clear it. He glared at the panda before him. But something had changed. The panda exuded a calm yet ethereal aura. Who are you? He growled, perplexed. 45 seconds left. Barry announced, ignoring the question. Professor Lizard snapped back to the present. Let me pass. Don't block my way. Not so fast. You'll have to pass my test first, Barry replied lazily, leaning against the tower. With a roar, Professor Lizard leaped, attempting to vault over Barry. Persistent, aren't you? Barry mused, bending his legs and springing forward like a missile, intercepting the lizard mid-air. 30 seconds left. Barry quipped, striking the lizard's paw before delivering a swift blow to his eye. Roar! Professor Lizard howled, clutching his face as he tumbled to the ground. 25 seconds. Barry announced, landing softly and crossing his arms. Professor Lizard rose, realizing he must deal with the panda first. Eyeing Barry, he approached. 20 seconds. Barry taunted, readying himself. Roar! Professor Lizard lunged, sweeping his tail in a wide arc. Barry caught the tail, absorbing its force, and with a rooted stance, spun the lizard around before hurling him away. If only I had a mantis's strength, Barry mused, watching the lizard land, reminiscing about martial arts heroes. 10 seconds. Last chance. Professor Lizard eyed the tower's growing blue light, the device on the brink of activation. He needed only 5 seconds to reach the top less to defeat the panda. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 64, Chapter 61, Conclusion. Roar. A dinosaur-like roar echoed over the Oscorp building, resonating with both fury and a lonely resolve. Professor Lizard, clutching the green virus in his mouth, made a desperate leap. "I admire your spirit," Barry said, for once serious, as he charged toward his opponent. As they closed in, Professor Lizard lashed out with his claws, each swipe accompanied by a heavy whoosh, but Barry deftly deflected them with quick, calculated movements. "You're faster, but you still lack skill," Barry remarked, navigating around the claws with ease. He moved in with a precise strike, only to be countered by the lizard's tail. "You never learn," Barry taunted, ready to catch the tail. But as he grabbed it, he realized the tail's force was different, too weak. Before Barry could release it, the tail coiled around him like a serpent and flung him backward. "It's not fair, you have an extra disgusting tail," Barry grumbled as he rolled to the ground, eyeing Professor Lizard, who resumed climbing the tower. Instead of panicking, Barry shot webbing at the tower's top, launching himself into the air. As Professor Lizard reached the top, Barry was already there. 2 seconds, Barry announced, facing the towering lizard from his smaller stature. Wasting no time, Professor Lizard lunged, one claw aiming at the panda, the other reaching for the Gonali device. But as his claw neared the device, he froze. He looked at Barry, realizing his claw was pinched between the panda's paw and the tower. 1 second, Barry declared, releasing the claw. Ding! A resonant chime echoed, as if cleansing the world, followed by an energy wave radiating from the tower's peak. The blue serum in the Gonali device erupted like fireworks. Dusk had settled over New York, casting a grey veil. Chaos reigned in the streets as virus-induced lizards rampaged, with evacuations underway elsewhere. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the Oscorp building as a golden light burst forth, painting the sky with light blue hues. The scattered blue droplets shimmered under the halo, resembling a sprawling galaxy. Gwen, watching from below, was entranced by the surreal spectacle. Meanwhile, George had no time for wonder. He struggled against the fierce winds, dragging Peter to safety. Windows shattered around them, as if caught in a typhoon. The energy wave subsided, the winds calmed, and peace returned. Dash! Crack, crack! The sound of metal twisting came from the tower beneath Barry. He peered over, seeing the structure begin to crumble from the earlier impact. With the tower's collapse imminent, Barry noticed Professor Lizard beside him. Unconscious and drenched in blue droplets, the lizard's form dissolved like acid, his cold pupils returning to human normalcy. Quickly, Barry webbed the unconscious form, leaping from the tower with Professor Connors in tow. Whomp! Barry landed, dragging Connors to safety as the tower finally gave way, collapsing into the abyss. The Gonali device had fulfilled its purpose, descending with the tower's remnants. After landing, Barry deposited the nearly naked Dr. Connors and hurried to George and Peter. Peter, pale and weak, managed a smile as Barry approached. "Great job! I didn't expect you to have a secret move. That was the coolest thing I've seen. I need to learn it," Peter praised. "That move requires understanding, not just training. But I can show you other skills. I can't have my student beaten like this, it's embarrassing for a master," Barry replied with a shrug. "Is talking part of your kung fu?" George asked, intrigued by Barry's banter during the battle. "Well, it can distract the enemy," Barry explained, scratching his head, unwilling to admit Peter's influence. George considered the idea, even contemplating martial arts training at the police station. Buzz! The sound of approaching helicopters signaled reinforcements. Why do police always arrive after everything's resolved? Barry quipped, surveying the scene of disarray, with Connors lying nearby. Aren't I a policeman? George retorted. Well, at least I can finally get some rest, Barry sighed. Hold on, can you take me home first? I'm pretty beat up. Do you have any ointment? Peter asked, struggling to his feet and donning his mask. With his web shooters broken, he needed Barry's help to maintain his anonymity. Of course, I've got spares at home. Want to come with me or head to your place? Barry offered, leading him away. George watched them depart, then turned to Connors. I didn't expect Barry to respect privacy, he mused, covering Connors with his jacket. Despite everything, Connors was still Gwen's mentor and deserved dignity. Barry leapt across rooftops with Peter on his back, heading toward Queens. Honestly, I'd love to stay and bask in the glory. Barry lamented. Hey? What did you say? The wind's too loud. Peter shouted back. Barry. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 65, Chapter 62, Aftermath. Barry quickly returned home with Peter on his back. I'm so busy today. First carrying Gwen, now bringing you back. Can you two keep your romance a bit more private in the future? Barry grumbled, munching on a box of cookies in Peter's room. Oh, by the way, you owe me a big meal. Peter, wincing from the pain in his back, removed his suit and tossed a bottle of alcohol to Barry. Please, help me clean the wound. Barry set the cookies aside and approached Peter, who was lying on a chair. Seeing the deep wounds, Barry winced. I think Gwen would be better at this. I've got no experience with delicate work. It's fine, just spread it evenly. Really? Well, ouch. Peter gasped, the sting forcing him to tense up, hands gripping the chair until his knuckles turned white, nearly passing out. Let's just use a cotton swab. He suggested weakly after a moment. All right, Barry replied, trying to be gentle. Barry found a cotton swab and carefully dabbed Peter's wounds with alcohol. Peter, are you back? Came a voice from outside, startling Barry and making him press the swab harder than intended. Peter winced but quickly composed himself, getting dressed to hide the Spider-Man suit. Yet, 1 second, getting changed, he called out, opening the door to Aunt May. Anything wrong? He asked, feigning nonchalance despite Aunt May's worried expression. Nothing, just heard about a terrorist attack near 54th Street. Your bus was supposed to pass there, so I was worried. When did you get back? She asked, relieved to see him safe. Oh, just got back. Must have missed me when I rushed in, Peter replied, thankful the blood had been cleaned from his face. Is that so? Aunt May eyed him suspiciously, catching a whiff of alcohol. Why do you smell like alcohol? Are you hurt? No, just spilled some. Handling it now, Peter assured, waving his hands nervously. All right, be careful, Aunt May said, scrutinizing him. Will do. Why do I feel like we're hiding a scandal? Barry quipped after Aunt May left, emerging from behind the bed. I wouldn't date a panda, or a male panda, Peter retorted, rolling his eyes and lying back down. I think applying it would be quicker. No, I give up. Peter refused, wanting to avoid the earlier sting. After tending to Peter's wounds, Barry returned home to grab some ointment, reflecting on how exhausted he was. He reminded himself that Peter owed him another meal for his trouble. Meanwhile, at Oscorp, George transported the unconscious Dr. Connors to the police station. On the chaotic streets, those infected by the lizard virus gradually returned to normal, thanks to the serum. The crisis averted, Cheers erupted along 54th Street. That night became legendary, with tales of Panda Barry, Spider-Man, the lizard monster, and a viral threat. For the first time, Barry's heroic deeds were on full display, his panda form etched into the memory of New Yorkers. Daniel, clad in martial arts attire at a Franklin gym, watched the news with excitement, especially the scene of the golden halo at Oscorp, nearly causing him to jump for joy. Returning home, Barry found Gwen waiting. With the virus threat neutralized, the immediate danger had passed, but long-term recovery efforts were needed. As Manhattan's sheriff, George would have a sleepless night ahead. Fortunately, Barry's heroics captured much of the public's attention, shifting focus away from the viral outbreak. Some even proposed erecting a statue in his honor. The happiest person was NYC's Mayor Adams. What could have been a controversial issue with the panda had turned into a showcase of Manhattan's heroism. Meanwhile, Washington's mayor fumed, knowing the panda was originally in their jurisdiction, while Adams basked in glory. "You're back. How's Peter?" Gwen asked, rushing to Barry as he entered. "He's patched up. He'll be fine after some rest," Barry replied, feeling the day's exhaustion set in. "I won't die at least. I need a shower. I'm probably going to be paraded around tomorrow," he yawned, waving a paw as he headed to his bedroom. Given his public display, he expected a media frenzy at the police station. Thankfully, only George and a few others knew the full story, so Barry anticipated just standing there without much to say. In the bathtub, Barry relaxed, reflecting on the day's events. From accompanying Gwen to school, causing chaos in the principal's office, and advancing his martial arts to a perfect score, to the battles with Professor Lizard. The rewards were substantial, thwarting the villain's plan and saving a Manhattan neighborhood, earning him a hefty 500 points. His sudden wealth allowed him to explore martial arts once out of reach, now within grasp. Skills in traditional medicine, calligraphy, and others awaited his mastery. He wondered what other skills he might acquire in the future. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 66, Chapter 63, Rewards. Barry earned 200 damage points. The collapse of the launch tower and various damages during the fall, along with the residual wave from using the limitless flower finger, contributed precisely to this total. Reviewing his points, Barry noticed his martial arts progress had reset to 0, with the bar now showing 3/1. The destruction points weren't enough to further his martial arts progress, indicating the cost had increased. Getting expensive, hey? Barry thought, attempting to convert destruction points into martial arts value. Doubling the price, that's steep, Barry mused, closing the system page with a sigh. After a relaxing bath, Barry dried off and returned to his bedroom, ready for a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Gwen was still awake, chatting with Peter, exchanging reassurances. The next morning, Barry was unsurprisingly awakened early. "Aren't you going to school today?" Barry mumbled, feeling Gwen's hands rouse him from sleep. "With everything that's happened, school is closed for now. Dad wants me to take you to the police station," Gwen replied, pulling Barry up and thrusting a yellow vest into his arms. "He specifically asked you to wear this. Get dressed and wash up. Everyone's eager to see you." "What's there to see?" Barry grumbled, donning the vest. With his furry body, clothes were mostly decorative, adding little more than flair. After a quick wash, Gwen whisked Barry out the door before he could eat. "I haven't eaten yet." "This is panda abuse," Barry complained in the elevator. "I asked Chef Charles Finn to prepare something for you. It'll be delivered to the station. You're New York City's hero now, you won't go hungry," Gwen assured, holding his paw with a touch of pride. After all, just days ago, he was a peculiar panda, now, he was an overnight hero. "All right, It'll keep me entertained when I get there. Dash. Exiting the elevator, Barry and Gwen were immediately greeted by a throng of people. Barry's out. Barry. Over here. I love you. Kung Fu Panda, teach me Kung Fu. If not for the police car blocking the entrance, Barry feared he'd be swamped. Even so, the cheers were enough to make his head spin. Get in the car, Sheriff George sent me to fetch you, a policeman urged, opening the door for Gwen and Barry. They climbed in, and the vehicle, escorted by police and security, departed the apartment. As they drove, Barry sat quietly, aware of the curious glances from the officer in the driver's seat. Reaching the police station quickly, Barry and Gwen were met by an even larger crowd, predominantly reporters. Most were captivated by the panda that helped avert Manhattan's crisis. As he exited the car, flashes erupted from every direction. Barry shielded his eyes with a paw, unaccustomed to the celebrity treatment. Pulled along by Gwen, Barry walked through a cleared path, feeling like a celebrity himself. The police station's entrance caught Barry's attention. Expecting something typical, he was surprised by its church-like facade, adorned with massive sculptures. To the left, a woman in a flowing gown rested a hand on a kneeling man's shoulder, gazing into the distance. On the right, a woman sat on a throne-like seat, flanked by sheep heads, exuding majesty. The arched doors featured intricate reliefs, resembling a Nordic papal palace or grand library. In front of the entrance, a podium awaited. George, in a suit, spoke into the microphone, with officers maintaining order. Dash. This is Panda Barry. Our family met him by chance. The day he escaped from the Smithsonian Zoo, we were there too. We didn't realize until later that he had found his way into our car. Opening the trunk at home, we discovered the cutest creature, like a magical elf. As Barry and Gwen took the stage, George recounted their story, omitting any mention of Barry speaking or collaborating with Spider-Man. Barry remained silent, hiding behind Gwen, though the cameras were relentless. Yesterday, this young panda used martial arts to thwart Professor Connor's plan, saving New York City residents from the virus. Therefore, by the mayor's decree, we award him the Medal of Honor. George's announcement caused a stir, though many felt it was a fitting tribute for Panda Barry. Questions arose about his martial arts prowess, presence at Oscorp, desire to be an officer, and intelligence. Amidst the applause and curiosity, Barry stood quietly, embracing his newfound role as a hero. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 67, Chapter 64, Technological Weapons. Pandas born abroad typically return home after 2 years. With Barry being just 9 months old, he's expected to go back in about a year. However, given the current situation, returning in a year seems challenging. Due to the overwhelming number of reporters, George delegated questions to a New York Times reporter. Sergeant George, can Dabai show us some Kung Fu? Asked the young, bespectacled reporter, neatly dressed and eager to query what everyone was curious about. Everyone had seen Panda Barry in images, but never in person. This. George hesitated, feeling it was akin to a circus act. Just as he was pondering, Charles Finn, donning a chef's uniform, approached with a steaming tray of noodles. To be fair, cooking for an animal, even a panda, wasn't a prestigious task for a senior chef like Charles. But times had changed. Panda Barry had become a cultural ambassador to the US, making cooking for him an honor. Spotting Chef Finn, George's eyes lit up, shifting the focus seamlessly. I'm sorry, but Dabai hasn't eaten yet. This is Chef Charles Finn, specially invited by the mayor. He has Dabai's meal. Instantly, microphones were thrust toward Charles. However, he ignored the reporters, heading straight for Gwen and Barry. Dabai, I made you bean paste buns and clear soup noodles today. Eat up. Charles spoke to Barry in Mandarin, leaving many around puzzled. Barry emerged from behind Gwen, eyes gleaming at the aromatic food. Aside from his physical evolution, Barry eagerly awaited Charles's culinary creations. Having eaten little the day before, his stomach growled. Sitting on the ground, Barry dove into the meal, savoring the piping hot soup noodles beneath the buns. He eagerly picked up a bean paste bun, relishing its sweet, non-greasy flavor, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Under the astonished eyes of the crowd, he deftly used chopsticks to enjoy the buns. Like George and others witnessing this for the first time, they were astounded by his dexterity. "Oh my God, this is amazing! Incredible, his bare paws are as nimble as human hands. Now I'm convinced he saved us last night. Keep it up!" Watching Barry skillfully use chopsticks, the crowd buzzed with admiration. Throughout the event, Barry continued eating. Occasionally, he posed for photos, unfazed, focusing on his meal. Major news outlets reported extensively on Panda Barry, from the zoo escape to the New York rescue and George's account of their encounter. Some speculated about a connection between Barry and Spider-Man, sparking online debates. However, vague images of the Osborne Tower incident, mainly featuring golden energy waves and George's narrative, lacked solid evidence. The press conference aimed to pave Barry's way as a police officer and mitigate the impact of Professor Connor's actions, easing pressure on the police and political spheres. After all, the public often questioned, "We pay so much tax, yet what are you doing?" During the conference, Barry mainly ate and posed for photos, occasionally nodding or shaking his head, leaving most of the talking to Gwen and George. At this meeting, the mayor of New York City, the House of Representatives, the Animal Protection Organization, the Chinese Embassy in the U.S., and the World Wildlife Fund, unanimously decided that Panda Barry, who received the Medal of Honor and the title of Cultural Ambassador, will serve as an intern officer in the NYPD, under Sheriff George. In 3 months, if he passes the assessment, New York will have a panda sheriff. 3 days had passed since the Connors incident. Following the police press conference, Mayor Adams held a meeting at City Hall, initially focused on the Manhattan disaster. It concluded with Barry's contributions and an announcement of his police role. Involvement from various organizations increased Barry's influence, making him a prominent figure. Knock, knock. While playing on his tablet, Barry heard a knock and rushed to the door. "Hey? Why are you back so early today?" Barry asked George, surprised by his visit. Despite sharing some burden, the police station remained hectic, leaving little time for Barry's welcome. "I've got something good for you. Come with me to the municipal building," George, haggard from sleepless nights, beamed upon seeing Barry. "What's going on?" Gwen emerged, curious about the news. Schools were still closed following recent attacks, but as the principal, she was anything but gloomy, her spirits high. The panda's involvement in the attack boosted the school's popularity. With Gwen's connections, many students showed interest in enrolling. Despite Barry's antics, the influence he brought justified demolishing the entire teaching building, thought Principal North. "It's about your equipment. The mayor wants me to take you for a test," George explained, only knowing the basics. "I hoped for some delicious food." Barry sighed, losing some interest. "This concerns your safety. Let's go, I bet there are many tech companies eager to meet you," George urged, hurrying out. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 68, Chapter 65, Norman Osborn's Confidence. In recent days, crowds still gathered outside Barry's apartment, though their numbers had dwindled. Barry, ever the friendly panda, would wave and greet them or leave playful paw prints on their clothes. Not yet an official officer, Barry was already becoming a star. Once in the car, George drove straight to City Hall. New York City Hall, located in Manhattan, nestled in the heart of Central Park. It wasn't long before they reached the destination from Midtown. Stepping out of the car, Barry marveled at the grandeur of the building before him. Though he had seen it online, witnessing the Renaissance-style architecture firsthand was a different experience. "Let's go," George urged, leading Barry up the steps. Inside, the vast rotunda dazzled Barry's eyes with its exquisite murals, magnificent domes, literary sculptures, and ornate decorations, immersing him in the history of the French Renaissance. "Please follow me, Mr. Adams's entertaining guests," a neatly dressed woman in professional attire greeted George and the Panda, leading them across the rotunda and up the elevator to the second floor. The second floor decor was more subdued. They followed the corridor to the end, stopping at the door marked Mayor's Office. "Please, come in." The assistant held the door open, gesturing for the duo to enter. Inside, besides the familiar Mayor Adams, several strangers in suits were engaged in a heated discussion, papers in hand. A middle-aged man with a calm demeanor watched the debate silently. Upon Barry's entrance, the room fell silent, eyes turning towards him as if he were a pile of gold coins. "George, and our New York hero, you're finally here," Adams greeted warmly, approaching them. He shook hands with George, then extended his hand to Barry. Momentarily stunned, Barry quickly extended his paw, grasping the mayor's hand. Apart from George and his close circle, this was the first human to show Barry such genuine respect. Following the mayor's lead, the others rose to greet George and Barry, the sensation of shaking a panda's paw a curious novelty. George exchanged pleasantries with the mayor before everyone resumed their discussion. After Adams posted a call for weapon designs for Panda Barry on the city's official site, numerous tech companies submitted their proposals. Following thorough selection, the present companies were chosen. Listening to their conversation, Barry discerned the identities of those present. One individual, in particular, surprised him: Norman Osborn, CEO of Oscorp. Despite his refined appearance and calm tone, Norman's eyes bore a deep-seated darkness, hints of long-standing burdens. Barry recalled Oscorp's focus on biotechnology, primarily creating super soldiers. It seemed unlikely they were here to develop enhancement agents for him. Most other companies were military enterprises, typically aligned with the military. Their presence here was intriguing. Among the proposed weapons was a wrist guard equipped with micromissiles, seemingly an absurd choice for urban deployment. But most designs focused on protective gear, prioritizing Barry's safety. Norman Osborn, however, remained silent, observing the debate with a composed confidence. "All right, let's pause. Mr. Osborn, any thoughts?" "Your proposal caught my interest," Adams interjected, turning to the quiet Norman. Following the Gonally device incident, Oscorp faced public backlash, especially after Professor Connor's interrogation revealed plans for premature human trials of their drug. Despite dismissing those involved and issuing apologies, Oscorp struggled to quell the uproar. Nevertheless, Norman's calm presence here was a testament to his resilience. After a brief pause, Norman addressed Barry. "To show our gratitude to Dabai, our company has developed a multifunctional aircraft, the culmination of extensive research by our scientists. I believe Dabai will find it impressive after testing." His confident tone drew attention. Initially, Oscorp hadn't submitted designs. But following the lizard virus outbreak, Norman sought to counter public accusations by enhancing a long-studied combat skateboard and submitting it. Significant modifications were made for Panda use. Norman had invested considerable effort in promoting Panda Barry. His prior anxiety had given way to calm assurance upon reviewing competing designs. He was confident no other weapon matched his design for Barry. "I admire Mr. Norman's confidence. Let's see if your weapon lives up to the drawings. Everyone, please bring your designs." "It's test time," Adams announced, inviting the group to proceed. The goal wasn't sheer power but finding the most suitable weapon for Panda Barry's urban missions. Ultimately, the tests would determine the winner. If multiple designs proved suitable, Barry could potentially use them all. The benefits were immeasurable. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 69, Chapter 66, Weapons Display. Barry and George followed the group out of the conference room, retracing their steps through the vast rotunda before stepping outside to board a tour bus. The bus whisked them away from City Hall, heading towards the outskirts of the park. Soon, the bus halted in front of a building resembling a sports arena. Upon entering, Barry noticed a sign reading Weapon Training Ground. Inside, rows of shooting galleries were lined with various firearms, though rocket launchers were conspicuously absent. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire echoed as Adams led them past the shooting area. After swiping his card at an access control point, Adams revealed a spacious room, roughly the size of 4 or 5 basketball courts. "We've arrived. The weapons you submitted are here. Please claim them and don't mix them up," he instructed, pointing to a silver shelf laden with peculiar weapons. Barry's attention was immediately drawn to a set of metal skateboards. Once everyone had retrieved their weapons, they settled into wait. "So, who wants to test first?" Adams queried, cutting to the chase. "I'll go first," announced the Minister of Industrial Research and Development from Merches. A young man with deep-set eyes, hinting at Indonesian heritage, he introduced himself as Sophie Primo in earlier conversations. Sophie stepped forward, opening a black metal case to reveal 3 green metal rods resembling bamboo poles. "I researched traditional martial arts weapons. Shaolin monks often use staves, and Lee's nunchaku are iconic. So, I developed electromagnetic weapons based on these," he explained, demonstrating his creation. First, Sophie picked up 2 rods, giving them a vigorous shake. "OM!" An arc of electricity surged from the ends of the rods. "Isn't this just a stun baton?" one observer scoffed. "I said it's an electromagnetic weapon," Sophie retorted, unfazed, aligning the electrified ends. Under watchful eyes, the arcs connected, generating magnetic force. A blue chain linked the rods, forming a nunchaku with a flickering blue arc. These can function as electric staves individually or combine into nunchaku or a 3-section staff, Sophie continued, attaching the 3rd rod to form the staff. "Finally, by pressing this button, you can adjust the magnetism and arc to create a long staff," he explained, twisting the middle rod. With a mechanical click, the blue chains retracted, forming a long black staff. Barry, initially bored, perked up at the weapons display. Expecting firearms, he was surprised by the unique design. To address attack range, we've included an electric chip. Pressing this button releases an electromagnetic dart, capable of paralyzing enemies upon impact. The weapon primarily relied on its flexibility, using electromagnetic connections to incapacitate rather than inflict lethal damage. "This is our company's dedicated research," Sophie concluded, demonstrating the staff before glancing meaningfully at Norman. "Really good," Adams praised. "The designs here all have their merits. But let's see how they perform with Barry." "It'll be enlightening," Adams smiled, turning to Barry. "Barry, give this weapon a try. See if it suits you." Barry shrugged, stepping forward. To be honest, Adams' words felt like trying on clothes at a store. "Be careful not to get shocked," Sophie advised, handing over the staff with a smile. Barry accepted the staff, avoiding Sophie's attempt to pat his head, and stepped back, testing its weight. Made of metal and containing electrical components, it was somewhat heavy but manageable for Barry. Its green appearance appealed to Barry, resembling bamboo. He tossed it lightly, twisting his wrist to spin the staff in his paw. As it spun faster, he extended his arm, the green staff whirring like a high-speed fan. Aside from George and Adams, the sight of a panda deftly handling a heavy metal staff astonished the onlookers. After playing with the staff, Barry grabbed its center as Sophie had, twisting in the opposite direction. Click! With a crisp mechanical sound, the staff extended into a 3-section staff. Trying it for the first time, Barry handled it cautiously. Gaining confidence, he moved more assertively. But as he increased speed, control slipped. Bang! Ouch! Barry yelped as one section struck his head, but he remained unharmed. Thanks to his thick skin and resilience, his endurance was high. The crowd chuckled at the scene. Barry continued testing the nunchaku and other features before returning the staff with satisfaction. A lightsaber would be even better. Ha ha ha, well done. Let's move on to the next test, Adams laughed, turning to the others. Next up, our alchemy company offers an automatic alchemy bag, capable of crafting various chemical spheres. The alchemy company specialized in chemical technology, producing weapons like refrigerants and thermobaric bombs. In today's local conflicts, most thermobaric bombs were sourced from the alchemy company. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 70, Chapter 67, Chemical Backpack. The alchemy company was represented by its chairman, Fred Lawson, an elderly man with white hair and a mischievous twinkle in his eyes. He reminded Barry of an old man he once saw wearing headphones in the school library, though Fred's head was not bald. Based in San Francisco, the alchemy company excels not only in chemical research but also in fields like magnetic levitation, plasma magnetic confinement, medical robotics, and intelligent robotics, achieving remarkable success. There are 3 buttons here, each representing a different chemical procedure, Fred explained with a smile as he approached Barry, pressing the pink button first. Poof! Under everyone's curious gaze, a small pink ball ejected from the handbag-like box and landed in his hand. It looked almost like a toy. This combines a small amount of perchloric acid, cobalt, and a trace of hydrogen oxide, heated to a high temperature, Fred explained, looking at Adams. Adams nodded, producing a remote control and pressing a button, raising a metal target from the ground a short distance away. Go ahead and give it a try, Fred encouraged, handing the pink ball to Barry. Curious, Barry took it, though lacking chemical expertise, he couldn't discern much by observation. Throw it at that metal target and see how it works, Adams urged, eager to proceed with the tests. Barry nodded, aiming at the target about 50 meters away. He tossed the pink ball, which hit the target squarely. Poof! Upon impact, the ball burst open, releasing pink smoke that enveloped the metal target. As the smoke dissipated, the silver-white target had turned a bright pink. Sheriff George, care to take a shot? Fred suggested, addressing George. Could you be more specific? George muttered, drawing his pistol and firing at the target. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, the metal target shattered into pink powder, just as Fred had described. Barry's eyes gleamed with interest, realizing he wouldn't have to worry about armored opponents in the future. Next, the white button, Fred continued, unfazed, pressing the white button. This is a freezing sphere containing a refrigerant that immobilizes enemies upon detonation, he explained, handing Barry the ejected white ball. Barry felt a chill as he held the small white sphere. Adams pressed the control again, raising another metal target. Dash! Once the final chemical ball had been tested, everyone gazed at the frost-covered, bullet-riddled target. Your company's precision in storing and combining chemical materials is impressive, someone remarked. But it lacks practicality. Many special bullets, like tear gas or flashbangs, achieve similar effects, if not better. Only the metal embrittler stands out, noted a director from a military enterprise. To him, a small box couldn't produce many chemical balls, and the cost was prohibitive. Compared to established firearms, it wasn't very practical. However, the metal embrittler intrigued him. This is designed for individual combat, not battlefields, Fred replied, dismissing the critique. While the device could have novel battlefield applications, the internal chemical materials were expensive, cobalt alone deterred many buyers. Armor-piercing rounds or anti-tank mines were more cost-effective. I think it's excellent, especially for urban combat. These tools suit Barry's temperament better than mounting machine guns or rocket launchers, which would spark controversy, Adams praised. George's eyes gleamed with interest. The police department could certainly use such gadgets. Haha, when Barry visits us, we'll craft some special items for him, Fred laughed, buoyed by Adams' words. Following Alchemy's demonstration, the next company stepped forward. I'll go next, declared the military enterprise director who had spoken earlier. A middle-aged man with a noticeable belly but not greasy, his squinting eyes suggested wealth. Kennedy Augers, director of Kennedy Industries, typically catered to international mercenary groups like Blackwater, Cossacks, and EO. Aside from regular weapons, they also specialized in tools for assassination, tracking, and stealth. Recently, with fewer wars and a quieter military, they aimed to tap into the civilian market. Today, Kennedy presented a micromissile wrist guard. Unlike the previous items, his was more straightforward. The wrist guard houses 6 micromissiles, ideal for handling crises like the recent Lizard incident, he explained, donning a hefty black bracelet for demonstration. The bracelet featured 6 riflings, with the firing port above the wrist, allowing barrel adjustments like a bearing. Whoosh! A miniature missile launched from the barrel, trailing smoke, and exploded violently upon hitting the target. The blast's force made several attendees shield their faces. Impressive! No wonder mercenaries worldwide favor your weapons, Adams remarked as the dust settled. George's interest intensified. He eyed Barry, vowing to acquire a set when finances allowed. Subsequent companies showcased their weapons, each intriguing, but Barry found the first 3 most fitting. Finally, it was Osborne Industries' turn to present their creation. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Chapter 71, Chapter 68, Skateboard Aircraft. Following the weapon tests, Norman Osborn stepped forward with a striking black and white patterned skateboard aircraft. This is our company's vertical skateboard aircraft, capable of reaching speeds up to 300 miles per hour and supporting weights up to 200 kilograms, Norman explained. He set the skateboard on the ground, and the jets at the bottom began to emit energy, suspending the metal board in mid-air. With 12 ejection ports, the skateboard offered propulsion in all directions, up, down, left, and right. The flight skateboard features force sensors, allowing users to control its direction based on the pressure of their feet, Norman continued, demonstrating by leaning forward slightly and maneuvering the board around the room with finesse. If you want to add weaponry, I can equip it with miniature air-to-surface missiles and a machine gun, Norman added. To shift public opinion, he showcased the full capabilities of the skateboard aircraft. We'll see about that. Any other features? Adams inquired with satisfaction. Among the showcased equipment, the aircraft stood out, alongside the Alchemy Company's chemical backpack. By this point, Adams had nearly reached a decision. The follow matching system is another feature. Once paired with a user, the skateboard's permissions are exclusive. For instance, Norman gestured, stepping off the board. The green light turned red, and the board followed him like a loyal pet. If someone unauthorized tries to use it, the skateboard activates anti-theft mode, ejecting the user, he explained. Let's have Barry try it. If he doesn't like it, even the most powerful tool is useless, Adams suggested with a smile. I think he's eager, Norman remarked, noticing Barry's excitement. Norman approached Barry, bringing the skateboard with him. Place your paw here. Once certified, this skateboard is yours. Want to try it? Barry observed as a white metal plate revealed a black glass screen. Following the instructions, he pressed his paw onto the screen. Ding! An electronic sound signaled the scanning process. Completed. A cute paw print was incorporated into the skateboard's system. Great! Now it's yours. Try standing on it like I did, Norman encouraged. Barry cautiously stood on the board. As he found his balance, a sense of weightlessness made him stagger momentarily. The force sensors reacted instantly, adjusting the ejection ports. The skateboard tilted, carrying him into the air. Thanks to Barry's physical control, he quickly adapted, mastering the skateboard aircraft with ease. Initial concerns quickly faded as Barry demonstrated his flying prowess. Norman, though initially concerned, was impressed. As the developer, he knew the physical demands of mastering the aircraft. But recalling Barry's triumph over Professor Connors, he felt reassured. After enjoying a flight around the room, Barry returned. If outdoors, he might have soared over New York for hours. With Osborne Industries tests complete, the selection process was underway, leaving Adams to choose the most suitable weapons. Thank you all for your efforts today. I'll announce the results tomorrow. Please be patient, Adams said, shaking hands with Norman and the others outside the training ground. Though a decision was made, the final choice wouldn't be publicly announced until the companies departed and the unselected ones retrieved their equipment. Once the technology company personnel left, only Adams, George, and Barry remained. It's getting late. Let's have dinner, Adams suggested, checking the time. The weapon tests had taken all afternoon, and it was now past 7 o'clock. The sun had set, leaving a glow over New York. Streetlights flickered on, signaling the start of the city's nightlife. However, with the night came the shadows of crime lurking in the darkness. Back at City Hall, Adams led George and Barry to the second-floor dining room. Let's order steak tonight, Adams proposed, smiling at Barry as he picked up a knife and fork. Barry nodded, wrapping a napkin around himself and eagerly digging into the steak, savoring each bite. How about it, Barry? Have you chosen your preferred weapons? Adams asked after dinner, wiping his mouth. Barry hesitated, unsure how to respond. Don't worry. Just speak up. I understand your concerns, but there's no need to hide your ability to speak, Adams assured him. He'd known of Barry's speech ability since visiting George's house but saw no reason to reveal it then. All right. I'm mainly concerned about people bombarding me with questions, so I've kept quiet to avoid hassle, Barry admitted. I expected your voice to be like a mischievous little boy, but it's quite different, Adams remarked, hearing Barry speak for the first time. I was surprised, too, but I've gotten used to it, George chuckled. It's fine if you choose not to speak often. Too much attention can be troublesome. I'll keep your secret, Adams promised, redirecting the conversation back to weapons. You can choose 3 weapons. More than that, and you'll lose the public's interest. That's not ideal for you. BH. Extra chapter available in Patreon. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein. Patreon.com/Achilles_Stein